If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 121. Hiss. On the entire deck, a sound of sucking air suddenly resounded. All the marine soldiers actually looked at Hina in disbelief. It's... Ah! That bastard pirate, he slapped Captain Hina. Damn it! That's loud, the sound has blown my eardrums. Unforgivable. Kill him. The surrounding marine soldiers are all so shocked, let alone Hina, who is the victim herself. Oh! With such a blow, Hina suffered not only physical pain. But the most important thing, is the emotional damage. As the fleet commander of the Black Threshold Force, Hina has absolute command over this force. She is also the goddess in the hearts of almost all marine soldiers in this unit. But it was the marine goddess of war who possessed the burden of being an absolute idol, who was beaten by a pirate in front of her confidants and subordinates. No one can be calm about this. You nasty pirate! The corner of her mouth biting a cigarette couldn't help trembling. Hina widened her sassy pupils, and shot at Logan with a look that almost wanted to tear the cabbage with her hands. You actually... Hina is furious. Suddenly withdrawing the kick used to tie Logan, Hina kicked out again in an instant. It's just that the kick this time is different from the last time. Under the rose-colored uniform pants, jet black haki spilled from her legs and tangled up. Armament haki. As an honor student who graduated from the Marine Academy in the same class as Smoker, Hina's armament haki is not weak. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to scare the pirates on this grand line. Still coming. Facing Hina's same attack, Logan curled his lips, somewhat confused. What? The slap just now wasn't enough, was it? Under the effect of observation haki, Hina's attack trajectory was visible, and Logan easily caught it with his hands. The moment he caught it, Logan frowned slightly. Much stronger than before. But, even if the strength is increased 10 times or 100 times, it still can't break Logan's defense. Nanny. Hina's pink hair was parted in the middle, and this delicate cheek suddenly showed unbelievable shock. That blow just now was blocked by Logan. But for this blow, Hina used her armament haki to its strongest. But even so, Logan in front of him is still motionless. What a guy this is! Thinking of Logan's attack method on her just now, Hina immediately realized that she had to get out of Logan's attack range. 100 cracks threshold! She yelled, and the cage fruit ability was activated immediately, and a large number of black spears emerged from her legs in an instant, as if branches and leaves were scattered, showing the sharpness. Bang 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 bang! Dull sound. Those black spears were all blocked by a transparent energy barrier. Next moment. Since you made another move, I have no choice but to fight back again. Slightly shaking his head, Logan showed a helpless expression on his face. When he stretched out his hand, the rubber fruit ability was activated, and his arm shot out instantly, and circled behind Hina. Oops! Hina was shocked. Knowing that Logan will definitely repeat the attack just now, she immediately wanted to pull her legs back. But, she can't. It was like being clamped by an iron tongs. She was unwilling to be hit again, so she quickly twisted and turned in another direction. Useless. Logan's observation haki firmly locked all the tracks of Hina. Lean to the left, right. Then slap from the left. Snapped. The entire deck suddenly fell into a dead silence. All the marine soldiers stared wide-eyed, their eyeballs protruded desperately, and their jaws fell to the ground in shock. Bastard! Fight him! Never forgive! Protect Captain Hina! These marine soldiers are all Hina's little fans, and all of them rushed towards Logan like crazy. They did not choose to shoot because they were afraid that the bullet would accidentally injure Captain Hina. One after another, sabers were slashed at Logan. A spherical energy barrier with a range just enough to accommodate 2 or 3 people blocked all swords attack. Ignoring the childish behavior of these marine soldiers, Logan casually let go. He looked at Hina, and said lightly, "Just let us go, there's nothing wrong with it." Hiss! Hina gritted her teeth and looked at Logan with an angry face. Hina is very angry, Hina will never forgive you. With that said, Hina wanted to attack Logan again. Logan frowned, with a confused look on his face. Are you still here? Don't you feel pain? Because the opponent activated armament haki, Logan's second slap was much stronger than the first slap. But when hitting the opponent, Logan could clearly feel that the opponent obviously didn't protect her back with armament haki. It seems that the opponent's armament haki is also an entry-level one. If it is used in offense, it cannot be quickly switched to defense. What's more, this kind of precise positioning haki switching. It was obviously hit by a greater force, but there was no scream like just now, which made Logan very puzzled. But as soon as his words came out, Hina couldn't hold back in an instant. The reason why she gritted her teeth was because she wanted to keep her image. After all, she is also the marine goddess of war, the idol of her group, Hina endure. But unfortunately... Oh! Hina let out a cry of pain, immediately pressed her back with both hands, and kept jumping on the spot, making a hiss of pain from her mouth. On the face with a high and cold temperament, the teeth are already grinning at this time, and there is no image of the marine goddess of war. Of course she didn't want her image to collapse, but it really hurt too much. After rubbing vigorously, after the pain was relieved, Hina looked at Logan angrily. Damn bastard, you are so hateful. Well, yes. It's really hateful. Logan spread out his hands, and pouted slightly, but, if you don't use this kind of attack, tell me, how can I do it without killing you all? Can you just agree to let us go? When Hina heard this, she immediately declared firmly, stop dreaming. Hina will never let the pirates go. Hina is very serious. This is the culprit that caused her so much pain. As a qualified Marine headquarters captain, Hina fights bravely, and is obviously not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Although Logan's attack hurt her a lot, that's not why she was afraid of Logan. The real reason is that Logan's attack is embarrassing her. She recalled what Logan said just now. Even if she, Hina, die in battle, she will never compromise with the pirates. But this hit on the body is not only painful, but also destroys face, dignity, and idol halo. What? Did you change your mind? Seeing Hina thinking, Logan asked with a soft smile. She knew that the marine goddess of war was not far from compromise. Hina was thinking about it, but when she heard Logan's question, she felt that it was a kind of provocation, and she said angrily, Hina won't change her mind easily. Logan pursed his lips, his face was full of unavoidable entanglement, so he slowly raised his hand. Not good. Her heart couldn't help but Hina felt a little bit psychologically shadowed by Logan's hand. She was about to retreat subconsciously, but was blocked by the energy barrier of the shield. But she is also quite smart, leaving her back tightly against the energy barrier, pretending to be on guard. Ah, this! Looking at Hina's situation, Logan couldn't help laughing. He was very speechless and said, if you are like this, then I will directly attack your front. Aha! Hearing this, Hina reflexively crossed her arms and stood in front of her. Just now I was thinking about how to defend the rear, but I ignored one thing. That is, Logan is not only able to attack her rear. It's useless, as long as I want to attack you, you won't be able to guard against it. It's an advantage for me, let me go, this is good for everyone. Logan put down his palm, showing his attitude. I really don't want to embarrass you. Sir, please go. Captain Hina, let them pass. We don't acknowledge you guys as pirate, we will pretend to not see you guys. Captain, we are heartbroken to see you being bullied by this pirate. Yeah, Captain, let them go. We don't want to see you being bullied. Before Hina could speak, the surrounding marine soldiers shouted loudly one by one. They slapped the energy barrier of the shield with their hands vigorously, begging loudly towards Hina inside. You have also seen, your idol halo in their hearts. Logan tilted his head and persuaded, if I really give you a spanks, I'm afraid you will never be embarrassed to appear in front of these soldiers again. As he spoke, Logan raised 3 fingers, you still have the last 3 seconds to think about it. After 3 seconds, I won't take pity on you. As soon as 3 fingers were raised, Logan took one away. Immediately afterwards, the second root was also retracted. Then there is the third root. Hey! Shaking his head slightly, Logan let out a sigh. Just when he was about to strike, Hina finally gave in. Don't want. Facing Logan's dominance, the whole person's momentum leaped. Hina, we'll let you go. Hina is useless under intense ideological struggle, Hina said this sentence against her will. Logan raised his hand, and the energy barrier of the shield was retracted. He turned and walked to the edge of the deck. Seeing that Logan was about to leave, she was about to shout. Logan stopped and tilted his head slightly, what? Don't you want to get enough? Hina was taken aback, and immediately understood what Logan was referring to. However, She held back her words and tried to calm down her anger. She asked, "You are a pirate, and you are so powerful. Isn't it more convenient to kill us directly? Why don't you kill us?" "What, dash?" The surrounding Marines looked at Hina in horror. "Captain!" "Hush! Captain, don't talk nonsense. Marines are all scared to death. Was our captain Hina dumbfounded by this pirate's 2 slaps? What if your words are regarded as a provocation by the other party, and they really come to kill you? Isn't it good to be alive? This problem." Logan turned around, rubbed his chin, and then looked at Hina with teasing eyes. "I'll save it to test you when we meet next time. If you have an answer in your heart, you can tell me." As he spoke, Logan stepped on his feet. Step. Then the fly card was activated and flew back to going merry. Caught off guard, Hina wanted to call to stop Logan, but found that he had already left. "Only a fool will agree to answer this question for you." "Captain?" a Marine asked Hina in a low voice. Hina took a deep breath, then snorted coldly, "Let go." Chapter 122. Aluberna Port. Looking at Hina, who was boarding the warship and walking towards him, the corner of Smoker's mouth twitched in a teasing arc. "I heard that you were slap in public." Whoosh! A black stick flies towards Smoker. Hina gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Even if it's our relationship, don't make fun of Hina." Smoker melted into a puff of smoke, and then condensed into a solid body. "I warned you a long time ago, don't provoke this Logan, you just won't listen." Smoker relit 2 cigars, tail a few puffs in his mouth. Smoker looked at Hina with an expression, "Now, are you still interested in him?" Thinking of Hina's disdainful expression of being interested in Logan before, Smoker found it inexplicably funny. Hina knew that this hurdle would be hard to pass, and immediately snorted coldly, "Why not? I'm more interested in him now." He Smoker laughed, and he exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings. "That's fine. This time, it's not a waste of time for you." Hina didn't understand. "Since you graduated from the Marine Academy, you have always been a high-ranking goddess of war. Although I am also happy for you, I have to say that you have developed an arrogant attitude without knowing it." Seeing Hina's confused face, Smoker explained, then he pointed to Hina with his finger, and continued, "Now, Logan knocked you down from the cloud, although it makes you bad, it will definitely have a great impact on you." "Are you kidding? He did such a thing to Hina, and you said it benefit Hina?" Smoker shook his head unhurriedly, "You know, it's lucky that you met Logan and the Straw Hat pirates this time. If it was other vicious pirates, think about what it consequence." As soon as these words came out, Hina suddenly fell into thinking. What kind of consequences? This question is not difficult to think about. How many pirates are there in the whole sea? That's the most ferocious and evil. There are very few people like the Straw Hat pirates who can show mercy to Marines. According to what Smoker said, Hina thought about it for a while. If the other pirates controlled her today with such absolute crushing strength, although Hina didn't want to think in a bad direction. "Remember, Logan taught you a lesson. If you continue to be arrogant, you may not be so lucky next time." Smoker's voice echoed in Hina's ears. As soon as he looked up, he saw that Smoker had gone to the cabin. First being treated rudely by Logan, and now being taught a lesson by Smoker, Hina is very upset. But what Smoker said really made her feel scared and reflect. Did Logan teach me a lesson? Thinking about this question, Hina sat down on the stool subconsciously. Hiss. As soon as she touched the stool, Hina bounced up immediately, her delicate face was full of shame and anger. This lesson? Really unforgettable. The Going Merry used the estuary of the Sandora River and entered the vast and boundless sea. Logan, you are too strong. That Marine female captain really has no choice but to compromise with you. On the deck, Usopp was still thinking about the battle he had just seen. It was beyond his expectation. This is called specific enemy-specific treatment. Logan shrugged his shoulders, then smiled, "I'm going to draw manga first, I'll leave it to you here." "Okay. Just leave it to me, the captain." Taking advantage of Luffy's absence, Usopp took the opportunity to be the verbal captain again. When he came to the manga studio, Logan saw a slender figure standing at the door. "Are you waiting for me here on purpose?" Looking at Robin in front of him, Logan asked. "What? You don't want to deal with me after our previous experience?" Robin's beautiful eyes were lively, and he stared at Logan with a perceptive gaze. "Ah, I won't be fooled by you. Because I know you are not that kind of woman. Not shying away from Robin's gaze at all, Logan looked straight at the past with a righteous face. He knows Robin's personality very well. If you want to say that Robin betrayed people, then of course you don't have to say it. The guys betrayed by her can add up to form a reinforced platoon. But you're saying that Robin is going to seduce men? Apparently, she didn't expect Logan to say this. Robin was slightly surprised. A gleam of joy flashed in her bright eyes. Oh? It seems that I still have a good impression in your heart. Isn't that obvious? Logan opened the door of the manga studio, then looked back at Robin. Please come in. Robin pouted, feeling a little frustrated. This guy is really unpredictable. It seems that all her thoughts will be seen through by him. When he came to the manga studio, Robin immediately saw several bookshelves full of mangas. If I'm not wrong, you want to read mangas? Logan came to the bookshelf and raised his chin at Robin. Come on, take whatever you like. Okay, you are really direct. Indeed, as Logan expected, Robin came to Logan for mangas. When she wanted to find out about the team with Nami just now, she was told by Kaya that Nami was practicing. Afterwards, she learned about manga practice. Naturally, she came to Logan. Logan smiled. In terms of directness, compared to you, I'm still tender. When you were in the funeral hall of Alabasta, you caught me. To be honest, I am really convinced by you. Hearing Logan mentioning this, Robin's face froze slightly, and then he chuckled lightly. I said it, it wasn't intentional. Believe it or not. I believe it. Since you said it, I will believe it. It's just. Logan sat at the table, took out the drawing tool from the system space, and asked, I'm curious, is this the first time you've done this? Hearing this, Robin's face immediately became sullen, and she crossed her hands immediately, and the ability of flower fruit was activated. Logan lowered his head in a dazed look, looking at the direction of his little brother, then looked at Robin. Hey. It's too much. He wanted to question Robin, but just as Logan looked at Robin, he saw that Robin's eyes were full of anger. As you can see, it's the second time. Robin said coldly. Just now you said you knew me? That's all. Unhappy, she dismissed Logan, and Robin turned her attention to the manga bookshelf. Why do I care so much about his opinion? Over the years, she never cared about anyone's opinion. Robin rubbed her forehead, realized that she seemed to have changed a bit, and suddenly felt a little scared. Because she doesn't know if this change of hers is right or not. Apologies for my earlier question, I recognize it was inappropriate, especially coming from me. I sincerely apologize for that. You have a very sincere attitude. Seeing that Logan, who had always baffled her, finally lost a round in front of her, Robin's mood became better. Indeed, I made a wager with you. Your last betrayal within Baroque Works was intended to be the final one in your life. If you get upset and depart now, what becomes of our bet? Logan prepared the drawing tools and came to the bookshelf. He looked at the pile of mangas that Robin was reading now, and said, to show my sincerity, let me help you choose your manga, a special privilege for you. Don't say it so seriously, didn't I already give you my first time? Although Robin said so, she was actually very happy in her heart. If it was placed a month ago, she would definitely not have any reaction to any man's words. But this person in front of her is different. Ah hey! Can't you not sound it like that? It's the first time holding hands, okay? 3 black lines appeared on Logan's forehead. If someone passed by the door at this time and spread the word, it would become an iron fact. At this time, Robin suddenly turned around and stared at Logan with thoughtful eyes. Then what else? What other first time do you want from me? Okay. I'm going. I can't beat you. Logan is speechless. Originally, Logan wanted to tease a few words to defuse the awkward atmosphere, but I didn't expect that Robin didn't accept this trick, and instead added him to the army. After thinking about it carefully, Logan will understand. After all, Robin is not a teenage girl like Nami and Vivi, who would not blush and choke when encountering such a thing. Even if Robin has never eaten pork, he must have seen pigs run. Coupled with so many years of climbing and rolling in the dark world, her mental state must be top-notch. Is that so? Robin's heart skipped a beat, and a smile appeared on his face that could not be seen to have any deep meaning. Since meeting Logan until now, she has been very passive. Nothing about her seems to be able to escape Logan's eyes. This feeling makes Robin, who has always been used to doing things on his own initiative, very uncomfortable. And she has nothing to do with Logan. But now, she suddenly seemed to have discovered her only advantage in front of Logan. If this is the case, then she know how to deal with Logan in the future. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Logan glanced at Robin suspiciously, feeling that this big sister was not thinking of anything good. Robin smiled noncommittally and did not answer Logan's question. Instead, she asked another question. By the way, just now you asked me how many times I did this. Do you really care about it? Well, she shouldn't have opened this thread. But there is nothing to hide about this question. Logan shrugged his shoulders. Of course. Hearing this answer, Robin was quite happy in his heart. This kind of feeling of being cared about is really very useful. The corner of Robin's mouth rose slightly. Then, do you want me to stop flirting on other people? Logan was really a little speechless. He showed a question mark face. I said, my big sister, why do you ask me this question? It's not that you must do what I say. However, Robin said very directly, this matter can be decided by you. If you say it, I will do it. Don't make trouble, Logan pouted. Amethyst-like pupils stared at Logan's eyes with a smile, and the corner of Ronan's mouth showed a sly arc. The opportunity is given to you, are you sure you don't want to make a decision? If I make the decision myself, I don't know what kind of crazy decision I will make. Depend on. Logan was convinced. He gave Robin a thumbs up. Okay. I will make this decision for you. Nico, Robin, you are not allowed to flirt with other people in the future. Hearing this, Robin showed a triumphant smile. Since you beg so much, then this sister, promise you. Logan rolled his eyes. Then, he was ready to draw. What are you doing? Robin wondered. Drawing. Logan spread his hands. Is there any doubt? Oh. Robin held his heart with one hand, deliberately made a look of heartache. I swore that someone wanted to help me choose the manga, but he forgot it as soon as he turned around. Men are really liar. Puff. Logan was taken aback. Goodness, that's quite unexpected. He said depressingly, didn't I just forget about this because of your distraction? Robin's red lips twitched lightly. I'm not too bothered by it. Logan came over and put on an attitude of a gentleman. Come on, I'll make it up to you now and take your concerns seriously. Robin didn't hold back, and was amused by Logan's expression. Chapter 123. Logan didn't know if it's because of her age, but Robin's choice of mangas is completely different from others. The other crewmates of the Straw Hat Pirates saw the ones they were interested in, and they picked them immediately. But Robin read many summary in succession. Obviously, she is seriously looking for manga that suits her abilities. This is a series, which belongs to the Naruto series. I recommend it for you. The Tsunade biography just now is very suitable for you, or the Senju Hashirama biography is also suitable for you. Let me tell you, these two books are suitable for you. Take it all. Logan began to persuade. Robin shook his head, picked up another manga, and said, I'll pick this one. Logan looked over and saw that the manga in Robin's hand was Uzumaki Naruto biography. She really know how to choose. Robin directly took the protagonist of this series. Although Logan still thinks Tsunade biography and Senju Hashirama biography are more suitable for Robin, but he will not forcefully change Robin's mind. Afterwards, he said, Robin, since you have chosen the manga, you have to work hard to train. At present, you are the weakest on board besides Kaya. Don't worry, I'm very strong. Pursing her red lips lightly, Robin nodded seriously. Then, she suddenly stared at Logan with a truth-seeking stare. I have a question. Ask away. Logan curled his lips, wondering what Robin was going to ask. Robin's bright eyes flickered, and there was a flash of curiosity. Just now, didn't that hurt you? Pain? Logan froze for a moment, but in the next second he realized that Robin was talking about using the flower fruit ability on him just now. Immediately, he said a little angrily, you still have the nerve to say it. Do you really need to use so much force? Robin showed an innocent expression, and said with a smile, I believe you can feel it, the strength is actually increasing bit by bit. But, to my surprise, you are fine. Logan was smiling. He explained, it's mainly my racial talent, which is born with super strong defense and super fast speed. Racial talent? Are you not human? Robin looked at Logan in surprise. Logan curled his lips, and then activated the nonsense ability, saying, my race came from Earth, a lineage left over from the ancient times. As far as I know, I should be the only one left alive. Earth. Robin frowned, and she was a little shocked. There is such a race. As an archaeologist, I have never even heard of it. It seems that my knowledge is still a little lacking. Logan smiled inwardly, and then continued, besides, even if I don't have the defensive power of the racial talent, I will be fine. Because I still have the ability of rubber fruit, the grasping power of yours will not hurt me at all. Robin finally realized how exaggerated Logan's strength was. Fortunately, she was very cautious and increased her strength bit by bit. But she suddenly smiled charmingly, okay, now that I know this, then I shouldn't have to spare any effort next time. Aha! Logan was stupefied, his eyes were filled with astonishment and shock. Hey, you're joking, right? Ha 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 ha, who knows? Winking at Logan, Robin went out in a good mood with Uzumaki Naruto biography. Listening to Robin's evil smile at the end, Logan is in a bad mood. The fruit ability of Robin. Back at the residence, Robin opened the biography of Uzumaki Naruto. She chose this manga because Uzumaki Naruto's way of life inspired her greatly. She took a quick glance just now and found that Uzumaki Naruto is very good at using Kage Bunshin to improve the efficiency of his training, which she finds very useful. With the tips from her other crewmate gave her, Robin's entry into the world of mangas was not hindered. The scene in front of her changed. Robin looked around. This lush environment is, yes, Konoha village. Perhaps because of the difference in acting style, Robin did not make friends with the protagonists of the mangas like other crewmates, but quietly lurked in Konoha village. By looking at the manga page of Uzumaki Naruto biography, Robin knew where Konoha's ninjutsu scrolls were stored. When night falls, a figure in night clothes quietly walked towards the warehouse where ninjutsu scrolls were stored. Just when Robin was about to approach the warehouse, two ninjas wearing animal masks stopped her. Robin paused, startled. When did these two guys come out? When she was reading the manga, she didn't see any guards here. Catch her immediately. The Anbu ninja with a cat's head held a kunao and gave a cold look. If Robin was a rookie, she might die at the moment. But she has learned from Logan that even death in the manga world will be fine. This is the advantage of information. Cease fleur, clutch. Without the slightest hesitation, Robin crossed her arms and activated the flower fruit ability. Immediately, 6 arms appeared on the bodies of the two Anbu ninjas, and they folded backwards and fell to the ground. Although ninjutsu is a good thing, the physical fitness of people in the Hokage world is generally very ordinary. Often a ninjutsu, or even a kunao, can kill a very powerful ninja. Looking back at the world of pirates, even ordinary minions are hard to kill with one blow. Therefore, although these two Anbu ninjas are powerful, their body defenses can't withstand this kind of body bending, and they lose their resistance in an instant. Fortunately, these guards are average. After evaluating the strength of the two Anbu ninjas in his mind, Robin was about to move on. Puff! A handful of kunao directly penetrated her body. What? Dash in going Mary's room, Robin clutches her heart. The feeling of being pierced in the heart is so real. Is this what death feels like? She have to say, just now, there is really a kind of fear of dying. Fortunately, it is not a real death. It seems that it is not an easy task to obtain the ninjutsu scroll smoothly. Robin murmured in his heart, then communicated with the manga mentally, and entered again. It's still night. Robin sneaked toward the warehouse where the ninjutsu scrolls were stored. Still the same, met two Anbu ninjas and was easily knocked by her. Then a burst of bitterness came. But this time Robin was mentally prepared and escaped successfully. Ocho fleur, flip. After determining the location of her attacker, Robin activated the flower fruit ability. Ambush me, then you die. Because it is the people in the manga world, Robin does not have any burden in her heart when she kills. Anyway, as long as she came back, everything in the manga world will return to normal. Click. An Anbu ninja on the roof was twisted. But the next moment, the body of this Anbu ninja turned into a big log. It's the Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique. Although she is new here, Robin has done all the homework and recognized this technique at a glance. The Kawarimi no Jutsu effect seen from the manga picture page is completely different from the effect seen with my own eyes. This time, Robin became more determined to steal the ninjutsu scroll and warehouse. Swipe swipe. Left, right, and behind, several bouts of attack flew over at the same time. Robin didn't engage in unnecessary fight, she just quickly noted down the positions of these Anbu ninjas. She got kill, and Robin's spirit withdraws from the manga world. Then, the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. It wasn't until Robin entered the world of Uzumaki Naruto biography for the ninth time that she finally entered the warehouse where the ninjutsu scrolls were stored. Robin turned over. The first thing that catches the eye is the Bunshin no Jutsu, Kawarimi no Jutsu, and Henge no Jutsu, clone substitution and transformation. This is the famous three-body technique, and it is also the basic ninjutsu of the Konoha village ninja exam. In addition, there are a large number of C-level ninjutsu, D-level ninjutsu and E-level ninjutsu. As for ninjutsu of level B and above, there is no such thing here. No matter how much, Robin won't take it all and will train it later. Robin packed all the ninjutsu scrolls, and exit the manga world. When Robin looked at her empty hands, the air in the whole room fell into an eerie silence. So I couldn't bring it out. Robin gave a wry smile, and worked for a long time in vain. It seems that you still have to practice in it. Then, she used up her last chance to enter the manga today. With the experience of the previous 9 times, this 10th time was naturally successful in stealing the ninjutsu scroll. Only, this time, knowing that she couldn't take it away, Robin didn't want too much, so she took Bunshin no Jutsu, Kawarimi no Jutsu, and Henge no Jutsu first. Since it can only be trained in the manga world, the scrolls in this warehouse are as simple as picking something out of a bag for Robin, so there is no need to worry at all. After collecting the 3 ninjutsu scrolls, Robin disappeared into the woods outside Konoha village. Finding a hidden cave, Robin sat down and opened the first scroll, Henge no Jutsu. Cienfleur, practice mode. Followed by Robin crossing his hands, suddenly many arms popped out from the ground. The name of the move is not important, the important thing is that Robin made so many arms not for fighting, but for practicing. She looked at the way of using hand seals on the scroll, and these hundreds of palms began to learn the techniques of forming seals at the same time. If Uzumaki Naruto saw this scene, he will definitely shout, "This is better than Shadow Clone." Going merry, in the manga studio. Ah, what a hateful lady that Robin is. Since Robin took the mangas to the present, Logan has always been absent-minded in drawing mangas. He have to say, the taste is actually a bit memorable. In order to get rid of this disturbing thought, Logan simply opened the system interface to calm down for himself. Opening the system mail on the log interface, Logan didn't expect much. After all, he only received system emails when he set off in the morning, and there is a high probability that there are no new emails now. But the fact is beyond his expectation. Your manga fan Nico Robin has improved her world strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography. She has trained Henge no Jutsu. You can simultaneously acquire Henge no Jutsu. You get points +1. FK. She has already trained a jutsu. Chapter 124. A few days later, Going Merry came to a strange sea. On the watchtower, Usopp is holding the god-killing star and is observing the distance. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound in his ear. He looked around hastily, but saw nothing. Afterwards, he raised his head subconsciously, and his eyeballs popped. No way! God-killing star Tsurubashi! Without thinking too much, Usopp drew his bow full, and the spirit Ryotsu condensed crazily. Whoosh! A ball of Shinik light was shot into the air. When the height reached about 5 meters, the Shinik light ball spread out instantly, turning into an energy net that could cover the Going Merry. Done! The rotten broken ship that fell from the sky was firmly caught by this Shinik net. Fortunately, the captain is not a weakling now, otherwise it would be really troublesome looking at his masterpiece. Usopp had a smug look on his face. After a while, under Usopp's shouting, all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates came to the deck. You mean, this thing fell from the sky? Zoro clasped his hands in front of his chest, squeezed out a finger and pointed upwards. Sanji also expressed disbelief. A ship fell from the sky? Are you kidding me? Must be dreaming. Looking at the decaying ship supported by the Tsurubashi, Chopper's eyes were rounded and he looked confused. Oh! Luffy's mouth opened into an O, and he raised his head in horror. Seems like he wanted to find the source of the wooden boat that fell from the sky. Something is falling again! Sanji yelled, pointing upwards. Usopp raised his head subconsciously, and saw a dead man's skull hitting him directly. Immediately, he yelled in horror, "Ah! It's a dead man's bone!" Then he kicked it out. "Bastard, don't throw it here! Sanji was furious and kicked back again. Joes ensue as they kicked the corpse around. When everyone was in a mess, Nami suddenly exclaimed, "No! The log pose is broken." "What?" As soon as these words came out, the crew immediately fell silent. Nami stretched out his right hand, and said nervously, "Look, the pointer doesn't move, it keeps pointing up." "No. It was attracted by a stronger magnetic force, thus updating the record." At this time, Robin spoke. She first carefully looked at the log pose on Nami's wrist, then looked up at the sky, with a worried look on her cheeks, and murmured, "If the pointer is up, it means that the record was taken away by Skypiea." "Skypiea? What is that? Is it an island floating in the sky?" Robin's words suddenly opened up the chatterbox of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Logan did not speak. Since Robin explained this matter, he naturally didn't need to say anything more. Usopp opened his mouth wide and looked up to the sky. "Is that where the ship and the dead fell from?" Zoro frowned, "But, there is nothing like an island in the sky." Robin shook his head, "No, to be precise, what floats in the sky should be the sea." Luffy cheered excitedly, pointed to the sky with his right hand, and shouted, "Go up, guys!" "Stupid Luffy, you can't turn the rudder up." Sanji pressed Luffy's mouth, then looked at Robin flatteringly, "Beautiful Robin-chan, please continue to talk." Robin spread his hands, with a look of helplessness on his face, "Frankly, I haven't read any literature about Skypiea. I don't know much about it." "Exactly." At this time, Nami took over the conversation and said seriously, "How can an island and the sea float in the air? The log pose must be broken." Robin shook his head, "No. Miss Navigator. What you have to think about now is not where the log pose is broken, but the way to go to Skypiea." Here Nami and Robin are talking, while Luffy can't help but be excited. "Usopp, put that ship down there, let's venture in." "Hey? Great idea." Hearing this, Usopp communicated with the spiritual power net. The net was released, and the broken boat on it was dumped out like garbage. Boom! The wrecked and decayed ship fell to the sea. "Gomu Gomu no!" Luffy activated the rubber fruit ability, and immediately pulled his body. "Wait for me." With sharp eyes and quick hands, Usopp hugged Luffy's and was led along with him. No matter how bizarre things are encountered, you must never doubt the log pose, this is an iron rule. In this sea, if you really want to doubt, you can only doubt the common sense in your head. Where the log pose is pointing, must there be an island. When Robin finished explaining to everyone, Luffy and Usopp also came back. "Whoa! You're going to be amazed. Because I found something really cool." As he spoke, Luffy opened a piece of sheepskin cloth in his hand and said happily, "Look." Oh! Nami, Usopp, and Chopper marveled at the trio, all showing shocked expressions. As for the others, looks very calm. Zoro didn't even come from a distance. It turned out to be a map of Skypiea. Nami took it over and watched it carefully. So, there really is a Skypiea. Luffy stretched his head over and looked at Nami expectantly. Then, without waiting for Nami to answer, Luffy excitedly pulled Chopper and Usopp. "Great! Usopp! Chopper! That's the Skypiea! We can go to the Skypiea! Don't be too happy, it's just a possibility. After all, there are too many deceptive maps in the world." Nami waved his hand and immediately poured cold water on Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper. The faces of the three of them turned black, and they stared at Nami with ashen faces. "Ah, I'm sorry, there must be." Nami quickly waved her hand. "Hey? Did that woman actually compromise?" Zoro in the distance saw this scene with question marks written all over his face. Luffy said unconvinced, "Aren't you a navigator? Think of a way." Nami was really going to be laughed out of anger. She was very angry. "You are making things difficult for others." "I don't care. We are going to Skypiea." Luffy's stubborn temper came up, and he turned into a giant baby. Nami was so aggrieved that she walked quickly to Logan, pulled Logan's arm, and said aggrievedly, "He scolded me." Puff! Logan never expected that Nami actually came to find him out. He glanced at Robin subconsciously, and saw a trace of teasing in Robin's beautiful eyes. Logan looked at Luffy, well. Luffy, quickly apologize to my Nami. I'll take you to Skypiea. Sorry. Without any hesitation, Luffy immediately stood up straight and bowed to Nami. Then, he looked at Logan excitedly, tell me, how do we get to Skypiea? Wait. Logan held Nami tightly in his arms, and said to Luffy with a smile. Wait. 3 question marks appeared on Luffy's face, is this a joke? Even Nami, who came to meet Logan, was stunned, opened his mouth slightly, and said with a confused face, I also feel that you are joking. But just when they were puzzled by Logan's words, they heard a rhythmic shouting of wheat and the sound of gongs and drums coming from the sea. Salvage, salvage! Keng 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 keng! Salvage, salvage! Keng 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 keng! Then, a huge ship comparable to Going Merry appeared in everyone's field of vision. The bow of the boat is in the shape of a monkey holding gongs, which looks cute. Here. This is the first step for us to go to Skypiea. Logan pouted in the direction of the big monkey boat, and said with a faint smile. Chapter 125. Beep. A sharp whistle sounded. Finally, there was a roar, all stand. Hi hi. Sir. Hi, hi, sir. On the deck of the big monkey ship, a group of people shouted like thunder. On the deck, a tall and majestic figure slowly turned around. Puff. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was shocked. It's a gorilla. They saw the orangutan raised his hands high and roared excitedly, preparation for salvage operations. All sunken ships are mine. Woohoo! Underscore the pirates on the deck cheered. Hey, why does this gorilla look like Luffy? Usopp complained with an embarrassed expression. Ahaha, Nami covered her mouth and laughed, when you say it, I feel like I'm looking at Luffy. It's outrageous. As long as you associate this gorilla with Luffy's appearance, you won't be able to go back. Logan yelled, and then pointed to his ear, indicating that there was something to say in a whisper. Oriflamme. Robin crossed his arms and activated the flower fruit ability. Suddenly, an ear appeared on Logan's shoulder. Logan whispered, this orangutan must have a eternal pose on his body to some near island, can you borrow it? Oh? Is this Logan asking a favor? Because Nami was here, Robin didn't say anything to tease Logan, but just looked at Logan with deep eyes. Logan understood in seconds, and immediately pouted, making a non-committal expression. Okay. I will do things for you first, and I will look for you later. Immediately, she activated the flower fruit ability. Who stole my stuff? The orangutan was about to say something when he suddenly felt his pocket being pulled out by something. The next moment, he roared, where the eternal pose? Turning his head, he looked at the arm behind him, that thing took my eternal pose. And at this time, on the outline of their ship, Robin's arm was relaying a eternal pose to the side. Then give it a hard toss. At the same time, a mouth appeared on Logan's shoulder, and Robin's voice came out, I'll leave it to you. Logan immediately activated the rubber fruit ability, stretching out his arms. After crossing this section of sea and air, he grabbed the eternal pose that was about to fall into the sea. Yes. Seeing the eternal pose in hand, Nami happily shook her pink fist. Then let's get away with it. Usopp immediately went to the helm. When Going Merry was some distance away from the monkey salvage ship, Logan leaned on the railing and shouted to the gorilla, Hey! I heard that your eternal pose is lost. We are going to J Island now, if you don't want to get lost on the sea, hurry up and follow. Ah! Hurry up! Keep up with the boat ahead. Yes. There. Was a shout from the monkey salvage boat, and then they were seen chasing Going Merry. Seeing this, Robin really feel wrong. Logan asked her to be the bad guy, then suddenly came and saved this guy acting like a hero. Robin came over, stood beside Logan, and deliberately said in a slightly resentful tone. You've wronged me. Logan spread his hands, first of all, I instigated you to steal their log pose. As for the bad guys, then at least you are the culprit, and I'm at most an accessory. Listening to Logan's defense, Robin was amused, well, what else? Secondly, if we just slipped away like this, if they didn't have eternal log, or log pose in this sea, you must be able to imagine what the consequences would be. We don't have any enmity with them. It's very unkind to steal someone's eternal pose for no reason. If it caused many of them to die at sea, wouldn't it be a lack of virtue? Although these words sound a bit like the Holy Mother, but this is what Logan said from his heart. For the enemy, Logan will not show mercy. But Logan is not interested in things that hurt people for no reason. You really are different, you're getting more and more interesting. Robin looked forward with beautiful eyes, and subconsciously glanced at Logan's bottom, then crossed his hands. Oh no! Logan made a defensive posture subconsciously. He thought that Robin was about to attack his little brother again. This is on the deck, all the crewmates are here. My shoulders are a little itchy, scratch. Robin crossed his hands, scratched his shoulders, and gave Logan a white look with a smile. This is not right. At this time, Luffy ran over and complained like a victim, didn't we agree to go to Skypiea? Why Jaya Island? Without waiting for Logan to explain, Usopp laughed and said, no, is there a need to ask? You must first go to Jaya Island, which is the closest to here, to ask about the information about Skypiea. Then won't you know how to get to Skypiea? Is that so? Luffy scratched his head and looked at Logan. Logan nodded. Okay. Let's ask for information. Luffy was happy now. In the evening, Going Merry arrived at the west blue shore of Gaia Island. Hey, hey, hey! Why are all the ships docked at the port? Our pirate ship? Usopp suddenly discovered the problem, and said with a surprised face. Nami frowned slightly, impossible. How can this many pirate ship dock at the port so openly? Oh, that makes sense. Usopp breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a horrifying shout suddenly came from the direction of the port. Murder! Usopp and Chopper suddenly showed a look of horror. They come across a murder? What kind of island is this? I think, let's not go up there, shall we? Usopp suggested seriously. Second. Chopper raised his little hoof. Luffy still looked excited. Logan, let's go find information about Skypiea. Let's go. Logan nodded, but this island really doesn't look like a safe and secure island, so please don't split up. Luffy and I will gather out information. The rest of us should stay on the boat and wait for us to come back. It shouldn't take long. I'll go with you too. I'm good at finding information. Robin volunteered. Logan thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. Then, it's up to Luffy, Robin, and I to find out the information, and you all wait here for a while. After arranging the personnel, the three of Logan got off the boat. Walking from the port to the town, the three of them saw many fights before they had walked far. It's not a problem to have a bloody head, and there are even beating people to death. This place is called Mocktown, where all kinds of self-willed and depraved criminals gather, completely out of the control of the world government. So this is a paradise for pirates, a town full of violence. Relying on the flowering ability of flower fruit's ears, Robin quickly grasped the basic information of this town. Luffy, so it's a paradise for pirates. Logan smiled, no. You have to correct it, it should be a paradise for bastard pirates. The three of us don't count. Makes sense. Luffy nodded. At this time, a sickly skinny horse passed by them. Ah! The man on the horse yelled weakly twice, and then fell off the horse. Boom! He fell in front of the three straw hats. Even though the weather was not hot, this man was wearing an old man's hat and a plush coat, and his face looked as if he was half dead. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he will soon be buried. Yo, it's this. Logan recognized him at a glance, the ship's doctor of the Blackbeard pirates, Doc Q, nicknamed Death God. What happened to that man? It seems to be vomiting blood, it seems that the fall was not light. I feel like I'm going to fall to my death, Doc Q say. The people around were attracted by the movement here. Luffy stopped, pointed at Doc Q and said, look, he fell off his horse. Logan shrugged, well, but it has nothing to do with us, let's go. Robin looked at Logan with a smile on his face, you and I can ignore death, but our Captain Luffy will not sit idly by. Logan rolled his eyes, death? Do you think he looks like he is about to die? Isn't this comfortable lying on the ground? Doc Q looks dumbfounded. This bastard boy, why do you say it like that? But his target is not Logan, but Luffy. Doc Q looked at Luffy motionlessly, I'm vomiting blood, little brother, please, can you help me up? Okay, I'll help you. Logan took a step forward, activated the rubber fruit ability, extended his arms like a crane, grabbed the Doc Q, and threw him on the horse's back. Oh, my frail and sick body, little brother. You almost threw me to death again. Doc Q was paralyzed on the horseback, looking like he was about to die. Logan chuckled, it would be great if you fell to your death. Doc Q wants to hit people a little bit. But... never mind. He handed Luffy a basket of apples hanging from the horse, take this as a token of my appreciation. Forget it. We won't eat things of unknown origin. Robin said calmly, at the same time reminding Logan and Luffy. But how can Luffy refuse food? Thank you. He immediately reached out and grabbed an apple and stuffed it into his mouth. Brush. Just when his apple was about to be delivered to his mouth, Logan took the apple and the apple basket swiftly. I'm the one that helped him? I'll get the first apple. As he spoke, Logan put the apple he snatched from Luffy into his mouth and took a bite. Ah bah! It's really disgusting. Logan spat out, looked at Doc Q with displeasure, and said, man, what a scam. I'm so kind to help you, but you actually thanked me with such a disgusting apple. Doc Q was mad. He just wants to feed this Straw Hat kid an apple, why are you getting in the way here? You like to be nosy, don't you? Immediately, Doc Q laughed and said, sorry, maybe the apple you took just happened to be rotten. There are more here, you can pick whatever you want. This apple is not an ordinary apple, but Doc Q processed it with his diseased fruit ability, and it is an apple with a disease called if you eat it, there is a probability of exploding. Just take a bite, whether you eat it or not, it will explode. Of course, this is possible. If you are lucky, you will not eat an apple that can explode. If you are not lucky, you will explode. Since this is so in the way, let him eat slowly. It's about the same. Logan grabbed another apple and took a bite. Pooh. Doc Q frowned. How lucky is this little bastard? Logan grabbed another apple and took a bite. Still. Pooh. Doc Q's face is a little restless. How can this be? He didn't even explode after eating 3? This guy is heaven-defying lucky. Pooh. 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 Logan bit 7 or 8 in a row. Doc Q has some doubts about life. What's going on with this guy? Although the apple explodes randomly, the probability is definitely not that low. Just when he was in a daze, the apples in the basket had bottomed out. Boom. At this time, there was a violent explosion not far away. What happened? A strange man gave them each an apple just now. The 5 of them just ate the apple and they all exploded. Damn it. It's horrible. Yet. The scene in the store is too miserable. There was the sound of panic from the crowd on the other side of the explosion. Hearing this, Robin's face suddenly became serious, and she immediately shouted, Logan. Stop. But Logan had already picked up the last apple in the basket and bit it down, then nodded, well, yes, this tastes very good. Doc Q is completely dumbfounded. Eat up the whole basket of apples? And then none of the exploded? This. How can this be? Chapter 126. Leaving behind a dumbfounded Doc Q, the 3 of them left. Not far away, Robin grabbed Logan and scolded him with a serious face, Logan. You were too foolish just now. What? I helped him, so it's not too much to eat a few apples. With a question mark on Logan's face, he asked in confusion. Robin didn't give him a good face, but said angrily, don't pretend to be unaware. You think I can't see it? You actually knew beforehand that those apples would explode. The slender fingers tightly grasped Logan's arm, maybe it was because of anger that they were so hard that they even pinched into Logan's flesh. Logan felt it. Robin is serious this time. Seriously concerned about his safety. To be honest, Logan was very moved. Okay. Yes. Facing Robin like this, Logan told the truth. What? Then why did you still eat? Before Robin could speak, Luffy looked at Logan in bewilderment, and even stopped digging half of his nostrils. Hearing this answer, Robin's beautiful face suddenly burst into anger. She asked angrily, bastard. What are you thinking? You don't want to be responsible to me? Nanny. Logan. And Luffy looked dumbfounded at the same time. How did it get involved in being responsible or irresponsible? Logan, what did you do to Robin? Although Luffy doesn't understand love, but these plain words can still be understood. Hey. The confusion on Logan's face became even worse, he smiled wryly, I said Robin I didn't do anything to you, did I? Robin still scolded very seriously, don't forget. You are the who has a bet with me. If you were killed by the bomb just now, what will happen to the bet? Ah! Robin, can't you speak clearly at once? Luffy also showed a relieved expression. Oh, it turned out to be this matter I thought. But Robin insisted, what? Don't want be responsible for the bet. Responsible. Logan agreed again and again, and then he explained, actually, you don't have to worry about me, I afraid of death. I dared to eat the apple, so I knew I was fine. In fact, as you can see, his apples have no effect on me at all. The reason why he ate those apples without hesitation was mainly because he got the guardianship of the goddess of holy light a few days ago. All negative debuffs have no effect on him. For something like a diseased fruit, all its abilities can be regarded as debuffs, so it has no effect on Logan. Anyway, risking your life to do something? Stop it. That's not Logan's style. Listening to Logan's explanation, Robin also slowly realized it. Logan can eat the exploding apple so calmly, he must be very confident. I won't blame you this time. But next time, if there is something risking your life, you'd better tell us in advance. So that everyone won't worry. Robin said coldly, and walked away first. Don't worry everyone. Logan smiled slightly. The three of them came to a bar and sat down to eat. Generally speaking, good and bad people are mixed in the bar, and the information that can be obtained is relatively more. There are so many people here, you should be able to find out. Logan turned Robin with his arm and whispered. Although he knew how to get to Skypiea, it was better for Robin to find out. That's more logical. Just when the two were investigating, Luffy went to the bar and took a bite of a cherry pie. He immediately shouted to the bartender in front of him with distorted facial features, "Hey, uncle! Hey! Old man!" Beside Luffy, at some point, a burly man with fluffy hair and a turban appeared. He and Luffy shouted almost simultaneously. Logan just turned around and looked over. Isn't this Blackbeard? Although he knew that Blackbeard Teach would meet Luffy on Jaya Island, Logan couldn't remember exactly where it was on Jaya Island. But now he know. It's him. Seeing Teach, Robin's face changed slightly. When she was at the Baroque Works, she was collecting intelligence almost all the time. As for the news that occurred in the Whitebeard Pirates, such a big news, it is naturally impossible for Robin not to know about it. The bartender looked at the two with an unkind expression. What are you doing? Luffy, this cherry pie sucks. Teach, this cherry pie is to die for. The two froze at the same time and stared at each other. They looked at each other speechlessly. The two drank a glass of milk at the same time. Luffy, why is this glass of milk so delicious? Teach, why is this glass of milk so bad? Luffy, is your tongue broken? Teach, is your brain broken? Luffy, uncle, I want to buy 50 pieces of meat. Teach, old man, I want to buy 51 cherry pies. Luffy, I mean I want to buy 52 meat. Teach, unlucky. My cherry pie changed to 53 pieces. Luffy, no. Change the meat to 54 pieces. Teach, cherry pie changed to 55 pieces. Luffy, 60. Teach, 70. Luffy, 80. Teach, 100. Both stood up. Do you want to fight? The two men were at war with each other. Suddenly, Blackbeard Teach glanced at Luffy and asked in confusion, "Are you a pirate?" "Yes." Luffy affirmed without hesitation. Teach, bounty. Luffy, 100 million. Teach, 100 million? Ha 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 ha, if you want to lie, don't give me such exaggerated number. Luffy, I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. Is it possible to quarrel like this? Robin looked at the two of them in disbelief, feeling that this scene was a bit incomprehensible. Ahaha. Of course, the two of them are facing each other by fate, Logan said jokingly. When the two were arguing, the bartender suddenly handed the packaged cherry pie to Blackbeard Teach, and said coldly, Hey, fighting is not allowed in my shop. Big man, take your things, go. Blackbeard Teach took the package and gave a cold cry to Luffy. He seemed too lazy to deal with such a small character, and walked out unhappily. At the door, a blond man in a coat and light-colored sunglasses passed Teach. Ah! It's Bellamy. Bellamy the hyena. A super rookie with a reward of 55 million belly. As soon as the blonde man entered the bar, he immediately enjoyed the exclamation of everyone. Obviously, he is the Bellamy of everyone. Behind him, several men and women with patterns of the Bellamy pirates tattooed on their bodies also followed in. Just now I seem to hear there is a pirate with 100 million belly is. Bellamy walked in, his face full of arrogance, he twisted his neck, and said with a ferocious expression. Hey! Kid, I'm talking to you. Is it you who has the wanted bounty of 100 million belly? Seeing that Luffy ignored him, Bellamy walked towards Luffy with a fierce face. Realizing that Bellamy was talking to him, Luffy turned to look at Bellamy. He said while eating the meat, "Oh, yes, my bounty is 100 million. With a playful look on Bellamy's face, he walked up to Luffy and said to the bartender, "I want the most expensive drink." Then he pointed at Luffy, "Give him a drink of whatever the brat likes." Okay. The bartender is a person who has seen the world, and he is still neither humble nor overbearing in the face of such vicious pirates, and quickly put 2 glasses of wine in front of the two of them. So he's a good guy. Seeing Bellamy invite him to drink, Luffy happily picked up the glass and put it in his mouth. But at this moment, Bellamy's hand suddenly appeared behind Luffy's head, and then forcefully. Bellamy's expression changed. He subconsciously looked at his hand. He saw another hand was grabbing his wrist. He originally wanted to press Luffy's head on the bar, this is his way of entertainment. But it was because of the hand that suddenly appeared that he couldn't press it down at all. You know what, you did, it's suicide. Holding Bellamy's wrist, Logan's mouth curled into an evil smile. The appearance of Bellamy reminded him of this episode. In the original plot, because Luffy and Zoro promised Nami not to fight on Jaya Island, Bellamy humiliated Luffy on the bar here. Only. Now, this kind of thing is absolutely impossible. You like to put other people's heads on the bar. Logan stood up and exerted a little force on his arms. Bellamy only felt that there was a huge force that he couldn't resist, and he immediately fell towards Logan. Logan's other hand grabbed the back of his head. Nanny. Realizing what Logan was going to do, Bellamy was furious. I, Bellamy, have always played this tricks on others, how can anyone play this tricks on me? He immediately pushed his head back. Result. Stand still. What? This is impossible. Bellamy is furious. But before he could react, Logan's palm had already been pressed. Boom. Bellamy's head went straight through the bar. Bellamy. Seeing this scene unexpectedly, the eyeballs of those members of the Bellamy pirates almost popped out. Logan kicked the bloody Bellamy to the front of the Bellamy pirates, and said with a sneer, "Don't embarrass yourself with such a thing. Pirates dare not speak. In this case, whoever has the biggest fist has the right to speak." Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that Logan's fist is bigger. Damn it! A vicious sound like gnashing of teeth came from the floor. Bellamy stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Although he felt the strength of Logan, Bellamy was not afraid. Because of his spring fruit ability user, his strength is not in static power, but in dynamic power and speed. He also met many guys who were as strong as bulls before. In terms of strength, Bellamy is not as good as them. But in the end, didn't these guys all die at the hands of Bellamy? Idiot! Do you think that having some brute force can decide the outcome of the battle? Staring ferociously at Logan, Bellamy suddenly smiled. Just because your captain has the bounty of 100 million don't think you can do anything you want. I bet you yourself only have a meager 10 to 20 million bounty. I actually let you hit me, the existence with a reward of 55 million. Presumably this is the brightest moment of your life. Excuse me. Today's new newspaper, does anyone need it? There is a newly updated bounty. A newspaper seller appeared at the door of the bar. Chapter 127. Boss, the newspaper is here. A younger brother bought a newspaper and hurried to Bellamy's. Bellamy snorted coldly and typed the newspaper. As soon as she saw the headlines on the front page, Bellamy stared suddenly. Then he raised his head and looked at Luffy. Then he lowered his head and looked at the reward order on the front page headline. Hiss! Bellamy and the little brother who handed him the newspaper gasped at the same time. What's wrong? Boss! A few brothers behind him immediately surrounded him. Result. Hiss! The exclamations of all Bellamy pirate members suddenly resounded. What are they doing? Why do all of them look like they saw something extraordinary? What the hell are they surprised about? The pirates in the bar all looked confused. Newspaper, get a newspaper. Suddenly, someone yelled at the newspaper seller at the door. I'll have one too. Give me one. Soon, newspapers were sold out. Hiss. Hiss. A moment later, there was a sound of shock resounding in the bar. What are you guys doing? Luffy picked his nostrils in bewilderment. He stretched out his hand, extended his arm, and took a newspaper from one of the pirates. Immediately, Luffy saw his profile picture being placed on the front page headline. Hey? Isn't this me? Luffy glanced down. Bounty order, Monkey D. Luffy. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, a reward of 150 million belly. Hey? Did they raise my bounty? Luffy was stunned, then he turned to the second page, and immediately grinned. Logan, they have raised your bounty too. See only on this page. Reward order, Logan. The deputy captain and mangaka of the Straw Hat Pirates bounty reward of 180 million. If Logan not mistaken, the reason for the increase in the bounty is probably because of Alabasta. Because Luffy defeated Crocodile head-on, Marine Headquarters officially paid attention to his combat power, and it was normal to offer a reward of 150 million. But why is he up so much? Logan is a bit confused. During the incident in Alabasta, he also fought against Mr. 2 and MR4, and he didn't show too strong fighting power at all. What's more, his battle in Alabasta was only seen by a few people. It is impossible for these people to be bored enough to explain Logan's combat power to Marine. Generally speaking, Marine's reward orders mainly refer to two criteria. One is strength, and the other is the danger of this person. Outrageous, my price is inflated, Logan pouted. But what he doesn't know is that he has now been designated as the most dangerous person in the Straw Hat Pirates by the Marine Headquarters. As for why? All thanks to Marine Headquarters Captain Hina's report. Luffy continues to flip. Next is Nami's reward order, 96 million belly. Logan can understand Nami's reward. Finally, there is a bounty order for another the Straw Hat Pirates. Roronoa Zoro, offering a reward of 140 million belly. For Zoro's reward price, Logan was not very surprised. But this time, Zoro's bounty is no longer listed separately, but belongs to the Straw Hat Pirates. Logan afraid if it wasn't for the Alabasta incident, Marine Headquarters still wouldn't know where Zoro belongs to. At this time, seeing this new information, Bellamy might just be fallen shock to the ground, if he hadn't been supported by the subordinate behind him. Boss, what should we do? Bellamy's lackey asked. Bellamy was a little confused, panting nervously. But suddenly, he looked at Luffy, Logan, and Robin, and frowned slightly. These three guys don't look like vicious big pirates at all. Just now he was about to use his fruit ability to deal with them, when the newspaper seller came just in time. Mad, is it too a coincidence? Thinking of this, Bellamy suddenly laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. FK. The lackey and other pirates around were all scared. Your life and death are unpredictable, but how can still laugh in this situation where a bigger pirate you offended are right in front of you? Please, even if you are not afraid of death, we are. The big pirate with a reward of more than 100 million is not a murderous existence? And there were two of them standing in front of them at once. The other person, although they doesn't know how much she is worth, but she who can stand with this big pirate is obviously not a good person. Facing Bellamy, who suddenly laughed wildly, Luffy tilted his head with a question mark on his head. What are you laughing at? Bastard. Think you can trick me, Bellamy, by deliberately getting someone to pretend to sell newspapers? A wicked smile suddenly appeared on Bellamy's face. He looked at Luffy and Logan madly, and pointed at them with a very exaggerated shape. What a coincidence. This newspaper seller just appeared at the door by such a coincidence. Ha ha ha. Bounty of 150 million and 180 million. Ha ha ha. Let me, Bellamy, expose you clowns. Bellamy laughed and bent his legs slightly, as if in a horse stance. Under everyone's horrified eyes, his legs turned into two springs. Not good. It's that move. Run. We will suffer too. The pirate in the bar ran out in fright. That's too late. Dong. 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 The moment Bellamy started it, his figure instantly crashed into the wall inside the bar. Then bounce off and crash into another wall. It's bouncing off, it's crashing into another ceiling. In just a short moment, Bellamy's figure has bounced dozens of times in this bar. From the beginning, they could still see its trajectory clearly, but later it turned into an afterimage. Anyone who is touched will be spurted blood and fly out. Luffy stood there, seemed a little bored, and started yawning. Go to hell. Catching Luffy's yawn, Bellamy's projectile rush at Luffy in an instant. Whoosh. Faster than a bullet. Bellamy rush into Luffy. In the blink of an eye, Bellamy has already approached Luffy. But at this moment, Bellamy just felt as if his head had been slammed by a train. Under this huge force, its impact route was forcibly changed, and it hit the ground with a bang. Boom! The ground of the bar directly exploded into a pit. The terrifying vibration and roar made everyone frightened. When the dust from the floor exploded and fell, everyone's eyes widened fiercely. What? Everyone looked at Bellamy, who was dying in the pit, and all of them turned pale with fright. Are you kidding? You can get hit at that speed. Bellamy, with the bounty reward of 55 million belly, looks like a baby in front of him. The reward bounty in this newspaper is absolutely true. Now, no one is doubting the authenticity of this bounty. Ah, uncle, is the meat I want to pack ready? Luffy looked back at the bartender, seeming to have forgotten about beating Bellamy. You. _ Bellamy spat blood at the mouth and looked at Luffy, who was walking back and forth beside him with a blank face. He has a tattoo, the logo of the Donquixote family. With constant pleas, he wants to join the Donquixote family. But Doflamingo only agreed to lend him the pirate flag, but there is a condition. Once Bellamy is defeated, return the flag back to Doflamingo. Now, he was defeated. Bellamy was filled with grief and indignation at the thought of being expelled from the Doflamingo family camp. Hateful. Too strong. He wanted to get up, but found that his brain was like a paste, and he couldn't move for a while. I said you squint your eyes, you are really lucky today. At this time, Logan kicked Bellamy casually with his foot. Under normal circumstances, I would tie up a clumsy guy like you and cash you out to the marine. But today our captain is in a hurry to go Skypiea, it's inconvenient to keep you on board, so I'll let you go. Skypiea. Hearing this, the bar suddenly fell into a weird atmosphere. Whoa, ha 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 ha. Skypiea? Haha, they want to go to Skypiea. A pirate couldn't help laughing out loud, tears were about to burst out. But the next moment, he quickly covered his mouth, with a look of horror on his face. FK. Did they just laugh at some big pirates worth over 100 million? All the pirates in the bar looked at him like they were looking at a silly wall. They're going to Skypiea, it's ridiculous. Didn't you see that everyone was trying their best to hold back their laughter? Only you are the bravest idiot. Oh? This is funny. Logan looked at the pirate with a playful face. The pirate with a rough appearance suddenly fell silent like a cicada, his legs kept moving, and he knelt down in horror. I should die. I should die. Sorry. Forgive me. He obviously has a vicious look, but at this moment he looks like a 3-year-old child who has made a mistake, smacking his mouth non-stop. Too lazy to care about this mental retardation, Logan glanced at the faces of everyone in the bar. No one knows about Skypiea. Yes. A pirate wearing a red hood said nervously, on the east coast of Jaya Island, there is a guy named Mont Blanc Cricket. That guy should know something about Skypiea information. East Coast, Mont Blanc Cricket. Logan murmured and repeated, then nodded to this person. Very well, this is your reward. As he spoke, Logan threw a 100,000 Bailey note over. Ah! Thank you. Although this 100,000 belly is not a huge sum of money, it still depends on who gave it. Okay. Let's go, East Blue Shore. Luffy carried a large bag of meat on his shoulders and ran out excitedly. The pirates, who were so frightened that they stood in the way, quickly moved to both sides to help them escape. Logan lowered his head and glanced at Bellamy. If I'm not mistaken, the logo on your chest should be the family logo of that idiot Doflamingo. Hearing this, Bellamy immediately yelled, damn it! I don't allow you to say Doflamingo like that! Snapped. Logan extended his arms and slapped him while standing. Immediately honest. Logan pouted, to be honest, there are many people who regard idols as their beliefs, but a guy like you who regards garbage as an idol is really sad and pitiful. Shut up. Doflamingo is not trash. Listening to Logan insulting Doflamingo, Bellamy couldn't stand it. But you are. Logan stepped on Bellamy's chest with one foot, bent his body, and pointed at Bellamy. You hyena is garbage in the eyes of Doflamingo, even worse than garbage. Ha 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 ha. Bellamy laughed wildly suddenly. Do you think that I will be disappointed in my young master? No. I will be loyal to Doflamingo no matter what. Young master? Although he is a piece of rubbish, you should ask yourself, do you deserve to call him that? Logan smiled, with a playful twitch at the corner of his mouth. Believe me, if a dog in my family was bullied, I would bring the dog back and deal with the person. But yes, you are being bullied by me now. Do you think Doflamingo will help you out? Bellamy's face is extremely ugly. Although he wanted to refute Logan, but he knew that what Logan said should be right. Looking at your good luck today, let me give you a word. A lion will never treat a hyena as a friend. If you want to be a friend of a lion, first turn yourself into a lion. After speaking, Logan took a step forward and walked out grinningly. Robin glanced at the crowd, and then followed out. Bellamy. As the second in command of the Bellamy pirates, Sarquis rushed over to check Bellamy's injuries. Without answering Sarquis's words, Bellamy looked at the ceiling, recalling the intersection between Doflamingo and himself in his mind. Even though Bellamy admired that guy so much, that guy never looked him in the eye. He thought. As long as he work hard enough, he can get his recognition. But he forgot. Doflamingo is a lion and he is a hyena. Damn it. Bellamy, stop being a hyena. I want to be a lion. Chapter 128. Going merry. Ah. There are 140 million bounty on that damn green moss heads. I don't even have a bounty. In the conference room, Sanji held the newspaper he just bought from the messenger seagull, and complained angrily. You are the 9th strongest member of the team, what's the matter, do you still want to revolt? Zoro crossed his legs, looked at his bounty happily, and even showed it off to Sanji. Seeing Zoro's smug look, Sanji was really annoyed. He retorted, bastard. Who is the 9th? Including Miss Kaya, there are only 9 people on board. Zoro spread his hands, that's right, so you are the 9th, aren't you? Ahaha. Usopp burst into tears from laughing. Although Usopp didn't also have a bounty, he and Sanji have exactly the opposite reaction toward. He felt that the lower the bounty, the safer. Coincidentally, Chopper thought so too. Sanji, it's a good thing we didn't get a bounty. Chopper sparkled with cute big eyes, and explained excitedly, this way Marine won't be able to pay attention to us. Don't. I want to overtake this green moss. Ah. After thinking for a while, Sanji protested to Logan, no, next time let Zoro guard the sheep, I will fight. Logan shrugged his shoulders, okay, no problem. For Sanji's no bounty reward, Logan is not surprised. In the previous battles of the Straw Hat Pirates, they have officially entered Marine's sight twice. The first time Sanji was buying ingredients, the second time Sanji was on the ship. It's such a coincidence. But since Sanji really want a bounty, then let him fight too next time there is a fight. Time flies, the next morning. Look. There's a big house ahead. Usopp called everyone out. Nami put up the pergola with her hands and said softly, that guy live there. Luffy rushed out, and immediately showed the surprise of a country bumpkin, wow. What a great palace. Yes. Chopper sat on Luffy's head, also nodded. Seeing the appearance of Luffy and Chopper, Zoro shook his head speechlessly and sighed, idiot, open your eyes and take a good look. Sanji took out the cigarette from his mouth, and said with some disdain, what a scam. It only looked like that in the front, it's just a guy who loves vanity. At this time, the Going Merry came to the shore. Everyone also saw the side of this mansion. What? Both Usopp's and Chopper's jaws dropped. Luffy jumped onto the land, looked at the back of this luxury house in a daze, and said in a daze, it's just a board. This man must be a cheapskate. Sanji said while furling the sails. Nami lay on the bow of the boat, rubbed his chin lightly for a while, and then asked Robin, why was this man live here? Did you find out when you were inquiring about the information? I don't know about this. Robin smiled lightly and spread out his hands, but I heard that a lot of gold is buried on this island. Gold. This word made the eyes of Nami, Usopp, Luffy, and Chopper all brighten up. Chopper, quick dig the ground. There is gold. Nami commanded. Okay. Chopper was also full of enthusiasm. Logan looked at Chopper dumbfounded. Chopper, don't bother. The gold is not in the ground. Not underground. There are 2 question marks on Chopper's head. Where is that? Logan pointed to the top of his head. Up. Ah? Is there gold in the sky? Chopper froze. Others also looked over. Usopp asked with great concern, Hey, Logan, are you sure? Logan smiled, No, I guessed it. Everyone was speechless. Logan, do you still remember that on the way here before, the log pose has been pointing towards the sky? As soon as these words came out, Luffy became excited. Of course I remember. We are going to Skypiea. But, even if Skypiea really exists, it can't be said that the gold here was taken by the people above, right? Nami frowned and asked suspiciously. Logan shook his head, No, I mean, the gold goes to the sky with the island. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. This is impossible. Logan, you are taking a big joke. How can an island go to the sky? Only Luffy didn't have any doubts, he shouted happily, so that's how Skypiea came from. Everyone looked at Luffy at the same time, stupid. That's just Logan's guess. At this time, Robin said softly, Logan, tell me, the reason for your guessing like this. Logan explained, on the way here just now, I felt that the coastline on the map here was a bit strange. When I docked, I observed it again and found that the coastline here is not purely natural, as if it's like breaking a biscuit. Zoro glanced at the map, You say that, I seem to have the same feeling. Hey? Seems to make sense. Nami pouted slightly, and suddenly felt that Logan's body was full of wisdom. Hey. This speculation is very possible. Usopp grabbed the map and drew along the coastline with his fingers. Look, the coastline here is completely different from the other side of the island. It's really like what Logan said, it seems to be broken from the middle gone. At this time Logan continued, So, is there a possibility that the Skypiea was connected to this island a long time ago? My God! Logan, you are so smart. Nami was engrossed in listening, and immediately pulled Logan's arm, with a look of pride on his face. It sounds very reasonable, but the logic is still a bit ridiculous. Robin is quite rational. Sanji also agreed, That's right. It's too ridiculous. Second. Zoro agreed with Robin. It's not ridiculous at all, I think what Logan said must be true. Luffy still firmly supports Logan. Certainly. It can also be said that he is actually just a firm supporter of the idea of going to Skypiea for an adventure. Luffy, you have a real eye. Nami gave Luffy a thumbs up. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly looked at the wooden table at the door of the house. Hey? There is a picture album here, it looks like a book from a long time ago. As he spoke, Nami read out the title of the book to himself, Noland, the Great Liar. As soon as these words came out, Sanji looked nostalgic, what a familiar name. I read this book when I was very young. Nami frowned, Did you read it when you were young? It says it was released by North Blue. Sanji nodded, Ah. I was born in North Blue. Didn't I tell everyone? Usopp leaned over, I always thought you were from East Blue. Ahaha. It doesn't matter where I am. But this story is a household story in North Blue. The main character is. Sanji seemed to remember this deliberately, and began to tell the story of the great liar Noland to his crewmates. When he finished telling the story, Nami stood up excitedly, Just now Logan said that Skypiea may have been connected with Jaya Island in the first place. You still don't believe it? Do you believe it now? Without giving everyone a chance to speak, Nami presented the evidence himself. Robin just found out that there is a lot of gold buried on this island. And Noland also said that there is a lot of gold here 400 years ago, but when their fleet arrived here and saw no gold. Noland firmly believes that the half of the island has sunk to the bottom of the sea, but after so many years, no one has found any signs of the island sinking to the bottom of the sea. That's why people regard Noland as a big liar. But the real reason is that the island flew into the sky. Oh my God! This is exactly what Logan speculated. Nami danced and danced happily. Robin looked at Nami, then at Logan, her eyes were full of envious youth. Hey! I said Nami big sister, it was clearly conjectured by Logan, why are you prouder than him? Usopp's eyes widened, thinking Nami was being a bit exaggerated. Zoro smiled lightly, you are really stupid to ask this question. Who are you? Suddenly, Mont-Blanc Cricket appeared and made a gesture of fighting ready. Uncle. We came here specially to ask you for advice on how to get to Skypiea. Luffy cut to the chase, and one ran over. Skypiea. Cricket was taken aback for a moment, and then sprayed, ha ha ha. Do you believe in Skypiea? We believe. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates answered in unison. Such a firm answer really surprised Cricket. That place. But no one believes that there is a place. The only person who said that place existed was a big liar 400 years ago. Uncle, don't you believe it? Luffy looked at Cricket innocently. Don't believe it. Hearing this, Cricket suddenly fell into a complicated mood. He laughed at himself, hee, I don't know either. But I know that there is a person who has always believed in the existence of Skypiea. But that person is a world-famous the big liar. Afterwards, Cricket also told the story of the big liar Noland. However, he spoke from the perspective of the descendants of the parties involved, and the amount of information is obviously much more than the story Sanji told. Finally, he took out a Noland's logbook, which recorded some things about Skypiea. Uncle. I understand your difficulties. Seeing Cricket's dejected look, Logan walked over and patted him on the shoulder, then changed the subject, but, what I want to tell you is that Skypiea definitely exists. Believe it or not, Mont-Blanc Noland is not a big liar, but a real adventurer. And we Logan pointed to himself and everyone, we will follow in his footsteps and go to Skypiea to see it ourselves. Luffy raised his hands high and shouted firmly, yes. We will follow in the footsteps of Noland and go to Skypiea. Listening to the thoughts of everyone in front of him, Cricket's eye sockets are wet. Could it be that the big liar who has been regarded by people for 400 years? Are you really not a liar? After a while, Cricket seemed to have made some decision, took a deep breath, and looked at everyone seriously, okay. Since you want to go to Skypiea, then I will help you. Chapter 129. East of Jaya Island, somewhere in the sea. An extremely large whirlpool is spinning at high speed. Goodbye. It's up to you. Come on. On the sea outside whirlpool, two guerrillas from the Saruyama Alliance and a group of pirates shouted at the Straw Hat Pirates from a distance. With their help, Going Merry was able to prepare to enter whirlpool position. And the center of whirlpool is the breaking point of the soaring ocean current. Thank you for coming to see us off. Goodbye. Luffy stood at the bow, waving sincerely and thanking. On the side, Usopp's face was blurred, wait. Don't go. Take us back quickly. Chopper yelled in horror, Don't fight, you won't be so scared. Logan laughed, and then comforted, don't worry, I can save you if you get off the boat and capsize. Logan remembered that in the original plot, Usopp, Chopper and Nami were the one complaining and panicking. Only. Today's Nami has shields and fly cards, which are enough to save lives, so there is no need to be afraid. As soon as Logan thought this way, Nami exclaimed, it's terrible. She threw herself into Logan's arms, if the boat capsizes, be the first to save me. Hey. Nami, you are too cunning. You don't need to be saved at all. Usopp and Chopper protested. Nami's little head turned in Logan's arms and gave Usopp and Chopper a devil face. The timid duo was immediately scared. Logan looked at Nami, who took the opportunity to ask for a hug, and somehow felt a little cute. Okay. I'll save you first. Smiling, Logan hugged Nami in his arms. My Nami-chan. Sanji said he couldn't accept it. Zoro looked at the sea with his arms folded, his expression calm. Rumble. The whirlpool seemed to have entered a state of stagnation, and there was a faint roar from the bottom of the sea. Not good. Usopp quickly hugged Chopper. Robin-chan, please give me a hug. Sanji looked at Robin obsequiously. Robin smiled, go and hug Zoro. Puff. Zoro looks dumbfounded. What did I do wrong? Ha. Logan was also amused. Then, he looked at Robin, only to see that Robin was also stealing a meaningful look from him. It seems to be saying, if you have a younger sister, you immediately forget your older sister? Then, under Logan's surprised eyes, Robin crossed his hands and activated the flower fruit ability. A round of flowers blooming, control the handle. Logan's eyes widened suddenly. FK. Robin actually engaged in a surprise attack. But now he is holding Nami, not only can't stop him, but he also has to try his best to pretend nothing happened. Otherwise Nami noticed something strange, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Boom! At this time, the roar of the sea floor suddenly became louder. Stop! Just as everyone was listening to the movement on the bottom of the sea calmly, a loud shout suddenly came from the surface of the sea. Gee ha 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 ha! The Straw Hat pirates, I finally caught up with you! A huge ship appeared. On that ship, stood 4 big pirates of different shapes. Who? Sanji asked with an annoyed look on his face. Hey? It's that idiot I met in the bar in Mock Town. Seeing Blackbeard teach, Luffy was very upset. It was the first time he met a guy who was doing everything against him. From Luffy's point of view, this is purely the other party's finding fault. Luffy said angrily, Hey! Nasty guys! What are you doing here? Jahahaha! I'm here to take the heads of the 3 of you who have a bounty reward of over 100 million. Please die obediently. Looking at Going Merry right in front of him, Blackbeard stood on the big ship, dancing happily. He held up several bounty orders, and opened his big mouth that missing a few front teeth. Straw Hat Boy, bounty of 150 million belly. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro, bounty of 140 million belly. The Deputy Captain Logan bounty of 180 million belly is offered. Killing the 3 of you will make me famous. It will be no problem to become a Shishibukai. Asshole! When Nami heard that the other party actually wanted Logan's head, he was about to strike Blackbeard with lightning. Don't move! Logan held Nami tightly and did not let her leave his arms. Because of Robin's control, Logan is a bit embarrassed now. As long as Nami leaves, no one will cover him. But those bastards! Nami raised her little head and looked at Logan, with unhappiness written all over her little face. It's okay, they're going to be in bad luck soon. Logan said. Nami was very curious. Bad luck? Rumble. The roar from the bottom of the sea answered for Logan. The next moment, the sea level below the Going Merry suddenly rose. What's going on? What's that? Blackbeard, who was originally excited, suddenly darkened and looked at the sea. For Devil Fruit ability users, the sea is always the most terrifying enemy. Boom! Soaring ocean currents erupt. The majestic wave column blasted directly into the sky like a fountain. Going Merry, which is located in the middle of the ocean current, is like taking a soaring elevator and being rushed up instantly. And the big ship of the Blackbeard pirates, which is at the junction of the soaring ocean current, is in bad luck. The powerful cutting force immediately broke the big ship and threw it into the air. Whoa! The 4 members of the Blackbeard pirates uttered horrified shouts, and fell to the sea. The other side. The Going Merry went up with the waves, but gradually deviated from the waves at the top. Not good. We seem to be falling. Sanji shouted with a serious expression. Wow! Just as I was talking, a sea kings fell out of the sea and fell to the bottom. Seeing this scene, Usopp yelled in horror, Wow! If we are thrown like this, we will be smashed to pieces like the ships that fell before. This is terrible. It's a disaster. Chopper has turned into a full-body fried hare. No way. Is it really going to fall? Nami hugged Logan tightly, her face full of worry. Although she has the fly card, Logan also has it. But the flying power of the fly card can only save themselves, but cannot help other crewmates. If she really falls, she dare not think about the consequences of her crewmates. But Logan is not at all worried. He doesn't even know why is Usopp so worried. Even if the Merry fall, wouldn't it be enough to just take out the god-killing star and shoot the Tsurubashi? You are our navigator. Think about it, now there are waves rushing upwards, and the wind brought by the thermal current on the bottom of the sea is also rushing upwards. Holding Nami's little face gently, Logan smiled and pouted at her. Aha! Being reminded by Logan, Nami suddenly became enlightened. She was pleasantly surprised. Yes. There is wind. There is sea. I didn't expect that. Logan, thank you for reminding me. In the original plot, this is the way Nami came up with. Everybody gather right away. Hurry up. I have a solution. Nami turned her head and ordered loudly. Good. Without hesitation, everyone lowered their sails immediately. Call. The moment the sail was lowered, it was blown up. Wow! The ship is flying. Everyone shouted in surprise. All the way up. Don't get too excited, I'll come to the cabin. Logan took Nami to the door of the cabin. Although everyone doesn't know why, since Logan said so, there must be a reason for him. Then, after everyone entered the cabin, Logan flipped his palm, and the shield card appeared. An energy barrier sealed the cabin door. Hey? Are we going to dive? Luffy asked curiously. Usopp immediately retorted, what kind of water is diving? This is heaven, idiot. Then the Going Merry plunges headlong into the sea water. Ah! Why is there still sea here? Chopper's eyes widened, looking out. Usopp looked stunned, oh. It's really the sea. Luffy was very happy, wow haha. The sea in the sky. Ah, hello. Logan, how do you know there is an ocean in the sky? Sanji frowned slightly, confused. It's not difficult to guess, right? So many seawater rushed into the sky, but I haven't heard of them falling down. Did the seawater disappear? So I guess, the so-called empty sea should be formed in this way. Logan activated the nonsense fruit ability. Relying on the innate advantages of spoilers, as long as the words are reasonable, all nonsense is the truth. Just relying on this information to infer that there is a sea above, Logan, you are too smart. Nami felt happy to die today. Yet, if Logan hadn't thought about it earlier, we might be drowned by the sea now. Looking at the sea water that is still going on outside, Usopp said with lingering fear. As expected of the team's brain. Zoro also commented seriously. Sanji looked sad, oh. No wonder Nami-chan clings to you every day, you are such an enviable bastard. After a while. Wow! With the sound of the water being broken, the Going Merry floated to the surface of Cloud. Cloud. The outside is above the clouds. Where is this place? It's a vast expanse of whiteness. When Going Merry stabilized, everyone on the Straw Hat Pirates rushed to the deck, looking outside like a fairyland. Wow! Suddenly, Chopper yelled, he nervously pointed to the distance, look, that looked like someone rushing toward us. Everyone looked over immediately. They saw a man wearing a mask, holding a shield, and aiming on a cannon toward them. Hey! Stop! What do you want? Sanji was the closest, and he yelled at once. Destroy you! The person who came was very straightforward and kicked Sanji directly. Are you kidding? Sanji was disdainful, raised his heel and kicked back. Hey! As soon as he lifted his leg, he found that he couldn't use his strength. Boom! Sanji was kicked to the ground. Hack! A thunderbolt fell from the sky, knocking over the masked man immediately. The altitude here is 7,000 meters, the air is thin, and you will not be able to adapt when you first come up, so Sanji will not be able to use his strength. Logan's hand flickered with the lightning arc of the thunder card, explaining. I see, no wonder I also feel weird. Luffy shook his arms and took a deep breath. Zoro also moved, and nodded, it's really a bit hard. Ah, why didn't you say it earlier? Sanji lay on the ground with a dazed expression. Sitsaizi. At this time, the native masked man twitched twice, and growled in a low voice of resentment, you are the same as Enel. Chapter 130. Who is Enel? The crowd asked in bewilderment. Logan didn't make a sound, pretending not to know. At this moment, another thick voice appeared, enough is enough. Hey! With the sound of flapping wings, a big bird flew over. On his back, an old man dressed like a medieval European guard knight jumped up. Who is it this time? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates turned their heads to look at the knight who was behind with a confused expression. When the visitor saw the man in the mask lying on the ground twitching, he was taken aback for a moment, and asked in surprise, you were defeated. Sanji asked straight to the point, hey! Who is he, and who are you? Do you know each other? I am the Knight of the Sky, Ganfall. Ganfall answered with a righteous face, and then he looked at Sanji, are you guys from the Blue Sea? Blue Sea people are people who live under the clouds. In short, you should be from the Blue Sea, right? Ganfall explained. Luffy understood, and nodded immediately, well, if you put it that way, then we are indeed from the Blue Sea. Wait a minute, let's talk business first. At this time, Ganfall interrupted Luffy, and then introduced himself, I am a free mercenary, and this is a dangerous ocean. You Blue Sea people are not good at air combat, and if you come here, you either will be caught by the gorillas then chased or died in the belly of the fish. Ganfall took out a whistle and threw it at Luffy. It's a whistle. Luffy caught the whistle with a big baby's joy on his face. One blow, 5 million XTAL, I will come to rescue you. Ganfall looked serious and offered the price. Old man, I don't think we need that. Logan took the whistle from Luffy and handed it to Ganfall. Hearing this, Ganfall looked at Logan, and then at the Shandia gorillas lying on the ground. He said in a deep voice, "Oh? It seems that you can easily defeat the gorillas. Indeed, your strength is not bad. However, you are newcomers, and it is easy to suffer losses in battle. Forget it, you keep this whistle. It is a gift for everyone. Blow the whistle once for free. Call us with this whistle, and we will be there on call." Since these people are strong, Ganfall felt that there was no need for him to stay any longer, so he turned around and said to the bird, "Let's go." They saw the bird screaming strangely and flapping its wings. When flying about 2 meters into the air, its figure suddenly changed dramatically. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a horse with wings. Oh! It's Pegasus! It's so awesome! Flying horse! The eyes of the trio were so amazed that their eyes were about to fall out. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Although my crewmate Pierre is a bird, he had eaten the horse fruit. So, he is indeed a Pegasus. Ganfall turned his head to explain to everyone, then pulled the rein and shouted, "Pierre! Braves people, I wish you good luck." Leaving a dashing word, Ganfall disappeared into the clouds. Wow! This old man is so cool. Luffy is still engrossed in Pegasus' handsome appearance. Robin shook his head slightly, "I thought I could find out some information." As a result, he didn't reveal anything. Nami also sighed, yet, he didn't say anything. "Don't think about that, there seems to be a waterfall over there, let's go over there and have a look." Logan pointed forward and said. Robin frowned slightly, "Is that a cloud?" Chopper leaned on the railing next to Robin, with a curious expression on his face, "What a strange cloud." Luffy jumped onto his special seat and raised his arms, "Okay, it's decided, let's go over there and have a look." When the Going Merry got close to the waterfall, everyone saw a door in their field of vision. I saw 4 words written on it, "Heaven Gate." Usopp panicked when he saw these words. What happened, did we die? Hey? Maybe we were already dead when the sea was soaring into the sky, and now our souls are flying into the sky. Zoro rubbed his chin, analyzing thoughtfully. Sanji nodded, that makes sense. Then it's not hard to understand why this world is so strange. Ah? Are we dead? The innocent Chopper took it seriously again. Crunch! When approaching this door, an old woman walked out of a room below. Click! As soon as the old woman came out, she took a group photo of the Straw Hat Pirates and asked, "Are you here for sightseeing?" But without waiting for the Straw Hat Pirates to answer, she said indifferently, "It doesn't matter what kind it is, if you want to go to the upper level, please pay the entry fee, 1 billion XTAL coins per person. This is the law." Wow! Is this an angel? It looks like a sour plum. Luffy is always concerned about other people's appearance. Usopp was surprised, 1 billion? How much is this converted to belly? Nami on the side is more direct, with a black line on his forehead, "Excuse me, if I don't have money. You can go in too." The old woman said without hesitation. Aha! Really? Luffy, Nami, and others are excited. The old woman's face was gloomy, and she continued. "I'm neither a doorman nor a guard, I just want to ask you what your intention." Suddenly, Logan spoke. He looked at the old woman indifferently, and asked, "You just said that the entry fee of 1 billion XTAL coins is a legal requirement. If we go directly without paying the money, will it violate the law? Your laws here?" The old woman's face was slightly surprised at first, then she returned to a gloomy look, and shook her head, "No." Whoa! Logan smiled inwardly. This F-king old vulva. In the original plot, the old woman did not tell the Straw Hat Pirates about the consequences of not paying the money. Of course, the Straw Hat Pirates didn't ask either. But now, Logan asked, this old cunt actually said that he would not break the law. Logan was stunned. "Okay. Let me tell you, we are pirates from Blue Sea. According to our rules, if someone lie to us, they will be killed. Don't worry, I'm not lying." Facing Logan's threat, the old woman curled her lips in disdain. "Kill me? Hee hee. As long as you take one step now, your life is in the hand of God. What bullshit threat? Don't care about it all. Luffy laughed happily, wow haha. That's great, Grandma, you are so kind. We all going in. Logan, this old lady is so nice, why are you threatening her? Usopp accused. Okay. Then go in. The old woman said coldly. Then. Boom. Boom. A large crab emerged from the sea of clouds below. What? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates came to the railing to look out. The old woman explained, it's a specialty of Skypiea, express shrimp. It will send you up. The next moment, the express shrimp moved, picking up Going Merry and rushing towards the sea of clouds above. Looking in the direction of the disappearing Going Merry, the old woman picked up the Den Den Mushi and dialed it. Heaven's Gate Monitoring Officer report, Almighty God and all the priests, 9 unlawful invaders in the air holy place of the kingdom of God to execute the heavens sanction too. As soon as her voice fell, she suddenly felt something was wrong. As soon as she raised her head suddenly, the old woman saw a lot of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared above her head. Trouble, trouble, like compressed clouds. Ah! Almighty God, did I make any mistakes seeing the thunder and lightning? The old woman immediately thought it was done by a god, and hurriedly knelt down and begged. Boom! The thunder and lightning converged into a thick pillar of thunder that couldn't be embraced by 3 people, engulfing her in an instant. Ongoing Merry. Logan looked at the thunder card with lightning flashing in his hand, and there was a hint of displeasure on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 131. The express shrimp held the Going Merry all the way up, and the surrounding clouds became a spiral strip. Suddenly, there is a hole in it. Seeing the hole, Usopp yelled, Hey, hey! What is that place? Why does it look like the exit of the large intestine? Puff! Everyone sprayed the old trough in unison. The next moment, everyone rushed out from this exit. Express shrimp let go of its claws. The Going Merry drew a perfect parabola, and then landed steadily on the cloud. Wow! It's Skypiea! It's exactly the same as the Skypiea on the map. As soon as he saw the beautiful scenery on the cloud, the map appeared in Luffy's mind. Yes. Forests, buildings, sea of clouds. All the same. Wow! Luffy jumped off his legs and went down. Doan! 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 The ground of this island is soft. Really? OMG! Same as cotton candy. The stunned trio had jumped off and had fun. I can't stand those 3 guys, they just know how to play, I really can't do anything about them. Sanji walked to the edge of the deck, made a complaint. Nami pulled Logan, Logan, let's go down too. Good, now that we're all here, wouldn't it be in vain if we didn't experience Skypiea's cloud trampoline? Picking up Nami, Logan jumped down. Ha 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 ha! Being hugged by Logan, Nami was very happy. Following the soft clouds, everyone came to the shore of the Sea of Clouds. Hey! Someone's out there! Usopp held the god-killing star in his hand, and his vision was excellent. With his eyes, he could see someone on a mountain bag in the distance. Chopper's eyes widened, oh, is that kind of gorilla again? No, it's an angel. Sanji suddenly noticed the slender figure and stared straight at him. Ah so! The girl with an almost perfect figure turned to look at the Straw Hat Pirates, and then slowly walked over. Hello, my name is Conies. Are you from the Blue Sea? She saw Luffy holding things that looked like pumpkins, and said with a smile, this is the Angel Beach of Skypiea and that's Gonashu, do you want to drink it? Aha! Okay. Luffy immediately put the other party into his friend list. After a while, Conies' father came from the sea and talked with everyone very kindly. Logan knew that these 2 people had actually received orders from the priest to lead them to the altar of living sacrifices. But their hearts are not bad. Although they didn't say anything now, but in the original plot, Conies still couldn't harm others with no conscience, and told the Straw Hat Pirates the truth regardless of her own life. The same goes for Conies' father, who eventually helped the Straw Hat crew escape. For these, Logan pretended not to know. If they were exposed now, wouldn't they be branded as bad guys? This is Waver, right? Nami walked over to the ride that Conies' father had just put down, full of interest. I'll try. Luffy is like a naughty child who wants to rush to play with everything. He snatched the handle from Nami's hand, then looked down at the pedal, and asked, is this the accelerator? Step on it and it will run, right? Is not that? Conies' father smiled, and was about to continue to say something, but Luffy had already stepped on it. Wow! ___. The waver and rushed out. Luffy drifted horizontally like a piece of clothing caught by a speeding motorcycle. Wow! Why is it shaking like this? Luffy tried desperately to hold on, but... Boom! Waver turned over. Usopp looked disgusted, the boat capsized. Zoro nodded, and it's a backflip. Sanji folded his hands in front of him, smoking a cigarette and said, by the way, I wonder if the devil fruit user will sink in this sea. Zoro, well, this is not an ordinary sea after all, maybe it will float. Amid everyone's words, Luffy just sank. Whoosh! Not good. Seeing this, Zoro immediately plunged into the sea. Whoosh! Logan activated the rubber fruit ability, instantly stretched his arms, and grabbed the place where Luffy sank. Dazzling! Robin crossed his arms and activated the flower fruit ability. Immediately, a series of eyes appeared on Logan's outstretched arms. Go a little to the left. Further down. Okay, catch him. Relying on his vision, Robin directed. Scary, one of my feet is already going through the clouds. Luffy, who was lying on the ground, spat out sea water while talking with lingering fear. In order to make full use of the power of the hull you need to be gentle. Waver's hull is made very light, and a slight wave can cause the left and right rudder to shake. If you are not a person who knows the ocean well, it is difficult to do. Coney's father explained with a smile. Chopper suddenly showed a disappointed expression. Ah! It's so difficult. I wanted to ride it. I've been practicing since I was a kid, it's hard to do it on your first time. Coney squatted down her slender legs slightly, comforting Chopper with her own experience. Coney's father said with certainty, if you train for 10 years, you should be able to learn it. Ah! Usopp's jaw was pulled to the ground, his eyes popped out, that's too long. But at this time, Sanji's exclamation came, Nami-chan, be careful. That's very dangerous. Zoro also said, Luffy almost fell just now, you better not try. Luffy had already regained his senses at this time, he chuckled, when she falls like me, she will stop playing. Nami ignored the contempt of these people, but waved to Logan, Logan, come surf with Waver with me. Usopp laughed loudly, you are trying to cheat Logan. Zoro pouted, she is afraid of falling alone wanting to pull someone with her. Chopper persuaded very seriously, Logan, don't go. Wow! Nami-chan, let me go. I'd be willing to fall to my death. Sanji had little red hearts in his eyes. Aokiji covered her mouth, amused by Sanji's appearance. Logan came over, stepped on the Waver, and hugged Nami's waist, let's go. Luffy smiled darkly, hey, Logan, you will regret it. Logan spread out his hands and made a face to everyone, just wait and see Nami and I surf happily. Whoosh! Nami stepped on the accelerator, and Waver rushed out lightly. Accelerate, turn, drift. All in one go. What? Hey? Why can she ride? How can she ride so well? Everyone in the Straw Hats was shocked. Hee, am I good? It's the first time I rode so well. Let's go explore, Nami asked and then accelerate, leaving the other crew. Ah! Damn, Logan, kidnapped Nami-chan. On the shore, Sanji burst into tears. Zoro glanced contemptuously, idiot. It was obviously Nami who abducted Logan. Give up. Bastard, I'll fight with you. Sanji fights with Zoro. Let's go to my house. Coney's father sent an invitation. The other side. Nami's mood at the moment is like taking her boyfriend for a ride. In a blink of an eye, a large forest with towering old trees appeared in front of it. Hey? It's so big here. Subconsciously stopped, Nami looked at the forest in front of him, a little curious. I don't know, why don't we come down for a walk? Logan pretended not to know, jumped lightly, and jumped to the ground. Great. As long as she can be alone with Logan, Nami doesn't care about anything. Holding Logan's arm, the two walked into the forest. Help! Suddenly, a terrified shout came from the front. A bloodied barefoot man rushed out of the forest with a delirious look on his face. When he saw Nami and Logan, he cried like crazy. Help me! Please! I missed the boat and got left behind. I beg you all to save me, let me repay you whatever you want. The barefoot pirate was on the ground, crying and shouting non-stop. Logan, he. Looking at the person in front of him, Nami was a little overwhelmed. Her intuition told her that it was dangerous here. Since we met, it can be regarded as a kind of fate. Logan shrugged his shoulders, and he said, however, I will just deal with the people chasing you. As for how to get out of here, you can figure out your own way. Ah. Good. Well, thank you, thank you. The barefoot man seemed to have grasped at straws and kowtowed desperately to Logan and Nami. Woo, I can really escape. But then another barrage of voice came to the vicinity of Nami and Logan. Damn it, you actually came to snatch my prey. Ha ha ha. Of course I can take your prey. You too, this prey will belong to whoever grabs it. In a burst of banter and quarrels, 4 people chased out from the forest. One with the orange hat, as fat as a ball. A hairstyle like spider feet, shaped like a cow. One wears an aviator's helmet and goggles, and rides a 3-legged bird. A bald muscular man wearing sunglasses. Looking at the 4 people who suddenly appeared in front of him, Logan couldn't help but smile. Isn't this the 4 priests of Skypiea? Chapter 132. Hey? There are actually 2 more people. Priest Shura, who was riding a bird, swooped over and laughed excitedly when he saw 2 Blue Seas people appearing in front of him. Immediately, he looked at the barefoot pirate and gave him a thumbs up. That's great, 1 attracts 2, you are really a qualified prey. Gitatsu, a priest with a spider leg haircut, sneered coldly, now things are getting interesting. 4 people divide 3 prey. Whoever doesn't grab it is an idiot. Ha ha ha. That can't be me. Fat ball priest Satori smiled very gently, if the person who saw him for the first time, probably would not think he is a good person. You 3 don't get in the way, they are all mine. The priest with bald head and sunglasses, seems to think highly of himself, and doesn't take the other 3 priests seriously. Without giving the other 3 people a chance to react, he rushed towards the 3 prey in front of him. Ah! The barefoot pirate yelled in horror. He almost used his strength to crawl to the back of Logan and Nami. He didn't know if Logan and Nami were the opponents of these priests, but these 2 were his only hope. Eisen whip. The moment he got close to Logan, his sword form changed into an extendable iron whip and traveled straight to Logan. Logan raised his hand to catch it, and looked at calmly. Humans always eager to fight to the death on such boring things, it's really sympathetic. Such philosophical words are certainly not an original by Logan. It's the persona of the priest in front of me. As soon as Logan said this. Was taken aback. Bosom friend. He was overjoyed immediately, yes. I also often sympathize with weak human beings. Logan said with a faint smile, then, what is the solution? Immediately said seriously, of course we will kill them all. This way there will be no sin. Hearing this, Logan looked thoughtful, then nodded, then, the weak people should be killed. That's right. So. Being weak is the original sin, so don't complain. Still with that very philosophical expression, swiped his arm. Eisen fan. Dorm his sword into a fan and target it towards Logan. Clang. Logan just grasped sword lightly, and held sword in his hands. What? Ohm's face changed, you actually grabbed my sword. The corner of Logan's mouth slightly raised a mocking arc. He ignored Ohm's surprise, but said with a faint smile, as you said, being weak is the original sin, and they really shouldn't complain. It's just that you don't even have the eyesight to tell who is the weak one. Whoosh! Logan activated the rubber fruit ability, and his arms stretched instantly. Directly choked Ohm, who was 3 or 4 meters away from him, by the throat. Stupid! This is self-inflicted. Seeing this scene, Satori sat on the tree branch, showing a mocking smile. At the same time, Ohm also grinned, no, I didn't make a mistake. The weak one is indeed you. As he spoke, he opened his hands, and a large amount of iron clouds emerged like steel forks. Eisen fork! With a low shout, the sharp and dense iron fork stabbed at Logan's arm. Watch out! His iron sword is sharp. The barefoot pirate hiding behind Logan shouted in horror. It's not how kind he is, but once Logan is killed, his fate will be death. But the next moment... King 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 king! The sonorous breaking sound is extremely ear-piercing. Nanny! The barefoot pirate's eyeballs were about to drop to the ground. He saw those incomparably sharp iron sword all shattered when they stabbed Logan's arm. Impossible. This time, couldn't calm down anymore. How could someone block the attack of the Eisen fork with only flesh and blood, and even break the Eisen fork? However, he didn't have much time to think about these issues. Because suddenly Logan rushed out and reached out to his neck, actually strangling his throat. Throat. Feeling the lack of oxygen, rolled his eyes and tried to grab Logan with both hands. You idiot, what are you doing? Priest Shura scolded disdainfully. Not good. Is going to pass out. Satori was the first to realize something was wrong. He stepped on his foot, appeared in front of Logan in an instant, and slapped Logan on the body. Impact. Boom. Feeling the power of the shock, Satori is satisfied. The impact dial he has on his bod has reloaded it many times and has reached the maximum force of his full impact. Now at such a close distance, it completely hit the opponent's body. There is no doubt that this man is dead. Stretching out his hand to push the middle of his glasses frame, Satori retracted his clapping gesture, and then slowly turned his gaze to Logan. The moment his eyes made contact with Logan's, Satori's heart skipped a beat. What happened? After being completely hit by my strongest impact, why is his face still so calm? What are you doing? Logan looked at Satori with a look like looking at a fool, and stretched out his hand casually, also strangling Satori's neck. Not good. Let's go help. Priest Shura frowned, and immediately hopped on the three-footed bird and swooped towards Logan. Attack him together, Shura shout. Okay. Gidetsu, the priest at the side, fully agreed, but said in doubt, but the question is, why can't I see them? Shura turned his head and looked, suddenly furious. Idiot. You are closing your eyes. Ah. Sorry, I forgot. Gidetsu opened his eyes, and then he and Shura attacked Logan respectively. Logan. Nami whispered. Although only Logan's name was mentioned, the tacit understanding between the two was enough for Logan to know that Nami was asking if she needed her help. I will deal with these pieces of trash, and don't get your hand dirty. Logan smiled, and then both arms tied a knot around the necks of Satori and and then continued to stretch. Whizzing. They strangled the necks of Shura and Gidetsu respectively. In this way, Logan strangled the necks of the four priests at the same time with only two arms. SHHHHHHH. The barefoot pirate was shocked. He knows the strength of these priests too well. In front of these priests, he is as humble and weak as an ant. But in front of Logan, these priests became like ants again. Terrible. This world is indeed a world of the strong. Cut off his hand. Shura shouted hastily. It can't be done. Gidetsu replied truthfully. At this time, was already in a state of severe hypoxia, and his head began to droop to one side. On the other side, Satori was not much better, his eyelids began to turn white. But at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared above the sky of this forest. As soon as Shura looked up, he was overjoyed. Great! It's God, he will made the move. The next moment, an extremely huge beam of lightning, like a waterfall, slammed towards Logan viciously. Boy, you surprised God to make a move. You'll be honored if you die. Shura seized the time to taunt, otherwise the other party would not be able to hear the taunt after being scorched by lightning. Rumble. A waterfall of lightning instantly swallowed Logan and Nami. Although the barefoot pirate was located on the periphery of the lightning beam, the powerful impact directly lifted him into the air, crashed into a tree, and made him unconscious. Not, Gidetsu wanted to speak. Stupid. Why are you biting your lower lip? Shura cursed speechlessly. Ah. I forgot. Gidetsu's teeth let go of his lower lip. Gidetsu took a big breath, and then said, it should be over now, right? Shura immediately sneered, nonsense. Do you actually doubt God's power? That kind of thunder attack, they must be dead already. But, why are they still standing there? Gidetsu pointed forward with a confused face. Shura opened his eyes suddenly. FK. What's the situation? Sitsaizi. The currents on Logan and Nami's bodies were still running wildly, but they didn't appear to be burned at all. On the other hand, who was caught by Logan, was also included in the range of the lightning because the distance was too close. At this time, his whole body was scorched black and emitting blue smoke. The protagonist's fruit is indeed a bug. As an ability user of rubber fruit, Logan is not afraid at all. Tens of millions of volts? Hundreds of millions of volts? It's all useless. The setting of this world is that rubber is not afraid of lightning. As for Nami, of course Logan protected her immediately. The thunder card and the shield were thrown out at the same time. The energy of the thunder card enters Nami's body, and Nami becomes a lightning body temporarily, so he is not afraid of thunder and lightning. Shields can also block lightning attacks. Logan used the two together only for reasons of caution. But when Logan looked at himself, he unexpectedly discovered that Nami's thunder card was also used on him. The shield protected both of them at the same time. Good girl. He want to experience the lightning protection function of Luffy fruit, but he don't even have a chance. Shura only had time to say a word before his consciousness became blurred. Gidetsu over there also started to roll his eyes. This time, it wasn't that he forgot something, but that he really rolled his eyes because he was strangled. At the same time, Holy Land of God. Enel, who was originally in Laying, suddenly bounced up. His mantra is powerful enough to scout the entire Skypiea. Just then, he sent a 50 million volt thunderbolt down, thinking that the little trouble would be solved. But after the thunder had been split, he clearly felt with his mantra that those two voices were still there. But the voices belonging to the four priests disappeared. He stood up abruptly, and after carefully sensing the voices of those two people, he activated his thunder fruit ability again without saying a word. 80 million volts. A thunderbolt waterfall that was thicker than before fell to Logan and Nami, who were far away in the forest. It should be fine now after the thunder and lightning, Enel perceives with mantra again. But with this perception, Enel was dumbfounded. Damn it! Why are their voices still there? Okay. Then let you taste the most terrifying thunder and lightning. Immediately, Enel beat the thunder drum behind him. Boom boom boom. As the drums sounded, Enel instantly turned into a thunderbolt form. Then, it became a titan existence like Thor. In the state of Thor, Enel points the direction of Logan and Nami with the stick in his hand. Boom! For a moment, the world changes color. Between the sea and the sky of the entire Skypiea, there is only the color of thunder and lightning. Boom! The indescribably terrifying thunder and lightning, with the power of destroying the world, swallowed the location where Logan and Nami were. The originally thick ground was directly penetrated at this moment. You can even see the sea below. Logan and Nami used fly cards at the same time, with wings on their backs, floating in the sky dodging Enel lightning. Looking at the four priests who had been strangled by him and lost consciousness, Logan suddenly lost his strength. Originally, he wanted to kill the four priests who helped the evil. But just looking at the hole below that directly leads to the blue sea, Logan suddenly had other ideas. A crackling slap. The four priests were awakened by Logan. No, not dead. What happened to the ground? What's the situation with such a big hole? What is this? Damn it, did Enel did this? As expected of Enel, he pierced it with one blow. But why didn't the two of them hurt at all? At this time, the four priests were tied up by the rope formed by Logan's hand and could not move. You four are frogs in a well who only bully the weak here, don't you underestimate the people of Blue Sea? Then I will show you the Blue Seas. As he said that, Logan swung his arm and threw the four priests down from the courtyard. Ah! __. The four priests wanted to say something, but before they could open their mouths, they fell into the clouds. Although they all have wings, such small wings can only provide them with 5 gliding at most. Want to fly up? That was all dreaming. Throwing them down from here will definitely not kill them. But when they fall into Blue Seas, their next journey must be very interesting. Afterwards, Logan asked Nami, how do you feel about the thunder and lightning just now? Nami laughed loudly, hee hee. It's my first time to take a lightning shower, it's so fun. Puff. Holy Land of God, Enel's blood surged when he heard the conversation between these two voices. Lightning shower? This is blasphemy against God. Chapter 133. Skypiea, Hidden Cloud Village. This is where the Shandia people live. Whipper. The fair-skinned female warrior Riki rushed into a tent and yelled at the Mohawk man who was sitting with the Shandia chief, the priests, all the priests are dead. What, are you serious? As a great warrior of Shandia, Whipper knows how strong the priests are. If one of the priests died, it would definitely be big news for Skypiea. It must be nonsense to say that all 4 priests are dead. It's true, their voices are gone. At this moment, Isa, the little girl who came in with Raki, spoke. All the people in the tent immediately cast their gazes over. They can disbelieve Raki's words, but they will definitely not disbelieve the little girl Isa's words. She was born with an ability they call mantra, and Isa's mantra has never missed. Since she can't hear the voices of the four priests, it means that they really disappeared. Isa. Are you sure? Beside Whipper, a warrior wearing a white knitted hat, Braham walked quickly to Isa, squatted down and asked seriously. Isa nodded. Yes, just now, the voices of the four priests disappeared, and only the voices of the 3 Blue Seas people remained in that forest. Hearing this title, all the soldiers in the tent showed anger. It seems that there are more powerful Blue Seas people here. But now is our good opportunity has come to eliminate Enel. Whipper pondered for a while, and then ordered, notify everyone immediately, and we will leave in an hour. Angel Island. Logan and Nami went back to Koni's house and didn't mention anything about the 4 priests. Because, it doesn't matter to them. Let's go. To Lovely Street. After everyone finished eating, Luffy happily went to visit Lovely Street. It's rare to come to this heaven on the clouds, and other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also want to see what the commercial street here looks like. Lovely Street was also built with island cloud. People walk on the ground of Cute Street, and you can see some novelties of Skypiea everywhere. Especially all kinds of shellfish/dial have complicated functions. It can be said that this is Usopp and Nami's paradise. The two of them are making crazy big purchases. As pirates who have experienced many battles, they can easily detect that the emotions of the people around them are not right. They seem to be avoiding us. Usopp frowned slightly, and said with some doubts. Sanji rubbed his chin. It's so strange. Those beautiful angel sisters turned their heads away when they saw me. Could it be because they were shy? Zoro curled his lips. You idiot with curly eyebrows, that's obviously an expression of fear to curly brow. Wow, haha. It feels so good, there is no one blocking the way on the street. Luffy still had that heartless look, with a happy face. Logan, these residents seem to have misunderstanding toward us. Nami took Logan's hand, feeling very confused. I don't know, but it doesn't matter, we're just here to visit Skypiea, and we'll leave when we're done. Shrugging his shoulders, Logan also pretended not to know. When it was almost sunset, Luffy suddenly looked at Koni seriously, and said calmly, why did you keep shivering after you came out of your house? Ah! The angelic immature face was suddenly filled with panic and bewilderment. Her small mouth twitched twice, nervously faltering, is there any? Yeah, Sister Koni's, you seem to be afraid of something. Kaya, who had been walking with Koni's, nodded seriously. She felt it most clearly. Looking carefully, your complexion is really bad. Luffy will be very serious once he gets serious, he continued, although I don't know what it is. But people on the street are afraid of us, and you must be for the same reason. If you are embarrassed, then we will do it travel by ourselves, you can just leave. Hearing this, Koni's little face was full of pain and confusion. She shook her head and said in pain, no. Hey. Could it be that she wants to? Stupid, there are so many dramas. Idiot, shut up. Seeing Koni's appearance, the residents of Angel Island all showed nervous expressions on their faces. And Koni's. Her weak body trembled even more. After a while, she suddenly seemed to be considering giving up something, and she gritted her teeth and said, didn't you find out? Actually, from the moment you entered the country, you have been judged as a legal invader. And our task is to lure you illegal invader to the priest's trial ground. The more she talked, the more painful it became. Koni's weak shoulders were already shaking, she suddenly slumped on the ground, and cried out in pain, I'm sorry, you guys run away. Ah! Usopp was shocked, how did we become invader? Sorry. Koni's broke down in tears, covering her red lips with her small hand, if we find that criminals are not led to the sanctioned place, we will all be killed. This is the duty of citizens. Ah! Hearing this, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was extremely surprised. Immediately, they looked at the surrounding Angel Island residents again. It turned out to be a group of extras. Bastard! Offense to God! Get that girl! Do you know what you're talking about? Shut up! The surrounding residents have been completely deserted. There are even a few who are close and want to rush to grab Koni's immediately. But at this moment, buzz! In the sky, the incandescent light shines. It's too late. Don't get close to that girl, she has been judged by God. Amidst the exclamation of the people around, a torrent of thunder like a waterfall fell instantly. Ah! Facing the fate of death, Connie screamed in fear. But after calling for a few seconds, she was shocked to find that. How can she still be alive? Moreover, there is no pain in the body. Subconsciously, she looked up and immediately saw a circular energy barrier in the air 2 meters high. When the torrent of lightning fell on the lightning barrier, it was like running water rushing against an iron wall, and it immediately scattered and splashed around. Not a shred of it fell on Connie's. This. Not only Connie's, but all the people around also widened their eyes suddenly, as if they saw a ghost. Under God's judgment, I did not die. Eyes full of panic, Connie's gasped. What God's judgment, it's just a clown. Logan held the sky with one hand, and in his hand, the energy barrier spread out into a circle protecting Connie's and the Straw Hat group below. Ah! He said God is a clown. Stupid Blue Seas people, they are trying to die. It's over. There will be an even more terrifying punishment from the gods soon. Even though Logan blocked Enel's thunderous waterfall, in the eyes of these Angel Island residents, Enel is still a god. They didn't think these people were Enel's opponents just because they blocked a lightning strike. Hello, Luffy plucked his ears, and asked with some displeasure, who is the god you are talking about? Usopp is also very confused. Yes, shouldn't God protect believers? Why kill you? You don't need to ask them, they've already been scared out of their wits by the clown who claimed to be a god. At this time, Nami spoke. When she was in the Holy Land of God before, after Logan threw the 4 priests down, he deliberately let Nami know about Enel through the mouth of the barefoot pirate. Luffy immediately looked at Nami. How do you know? Nami shrugged his shoulders. When I was playing with Logan, I accidentally broke into a big forest. I met 4 people who called themselves God Priest. Ah? You have met a priest? Connie's was terrified. She looked at Nami and Logan carefully, but asked strangely, why are you all fine? Logan smiled. Those 4 weak idiots wanted to kill us, I threw them off Skypiea. Now they have fallen to the Blue Seas, I don't know if they are dead or alive. Hey! Can you not brag like that? How could the priests be thrown away by you? They are the messengers of God. Any priest can kill you. The residents talked a lot. Seeing the cowardly look of these residents, Nami was very angry. She scolded coquettishly, what a god! It's just a shrinking turtle who dare not show his face. Logan immediately said, that's right, if he has even the slightest bit of courage, let him appear in front of me right now. Bastard! How dare you underestimate God? At this time, a thunderbolt fell from the sky and landed not far in front of the Straw Hat pirates. Afterwards, the thunder and lightning condensed into the shape of a person. Then, it turned into an entity. Ah! It's God! God is coming! God, we are all loyal to you. The residents of Angel Island knelt down in a panic. The same is true for Connie's. As soon as her knees softened, she was about to kneel down. But Logan grabbed her, looked at her, and shook his head, don't kneel down to a clown. Yahahaha. What a ridiculous Blue Seas people, do you think that killing my 4 priests will threaten my status as a god? After Enel solidified his body, he looked arrogant and unruly. He stared blankly. He glanced at Logan and the others, not paying attention to them at all. When Enel said this, the residents of Angel Island were all shocked. What? They actually wiped out the 4 priests? At this time, Luffy took a step forward and looked at Enel with anger in his eyes. Hey! Are you the so-called god who makes these people feel frightened? That's right. Enel raised his chin and sneered, stupid Blue Seas people, what do you think? As soon as the words fell, Luffy wiped his nose, I want to beat you up. Saying that, Luffy jumped up directly. The arm stretched back suddenly, and then slammed into Enel fiercely. Enel raised his lazy eyelids, oh, so brave, he said words of praise, but his tone was full of mockery. Sitsizi. It can be clearly seen that Enel's body is sparkling with electric sparks, indicating that he has entered elementalization. On Luffy's side, a jet-black armament haki suddenly appeared on his arm. This is the 3rd time he has faced Logia Devil Fruit user, and his proficiency in using armament haki have increased. But for Enel this is the first time he met someone with this capabilities. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said with a joking smile, "Oh? You can make your arms black to make it look more powerful? Yeah, ha 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 ha. Naive, I am a god. Gods will not be beaten." Immediately, Enel directly opened his arms to welcome Luffy's fist. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is dumbfounded. Good guy. Why every Logia ability user has this kind of virtue? Logia logic? Let's call it suicide. Chapter 134. Boom. Luffy's fist falls. In an instant, the earth roared and the island clouds splashed. Exclaim from all the residents of Angel Island. They all stared wide-eyed and opened their mouths wide, their eyes full of unbelievable expressions. At the intersection of all their eyes, Enel was lying on the ground spouting blood from his mouth. What? It turned out to be a puny god who can be beaten with one punch. Luffy looked at Enel lying at his feet, looking a little disappointed. Originally, he thought he could have a good fight, but he didn't expect to end the fight with one punch. Puny god. Listening to Luffy's evaluation of him, Enel's mouth is almost crooked. I am a god of Skypiea. Damn it. I was careless. Enel gritted his teeth and forced himself up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Luffy fiercely. Your black fist can hit me. Ah. Hearing this, Luffy was slightly taken aback, and then a black armament haki appeared on his arm. Did you mean this? The moment he saw this black medium, Enel subconsciously froze and said nervously, that's right. What is that thing? He looked at Enel incredulously. Ah? No way, you don't know armament haki. Armament haki? What's that? Listening to Luffy's tone, Enel had a bad feeling in his heart. How do you feel that from the tone of the other party's speech, it seems that this kind of thing is very common. A large part of the reason why Enel is invincible on Skypiea is because he is thunder ability and he can ignore physical attacks. But if there is an ability that can hit him at will, then his invincible advantage will be gone. It's a way of training method that everyone can do. In short, it's a very common thing in blue seas. This is just Luffy way, otherwise, if it's someone else, why would they bother indulging Enel curiosity? Enel is heartbroken. Common thing in the blue seas. But suddenly, his eyes froze, he stared at Luffy carefully, and then laughed loudly. You must be lying to me, right? It's not like no one from blue seas has come here before, why haven't I met Thin in that situation? As he said that, Enel pointed the stick in his hand forward. Think I'm so easy to deceive? Even if your armament haki can hit my body, you still have no chance of winning in front of me. I was careless just now, and now I'm serious. You bastard from blue seas, prepare to accept God's punishment. As he said that, Enel took a step forward, and the metal stick in his hand rushed toward Luffy. Luffy didn't talk nonsense, just punched out, and covered armament haki. It's useless. As long as I stop being careless, in front of this god, any attack will be ineffective. Sensing Luffy's attack trajectory, Enel casually avoided Luffy's punch. Immediately afterwards, he stabbed Luffy in the stomach with a stick. No matter how you move, I can always dodge your attack. For his mantra, Enel was very confident. However, Luffy stepped sideways and avoided it easily. Enel frowned. What? You also mantra? What mantra? I don't know. I just used observation haki just now. I have seen through your movement. Luffy spread his hands, and then he punched Enel with another rubber fist. Seeing Luffy attacking again, Enel laughed. I've said it before, you can't hit me under the mantra. Sure enough, as he said. Whoosh. Luffy's fist brushes past Enel's side. It's useless to talk about it all, and you still have to fight pointlessly. You are really stupid blue seas people. The corner of his mouth curled up in mockery. Enel planned to play Luffy well and get back the face he lost just now. But... Enel suddenly felt something was wrong. Because Luffy's fist brushed past him, but he didn't take it back. Then he felt Luffy's fist coming from behind him again. Enel dodged, and avoided it again. However, at this time, Luffy's arm had already circled Enel's body with a punch. You got fooled. Luffy looked serious, and continued to wrap Enel around with his elongated right hand. In the blink of an eye, Luffy's right arm wrapped around Enel like a rope. Wait! Suddenly realizing what Luffy was going to do, Enel yelled. Wahaha! Let's see how you run this time. Luffy stretched out his left hand and punched Enel. Asshole! Enel was furious, trying desperately to dodge. However, under the constraints of Luffy, the space he can dodge is very limited. Boom! Enel tried his best to dodge, but he was still hit by Luffy's fist firmly, his eyes went dark and stars appeared in his eyes. Luffy is so smart. The king of support, Chopper, cheered happily. Although Luffy is usually a bit of an idiot, don't underestimate Luffy's combat IQ. Zoro commented seriously. Kaya pursed her lips and laughed, ha ha ha, I don't know if you are praising Luffy or scolding Luffy. Luffy, give him a few more punches, this guy is not a good guy. Logan reminded. Good. Luffy punched Enel again and again, Enel's face was swollen. Is that all right? Luffy helped Enel sit up and showed Logan his beating results. Logan thought about it. Enel has ruled Skypiea for 6 years, and he has already created a strong shadow in the hearts of the people here. And trampling Enel's dignity in front of these civilians can very well weaken the fear of the so-called gods in the hearts of the residents of Angel Island. Just a few punches from Luffy are not enough. There are so many people who died in his hands, just a few punches are too cheap for him. How about this, let's fight together. Have a good time. As he spoke, Logan took the lead, punching and kicking Enel. This kind of thing of eliminating harm for the people, how can my great Usopp be missing? Damn guy, I have to vent my anger. Nami-chan has made a move. Then I will too. I'm coming too. Under the call of Logan, all the crewmates of the Straw Hat Pirates surrounded them, and then they beat and kicked Enel. When everyone stopped, Enel was swollen into a pig's head. Logan looked at the residents of Angel Island, now, tell me, is he a god? This. The residents of Angel Island look at me and I look at you, wanting to say something, so they seem afraid to say anything. Logan curled his lips slightly, and then looked at Conies. Conies, tell me, is this vulnerable guy a god? Although Conies is also very afraid of Enel, after all, she has already betrayed Enel just now. Now encouraged by Logan again, she took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to shout, no. He is not a god. He is a complete jerk. Logan said again, come on, Conies, come and kick him to relieve your hatred. Anyway, I can guarantee that he will never stay in Skypiea again. Good. Conies is like something broken now, anyway, I have already done one, so I am not afraid to do another. She walked up to Enel and kicked him hard. Kicking and yelling, bastard. Devil. You are nothing. Don't you want to taste the feeling of putting the so-called god under your feet? Logan looked at the residents of Angel Island again, and shouted at them, come on, anybody want to try kicking God? The residents of Angel Island still look at Logan, no one dares to take a step. But at this moment, a voice shouted, I'm coming. Everyone looked in the direction of the source of the sound. It's McKinley. The captain of the White Beret. Isn't he the law enforcement team under Priest Enel? Why is he so brave? No one in Angel Island expected that McKinley would be the first to stand up. But, Logan is not surprised. Although this guy is dedicated to carrying out Enel's orders. But he also just wants to protect the residents of Angel Island. In his opinion, as long as Enel's orders are carried out, Enel will not harass the residents of Angel Island. That's why he became Enel's lackey. But, that doesn't mean he doesn't hate Enel. It can be said that he is definitely one of the people who hate Enel the most. Bastard Enel. McKinley rushed over and kicked a football. Enel's head is shaking like a rattle. Phew. Cool. So cool. With one foot down, McKinley shouted, so it's such a cool feeling to pull this self-proclaimed god off the altar. Asshole. 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 McKinley fiercely vented the depression in his heart for so many years. I'm coming too. Soon, a second brave villager came up. The third. The fourth. The fifth. Later, the hatred that the residents of Angel had been oppressed for so many years broke out. The dignity of God was trampled on by them. The fear of God in their hearts gradually melted away. Chapter 135. Near Angel Island, a group of Shandia warriors are flying in the air on special shoes made by a special dial. Are you sure it's lovely street in Angel Island? Whipper asked while looking at Isa as he advanced. Isa was caught in Raki's arms and nodded quickly, yes. Enel's voice appeared on Angel Island, but, just now, his voice seemed to disappear. What? Gone again? Seeing that we were about to arrive at Cute Street, but Enel left again, isn't this a waste of work? Isa shook her head, no. He shouldn't have left. You have to figure out what it means if Enel doesn't leave and his voice disappears. Warrior Braham reminded in a cold voice. Raki said dissatisfiedly, Braham. Watch your tone. Braham pouted, I just couldn't believe what Isa said. No. It seems to be true. At this time, Whipper looked forward in amazement. Directly on the ground of that lovely street, Enel is being kicked and punched by the residents of Angel Island. Later, other Shandia warriors also saw this scene. What? How could Enel be defeated by those Angel Island residents? How can this be? This must be a lie. Even though the soldiers of Shandia were thinking about Enel's death all the time, they couldn't believe such an outrageous thing. Isa has heard it all, so it's definitely not wrong. Although I don't know why Enel did this, isn't it time for us to take back the land? Whippersay's lit up, his feet moved, and he rushed towards the street. Enel, you will die today. With these powerful people die together. When he came to the sky above the crowd, Whipper carried the cannon on his shoulders, aiming at Enel, and the crowd below was a single shot. The crowd screamed. Logan flipped his palm, and the ability of the shield card was activated. The power of the explosion and the scorching heat were all blocked by the energy barrier. Then, he used the ability of the thunder card. Hack! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and knocked Whipper to the ground. Damn it! It's Enel! Braham yelled with a stern face. Raki also suddenly realized, no. This is a trap, Enel lured us here. Save Whipper, let's go. Several Shandia soldiers were about to fire indiscriminately. Hack! 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 A few bolts of lightning came down, and all the warriors of Shandia stopped. Don't move around. None of your people are dead. It wasn't Enel who fired the electricity just now, but me. Looking at Whipper, who wanted to get up and fight, Logan warned. He knows that these guys don't care about indiscriminate, as long as they are not from Shandia, they will kill them all. Therefore, Logan can only give them a lightning strike first to calm down. Beep. At this time, Logan blew the whistle that Ganfall gave him. Pi. With a cry, Pierre appeared with Ganfall on his back. Ah! Seeing the situation at the scene, the former god of Skypiea was directly stunned. Since everyone is here, let's first talk about why we came here. As he said that, Logan began to talk about the things they encountered when the ship fell from the sky, how the island of Jaya was split by the knockup stream. He even told the story of the great liar Noland. What? Some people want to ask why these guys can patiently listen to Logan so much? If you are hung over your head by lightning, you are more patient than them. When Logan finished talking about these things, Ganfall was extremely shocked. He widened his eyes and said, our ancestors have passed down from generation to generation. The main reason why the ancestors of Shandia wanted to take back the land was that they wanted the Shandorian golden belfry bell. To ring it and let their friend Noland hear it again. At this time, Whipper also understood. His eyes were full of horror. So, the descendants of Noland are currently on the island under the Sea of Clouds, struggling to salvage in the sea? They think this land has sunk to the bottom of the sea. That's right. So, do you understand? We don't just want to enjoy the beautiful scenery of Skypiea this time, and more importantly, we have a promise to our friends. Logan nodded, and then added, at the same time, this promise is also the promise that your ancestors made to Noland long ago. Whipper has a stubborn personality, but he attaches great importance to the promises made by his ancestors. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, okay. Let's ring the Shandorian golden belfry bell and fulfill the promise of our ancestors. Luffy shouted happily, great. If Uncle Cricket heard the bell, he must be very excited. Wow! I can't wait to see the golden bell. Usopp rubbed his hands. Nami's eyes flashed in the shape of belly, there's still a lot of gold. Afterwards, everyone came to the ruins of the golden city of Shandora. At this time, the golden bell has been eroded by the island cloud and carried to the sky. But Logan didn't say it out, but gave the opportunity to Robin. After all, in the original plot, all of this was conjectured by Robin. The fact is exactly the same. Under Robin's reasoning, the golden bell was quickly found in the island cloud above the vines. But Robin is more interested in the historical text poneglyph at the bottom of the site than the golden bell. Found it! Zoro split an island cloud, looked at the exposed golden bell inside and yelled. Whoa! Here I come! Luffy was so happy that he wanted to run up immediately. But Logan grabbed him and said, "Don't worry. This golden bell has been sealed for 400 years. It is more meaningful to let the descendants of Calgary to ring it." Upon hearing this, Whipper on the side took a deep breath. "Thank you all." As he said, Whipper climbed the huge vine with his bare hands. When he came to the golden bell, he first knelt down and said some words of prayer. Then, he grabbed the pendulum rope of the golden clock and slammed it viciously. A wonderful sound suddenly resounded through the sky. When the voice spreads across the sky, the chief of Shandia was full of tears. He choked up and said, "Great warrior Calgary, did you hear that?" At the same time, Jaya Island East Blue Shore, Mont Blanc Cricket and everyone in the Saruyama Alliance were stunned. The next moment, they looked at the sky in unison. Suddenly, I saw a huge figure. "That's the great warrior drawn in the logbook of our ancestor Noland, right? It's true. It's true. There are Shandia warriors. Noland, he didn't lie." Looking up at the sky, Mont Blanc Cricket was very excited. He doesn't care what others think. But at this moment, he already understood. That big liar Noland. He is not lying. "Captain, look. That seems to be Luffy." The gorilla pointed to another black figure in the sky and shouted. Mont Blanc Cricket laughed out loud, "Ah ha ha, it's him." The next moment, I saw Luffy shaking his arms vigorously. Then I heard a burst of wonderful voices from the sky. This voice can't be wrong. It's so romantic. Mont Blanc Cricket looked up at the sky, his face was full of gratitude. The group of them want to tell me that the Golden City is real, and my ancestor Noland is not a liar. Hey, you guys are ringing the golden bell in the sky, just to tell me from the sky that the golden country is there. It seems to be talking to himself, and it seems to be talking to the Straw Hat pirates. The next moment, Mont Blanc Cricket burst into tears. At the same time, Jaya Island, Mock Town. All the pirates looked up at the sky at this moment. What sounds so beautiful? It seems to have come from the sky. Hey, hey, hey! Could it be that legend? No way! Does the Skypiea really exist? Does the Golden City really exist? Wait! Someone took a video with the Den Den Mushi from East Blue. Look at the sky over there. Hiss! This black shadow, isn't that the Straw Hat boy who offered a reward of 150 million belly? Oh my god! They actually arrived at Skypiea. This moment, things about Skypiea and the Golden Land are destined to spread from the mouths of these pirates. Chapter 136. A few days later, Angel Island. Residents of Angel Island and Shandia gathered here to wave goodbye to the Straw Hat pirates. Under the auspices of Logan, they finally reached a peace agreement. As for Enel, Logan handed over to the people of Skypiea to handle it. Originally the voice of the people was to execute Enel, but Ganfall gave Enel a chance, so that he could not kill him as long as he promised that he would never come back. In fact, this is an extremely stupid approach. Cutting the grass does not remove the root, the spring breeze blows and regenerates. Such a simple truth, normal people will understand. But this time, Logan didn't stop him. Because he knew that Enel sailed to the moon on the Arc Maxim, and he would never come back. Hey, 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 wait a minute. The end of the cloud seems to be ahead, right? Suddenly, Usopp stood on the watchtower, looking at the edge of the empty sea that suddenly appeared in front of him and shouted. Nanny! Chopper quickly ran to the edge of the railing and looked down. Ah! The poor reindeer boy suddenly became a little elk. Are you kidding? Didn't they say that this is the road down to Blue Seas? Where is the road? Even Zoro, who is a road idiot, can recognize that there is indeed no road here. On the side, Sanji folded his hands together and leaned on his face, with little red hearts in his eyes. It's a kind of happiness to have sister conies to see you off it, even if you fall to your death. What to do? Nami approached Logan, and grabbed Logan's arm with some concern. If we don't stop it, the ship will really fall. There will be no protection from the surging current. Robin stroked his chin gently, and murmured, does it have to rely on Usopp's Tsurubashi to support the ship? Hearing this, Usopp shook his head and shouted, hey, hey, hey! The idea is good. But if we fall from such a high place, even if we are caught by a Tsurubashi, the impact force will be terrible. Don't worry, do you see what Sister Conies is holding? Holding Nami's shoulder, Logan said with a smile. Everyone subconsciously looked at Enies. They saw Enies put a wind instrument in her hand in her mouth and blew gently. Joy, joy, joy. Wow! An octopus burst out of the water, right on top of the Going Merry. A few tentacles quickly sucked onto the hull, pulling Going Merry directly. And the head of the octopus cracked. It was suddenly propped up like a parachute. The original rapid downward trend suddenly became gentle. This is a specialty of Skypiea, the octopus balloon. This big guy, it will bring you down safely to blue seas. On Angel's Island Cloud, Enies called out to the Straw Hat pirates who were getting farther and farther away. Goodbye, Enies. Everyone responded. When Going Merry landed on the Sea of Blue Seas again, everyone's suspenseful hearts were relaxed. That night, the Straw Hat pirates held a banquet, and then had a good rest. Captain's room. Ah! Luffy woke up suddenly, he slapped his head, not good. The number of times to enter the mangas today has not been used yet. Glancing at the time, it was already 11 o'clock at night, and Luffy got up quickly to read mangas. In the world of Aokiji Kill, Luffy appeared on the Northern Territory at this time. This is a foreign nation located in the north of the Empire, which is equivalent to a subsidiary country of the Empire, and has been oppressed and ruled by the Empire for a long time. But in this generation, a prince named Numasika was born. Leading his people to pull up the banner of the uprising, and step by step, constantly eroding the northern border of the Empire. With a big spear in hand, there is no defeat. Then when Esdeath came, Numasika was easily crushed to death by Esdeath like an ant. None of the hundreds of thousands of people who followed him in the uprising were spared, and all died in the hands of Esdeath. Luffy has been stuck in this plot for more than half a month. If he wants to skip this plot, he just needs to turn to the back of the manga. But he is Luffy. Now that he already knows that this manga world can be changed by him, how could he watch so many poor lives die? Although these people were rebels, they revolted because they couldn't stand the suppression of the Empire. In a sense, they are of the same nature as the revolutionary army led by Luffy's father. Hey! Boy! I know you are brave in battle, but you are about to meet the most powerful general in the Empire, you should go to the back of the army. Numasika is riding on a white horse, holding a bright silver spear in his hand, he is extremely handsome. Luffy looked at the front resolutely, and said in a deep voice, "Don't talk. You have no idea what kind of enemy you are about to face." Ahaha! What a naive warrior! Numasika was not offended by Luffy's impoliteness. To be able to lead to 100 different tribes in the north, if there is no broad front, it is absolutely impossible to achieve this level. He looked at Luffy, thinking that he was a young soldier who joined the rebel army, and immediately joked, "I'll satisfy you. Follow me closely during the battle, so you can take a good look at my prince's heroic figure in battle haha. I know, you already say that at least 100 times now." Luffy plucked his ears, feeling that his ears were going to callous upon hearing this. For more than half a month, he has heard such words 10 times a day. What a funny boy! Numasika shrugged and laughed. Rumble! Suddenly, the earth roared, and the vibration sound like a roar came from afar along the ground. Get ready to fight! It must be the Imperial Army. Numasika's expression changed, and he ordered, "Open the formation." Rumble! As his order spread among the army, the sturdy northern people immediately changed their formation in an orderly manner, preparing for the impact of the Empire's army. It can be seen that the discipline of this army is very strict. Luffy set his posture and stared at the front with a stern look. It's not an army, there is only one person. One person. Numasika frowned slightly, suddenly feeling a little unhappy. You little bastard, it's good to be brave in battle, but it's too much to talk nonsense with your eyes open. He was about to reprimand Luffy for talking nonsense, but just as the words came to his lips, he immediately went back. Boom! Thousands of troops and horses stepped on the ground at the same time, causing the earth to roar, and quickly approached the army led by Numasika in just half a minute. Numasika looked shocked. Because what's coming, as Luffy said, is one person. The sassy military uniform on her body has a different taste. In the cold wind, an ice blue flowing hair is like a waterfall rippling in the wind. She held the icy reins with one hand, and pressed the sword at her waist with the other. The ice horse under the crotch is like a dead soldier who is not afraid of death, rushing forward. But how can one person cause thousands of troops to be afraid? That's because there is only one person, but there are thousands of ice cavalrymen. On the left, right, and back of Esteth, there are quite a lot of ice cavalry, holding ice spears. These ice cavalry who don't feel pain and fear will make people feel deep fear just by looking at them casually. Damn it! Taigu's user is really troublesome. At this time, Numasika also didn't care how Luffy knew that the information on the other side had arrived. His pupils narrowed, and he roared in a deep voice, "Soldiers! Ahead is the most powerful general in the Empire, Esteth. Are you afraid? No. 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 The foreign nation is worthy of being a sturdy nation, and its roar is loud. For freedom!" Numasika moved forward with a bright silver spear in his hand, and then slammed his horse, and he rode away. For freedom! The soldiers shouted in unison, and the tea brewing began. "Oh, it's the rats who are fighting, it's really interesting." After licking her fingers, Esteth's face revealed the attribute of S, and then she glanced at the position of Numasika. Wow! An icicle appeared out of thin air at Numasika position, freezing Numasika inside. Kill! The weak are not worthy of living in this world. As soon as Esteth waved his hand, the frozen cavalry rushed into the army formation of the foreign nation. The combat power of these frozen cavalry is very strong, and they can completely fight against 10. Almost in an instant, the army of foreign nations showed signs of defeat. Bastard! I'm going to beat you up. Luffy jumped high, jumped over the heads of several frozen cavalrymen, and landed directly towards Esteth. Oh! There is actually a fish that slipped through the net. Esteth frowned slightly, surprised. She stretched out her hand, and the cold air greeted Luffy. Wow! Luffy turned into a big frozen statue. Weak Esteth swung the sword in her hand and smashed Luffy into pieces. Luffy's spirit snapped out of the manga book world. Ah! Damn it! Only a little bit. This woman is so decisive every time she makes a shot. If only she was slower, or I could break the ice a little faster. Luffy hammered his thigh depressedly, extremely annoyed. From the first encounter with Esteth, Luffy has been completely frozen. After hundreds of attempts, Luffy became more and more resistant to freezing. That time just now, in less than 2 seconds, Luffy was almost about to unfreeze. But Esteth doesn't give her a chance. Luffy will be shattered when the sword drops 0.4. Damn, come again. Luffy mentally communicated with the manga world and entered it again. Wow! Soon, he's back again. Then he went in again. Come out again. Go in again. Until the 8th time he entered. He just met the Esteth scene. Oh! There is a fish that slipped through the net. Esteth frowned, stretched out his hand, the cold air. Wow! Luffy turned into a block of ice. Weak. The corner of the white mouth outlined an arc, and Esteth waved a sword. But at that moment... Boom! The frozen Luffy break free. A palm wrapped in jet black grabbed her sword violently. Luffy looked at the sword in his hand, excited and ecstatic. I caught it. Ha ha ha, I caught it. I caught it. He looked at Esteth. Have you seen it? I finally did it. I did it. Esteth looks dumbfounded. Chapter 137. Time flies, and a few days have passed. Logan got up early this morning and came to the studio. He haven't checked the log system mail for several days. Open it and have a look. Sure enough, it lived up to expectations, and the harvest was not small. Your manga fan Monkey D. Luffy's strength in the world of the manga Akame ga Kill has been improved, and armament haki has been promoted to a high level. You gain its armament haki ability simultaneously. You earn points +1. Your fan Nami has conquered the freeze card in the world of the manga card captor Sakura. You get the ability to us the freeze cards simultaneously. You get points +2. Your fan Sanji trained the 5th gate of 8 inner gates in the manga book Might Guy biography and successfully opened the 5th gate. You get the 5th gate ability simultaneously. You get +5. Your manga fan Roronoa Zoro has improved his world power in the manga Zaraki Kenpeki biography, and the sword Wado Ikemonji has officially evolved into Zanpakut. You get points +5. Your manga fan Usopp has trained the ability of the god-killing star Shikai Tenran in the world of the manga Bleach, Urtsu Nimeya. You simultaneously get the god-killing star Shikai ability Tenran. You get points +1. Your manga fan Chopper developed the Bicorn of Deep Crimson Rumble Ball in the world of the manga Strike the Blood. You simultaneously acquire the Bicorn of Deep Crimson Rumble Ball. You get points +2. Your manga fan Ace train and upgrade his flame dragon slaying magic in the world of the manga fairy tale, Natsu Dragneel. You simultaneously got the upgrade ability of fire dragon magic of fire. You get points +3. Your manga fan Nico Robin has improved his world strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography and train a Kawarimi no Jutsu. You get the Kawarimi no Jutsu ability simultaneously. You get points +1. Your manga fan Nico Robin has improved his world strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography and train the Bunshin no Jutsu. You get the Bunshin no Jutsu ability simultaneously. You get points +1. Your fan Nico Robin has improved his world strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography, and she has master C-level ninjutsu Katon, Gaki no Jutsu, Great Fireball Jutsu. You simultaneously obtain the C-level ninjutsu Katon, Gaki no Jutsu. You get points +1. Looking at this row of system emails, Logan is really happy. Luffy's armament haki reached a high level. What concept does this equate to? Logan made a conservative estimate, which is probably equivalent to the extent of Luffy's mastering of emission in Wano Kuni in the original plot. Now that he has just come down from Skypiea, Luffy's armament haki has already reached this level. Logan can't imagine how strong Luffy will be when he really reaches Wano Kuni. Of course, the stronger Luffy become, the stronger Logan too. Nami's harvest this time is very good. It is another offensive magic card comparable to the Thunder card. The Freeze card. As the name suggests, it is a magic card that allows the user to have the ability to freeze. In simple terms, it can be seen as similar to Ice Fruit's ability, but not exactly the same. Sanji's 8 inner gates practiced to the 5th gate, which is also good news. Zoro's Wado's sword has officially evolved into Zanpakuto. But what Logan couldn't understand was that Zoro's Zanpakuto ability still couldn't be synchronized to him. There are so many people reading manga, only Zoro is special. To be precise, only his Wado is special. Is there any surprise? Logan thought for a while, thinking secretly. It's a pity that this broken system doesn't say anything when asked, like a dead person. Usopp's ability comes from Had's 5810 Ran. This is a very good offensive Had, which can release a powerful whirlwind for attacking. Chopper's ability. Seeing that it was the Deep Scarlet with Bicorn, Logan knew that Chopper was researching Akatsuki Kyujou blood. This is the Beast Rumble Ball made by Chopper, it's not easy. The Bicorn of Deep Crimson, the second familiar to appear in the Strike the Blood world, but the familiar itself is the 9th familiar. The body can continuously vibrate, and cause resonance through the frequency of high-frequency vibration, thus possessing a powerful destructive force. Moreover, it can also realize the ability to fly in the air for a period of time by relying on the power of vibration. If you have to compare, the Bicorn of Deep Crimson power is very similar to Whitebeard's Shock Fruit power. Continuing to receive the next system message. Whoa! Ace has actually trained and upgraded his Flame Fire Dragon magic. Since Ace's ability is improving, it means that he didn't fall into the sea. Could it be that Ace is not affected by seasickness? After thinking about it, Logan thinks it's better to ask the next time we meet. Finally, there is system information about Robin. 3 in a row. I have to say, this big sister is really strong. Although Robin has only trained 3 body technique and Great Fireball technique at present, don't underestimate these ninjutsu. It's just the lowest level of ninjutsu like the 3 body technique. If a strong person has it, it will definitely be a super powerful combat assistance ability. The other is the Katon, Gaki no Jutsu. Although this ninjutsu is embarrassing in the Naruto world, it is almost on the same level as Tekai in the One Piece world. But in fact, the power of this ninjutsu is not low. After learning the Katon, Gaki no Jutsu, it can probably be equivalent to a beggar's version of Ace. So good. The quality of this wave of harvest is very high. After closing the system interface, Logan was in a good mood. At this moment, Nami opened the door and came in. What? Wrong. It's not Nami, it's Robin. Although the appearance is Nami's appearance, but Logan saw Robin's appearance at a glance. Logan understands after a little thought. It must be that Robin used the Henge no Jutsu to become Nami. Just like when Princess Vivi used the Recruit magic, the magic wave shield couldn't cover Logan's sight. The ability from the mangas is invalid for Logan. Of course, if there is no accident, the Henge no Jutsu used by Logan should also be invalid for Robin. What does this sister want to do? Immediately, Logan remained calm and pretended not to know. Seeing Robin approaching, Logan put down the paintbrush in his hand and asked, "What's the matter, who made my Nami unhappy again?" Robin walked over, sat on Logan's leg, and pinched him hard. "Of course it's you. This girl. She want to stir some trouble. He'll see what she is up to." What happened to you?" Logan frowned and looked confused. Nami pouted slightly, and said angrily, "Hey. I'm mainly here to tell you one thing." Logan had no idea what Robin is thinking. "You close your eyes and I'll talk," Robin said. Logan was speechless, but just shut it up. "It doesn't matter. Let's talk." Closing his eyes, Logan curled his lips. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a burst of fragrance approaching him. Robin she, actually kiss him. After a while. Sensing that Robin stood up, Logan also opened his eyes. "Why?" He wanted to ask why, but Robin directly pressed his mouth. "Don't say anything, I just want to kiss you, Imitating Nami's appearance, Robin pouted slightly, and then continued playfully, "Don't ask me why, even if you ask me next time, I will resolutely pretend not to know, Saying that, Nami left. Puff. When the door was closed, Logan couldn't help laughing. Although the appearance of Nami imitated by Robin is lifelike. But because what Logan saw was Robin's appearance. This kind of contrast, not only has the charm that a mature woman should have, but also has the liveliness and agility of a girl. It is really fascinating. I don't know what this sister is thinking. She actually used this method to trap me. Could it be that she just wanted to kiss me? But, this feels really good." Smack, smack, Logan couldn't help but think wildly, it seems that it would be good to do this before starting work every day. Chapter 138, Bad News. My home had been broken into, and the thief stole my laptop, and other valuable in my home. I just found out after I got home from work in the afternoon. So there will be a delay on update both on web novel and Patreon. Chapter 138. Around noon, the Going Merry arrived at an unfamiliar island. Wow! This place is incredible. Look at those vast grasslands stretching endlessly. Luffy, still bursting with energy, dashed off the ship and leaped around. In a subdued tone, Sanji lit a cigarette and remarked, "It's rather dull here, nothing much to see. Wait up for us." Usopp and Chopper chimed in, joining the enthusiastic trio. They rolled around the grasslands, prompting amused head shaking from those on the deck. Some commented that these three were the most childlike among the crew. However, Kaya smiled and gestured to Luffy below, "Luffy. I want to roll on the grass too. Bring me down." "Sure thing." Luffy reached out and swiftly caught Kaya as she sported casual attire and joined the trio, rolling joyfully on the grass. After spending a considerable time with the Straw Hat Pirates, Kaya's mindset gradually transformed. Previously confined by house rules and servants, she now desired nothing more than to travel happily with the crew, savor delicious food, and have fun. The trio's childish antics were evolving into a quartet, as Sanji, witnessing the scene, exclaimed, "Wow! I want to join in too." Zoro, displaying evident disdain, retorted, "Hey! Who said this place was boring? I don't care. I'm going to roll on the grass with Sister Kaya." Sanji, undeterred, promptly followed suit. "This is hopeless," Zoro muttered, shaking his head. Robin, observing keenly, mused, "This island appears deserted, we're unaware if there are other inhabitants." Upon seeing Robin's serious expression, Luffy suddenly recalled Robin's earlier prank pretending to be Nami and felt an odd sense of foreboding. Observing her serious demeanor in public contrasted with her playful nature in private, Logan couldn't help but marvel. For Logan, the more things changed in such a manner, the better. Ah! Suddenly, both Usopp and Kaya screamed simultaneously. All eyes turned toward a towering bear strolling in the distance. Yes! A tall bear. Following the bear, a long fox and a lengthy dog appeared. Wow! The animals here seem unusually elongated. Indeed. Even the trees are elongated. Let's explore further and see if there's anything else fascinating. Absolutely. After a momentary surprise, the group of four dashed happily toward the depths of the grassland. Sanji cautiously trailed after Kaya. "I can't handle them," Nami sighed, throwing her hands up in exasperation. Logan grinned cheerfully. "Haha. This means a lot to them. However, an abrupt interruption occurred with loud crashes resonating from both shores of the Going Merry. Two iron anchors resembling bear claws descended and firmly gripped the shore. Behind the Going Merry emerged a pirate ship larger than their own, having hurled the anchors. It was evident the pirate ship had encircled the Going Merry at this point. Zoro narrowed his eyes and firmly placed his hand on the sword hilt, glaring at the pirate ship. "Who are you?" he demanded coldly. Nami clenched his fist, infuriated. "What's the point of trapping us like this?" Robin's voice was calm but discerning. "Seems like our visitors have malicious intent." Growing agitated, Zoro shouted, "Leave now, or I'll take you on in a fight." The broadcast from the pirate ship interrupted, "We are the Foxy Pirates. Don't worry, we're not here to plunder, we're here for a duel." "Duel? Fantastic!" Zoro's mouth curled with excitement as he tightened his grip on the sword handle. "No, no, no. Don't misunderstand. It's the Davy back fight." Foxy appeared on the deck, clarifying the situation. "Davy back fight? What's that?" Zoro frowned, then scoffed, "If you want a fight, come and face us directly." Robin explained, "It's a pirate game originating from Pirate Island. It's a competition where pirates vie to recruit crew members from each other. That's it. Davy back fight is about stealing crewmates. If you don't know this, can you even call yourselves pirates?" Foxy declared. "Our challenge involves a game of 3, the winners get to choose crew members from the other ship each time," Foxy continued. "No need. We're not interested in such a duel." Logan interrupted the discussion directly. Although he wasn't concerned about the outcome, he found this kind of competition boring, especially when crewmates were at stake. A true captain shouldn't engage in such antics. However, Logan acknowledged that if Luffy were here and the other party acted aggressively, Luffy would probably agree. Sometimes, Luffy could be unreliable. "We don't have time for these childish games. Leave." Zoro's cold statement echoed Logan's sentiment. Hey, hey! Don't you dare refuse the challenge. Are you even real pirates? Show some spine and accept the challenge. Call your captain." The Foxy Pirates on the West Blue Thief ship clamored loudly. "Hey! I'll give you 5 seconds. If you don't leave, I'll make you leave," Logan warned, holding up 5 fingers. With Luffy absent, Logan aimed to quickly get rid of these individuals. Otherwise, when Luffy returned, he would likely accept Foxy's challenge eagerly. Foxy was upset at Logan's warning. He stood at the ship's edge and taunted, "Kid, don't you understand the situation? Can you, facing a powerful pirate group like mine, drive us away as you wish?" Logan put down the last finger. "Time's up." Ignoring Foxy's words, Logan summoned his power. A massive slingshot materialized in his hands. "What? A slingshot?" Hamburg, a member of the Foxy Pirates, reacted with disbelief. "God-killing star 10 Ran." Logan released the built-up energy. A whirlwind materialized instantly, causing the 2 anchors to straighten and then snap with a resounding boom. The Foxy pirate ship surged into the deep sea in a frenzy. The ship's deck turned chaotic as everyone clung to railings and surfaces. Someone yelled, "Boss, use slow light waves to decrease the ship's speed." "All right." Foxy realized and attempted to slow the ship using a slow light wave. Observing this, Logan smirked and drew his bow again, unleashing the god-killing star 10 round repeatedly. On the deck, Foxy's expression changed drastically. His slow light wave could decelerate things, but its effect only lasted for 30 seconds. Beyond that time, whatever was slowed down would instantly explode. Boom! When the 30 seconds elapsed, the Fox pirate ship turned into a beam of light and disappeared. "Hey! We found someone over there," an old man invited us to visit. Luffy and the others arrived at the Going Merry, calling out to their crewmates. "Phew," Logan sighed quietly. Luckily, that group had just missed encountering Luffy and the rest, sparing them from playing that tedious and annoying game. "Great! Let's go!" Logan used his shield ability to create a barrier slide. One by one, everyone hopped on and slid down like a thrilling ride. "I want in on this!" Luffy exclaimed, hoisting himself onto the deck and then joyously sliding down. Everyone else, hey! Hurry! It's right ahead!" Luffy led the charge towards a yurt house. But just as they approached, a tall figure appeared. "Ah! Robin, usually composed, let out a scream at the sight of this figure. She was so frightened that she fell to the ground. The figure removed the blindfold and gazed at Robin. "Long time no see. You've grown into a fine young woman, Nico Robin." The Straw Hat pirates instantly tensed up at Robin's reaction. Luffy leaped in front of the man, ready for a fight. "What's going on, Robin? Do you know this guy?" Robin's mouth twitched. "Yes. I know who he is." Nami grew apprehensive. "Robin looks shocked, who is he?" Logan approached, assisting the shaken Robin. He said to Nami, "That person is one of the Marine's 3 top combat powers, Admiral Aokiji Kyuzen." "What?" Everyone gasped in shock. Even though their strengths were formidable, hearing about a Marine Admiral instinctively made them uneasy. It signified rare strength in the entire world. However, Logan faced Aokiji calmly. "Hey! Marine Admiral, you've scared our crewmate. You owe us an apology." Others were bewildered because they didn't fully comprehend Aokiji's strength. But Logan did. Especially after receiving a system mail earlier that day, he felt more confident facing Aokiji. At least, he was sure that if Aokiji came alone, he wouldn't take anyone away from the Straw Hat pirates. Aokiji pursed his lips and looked at Robin in surprise. "Seems like you've found quite some remarkable allies." While Aokiji could be laid back, he wasn't about to apologize or yield. Immediately, Logan countered, "You're mistaken. They're not allies, they're crewmates. If you don't get it, let me teach you the meaning of crewmate." "That's right. We're crewmates." Luffy chimed in earnestly. "We're not just Robin's supporters, we're each other's partner. We're crewmates," echoed everyone firmly. Tears welled up in Robin's eyes, overwhelmed by the solidarity. She remembered the first time she met Logan when he had shouted to her from the deck, "No one in this world is entirely alone." And now, she finally felt that she wasn't alone anymore. Chapter 139. Crewmate. Upon hearing this word, Aokiji's expression froze abruptly. He lowered his head slightly, scrutinizing the Straw Hat pirates. "Do you realize how a child of merely 8 years old managed to survive until now? How many people she manipulated? Hey! Don't spout that nonsense! Just leave!" Luffy pointed to the side and bellowed. He didn't want to hear these disconcerting and messy things, he just knew that this guy in front of him was terrifying his crewmate. However, Aokiji seemed impervious to Luffy's words. He continued to himself, "Whenever she betrayed, she fled, and when someone took her in, she used every means to survive, relying on this instinct, she survived in the underground world through manipulation. But this time, she chose to hide among you guys. Do you understand what that means? Hey, you jerk! Stop talking nonsense about Robin. What's your problem with her?" Sanji's face darkened, ready to strike. Sitting down, Aokiji placed his hands on his knees casually. "I don't harbor any hatred toward her. It's just that, she slipped from my grasp once. A long time ago." He looked at the Straw Hat pirates. "You'll soon realize your situation, and soon the consequences will come from associating with this troublesome woman. Shut up, you Iceman! I'll take you down." Luffy, unable to contain his anger, rolled up his sleeves, and his jet-black armament haki appeared on his right arm. "Don't act rashly, Luffy." Usopp intervened, hugging Luffy tightly. "He's the strongest marine. Are you looking to get us all killed? Oh? Have you mastered armament haki?" Aokiji's sleepy gaze sharpened as he examined Luffy's arm. Then, touching the back of his head, he remarked in an enlightened tone, "You're truly naive. You don't have to believe me, but the evidence speaks for itself. So far, all the organizations related to Nico Robin have vanished." Aokiji seemed inclined to continue, but Robin couldn't take it anymore. "Shut up!" Fear turned to anger, and she rushed at Aokiji, activating her flower fruit ability. Numerous arms appeared, contorting Aokiji's body. "What do you want? If you intend to arrest me, then do it!" Robin shouted in hysteria. In her fury, she shattered Aokiji with a loud bang. "Wow! He's dead!" Chopper gasped in shock. "Impossible! Everyone, run!" Usopp panicked. But with a crystalline sound, the shattered ice reformed into Aokiji's solid body. He casually plucked a handful of grass and suddenly froze it into an ice sword. Although I didn't intend to take your life. Aokiji wielded the sword and slashed at Robin. Stop dreaming! Zoro's voice thundered as he intervened. With a clang, Wado emerged from its sheath. His pitch-black armament haki surged along his arm and onto Wado instantly. He then fiercely struck at Aokiji. Aokiji's eyes twitched. Hey? Your armament haki isn't weak either. In a brief span, Aokiji witnessed armament haki from both Luffy and Zoro, one after the other. This revelation shocked him deeply. Despite having apprehended numerous pirates with armament haki in the New World, this was the first time within the first half of the Grand Line. The rookie pirate group before him had ventured out to sea just a few months ago. To see two formidable wielders of armament haki within such a newly formed crew worried Aokiji greatly. His concern wasn't about their immediate battle but the potential dire consequences if this pirate group was allowed to develop unchecked. Blocking Zoro's slash with his sword, Aokiji faced the challenge. Although Zoro possessed mid-level armament haki, Aokiji wasn't a Logia on Smoker's level. Many pirates with high-level armament haki had confronted him before, but ultimately, they all fell to him. Sanji swiftly followed, employing Leaf Whirlwind by unlocking the fifth gate of 8 inner gates, delivering a powerful kick that shattered Aokiji's sword. However, in an instant retaliation, Aokiji froze Sanji in ice, while the biting cold also spread towards Zoro. Zoro activated his intense armament haki to shield himself, but it wasn't enough. Despite his efforts, the frost began encasing his arms. Realizing their predicament, Zoro swiftly retreated, rescuing Sanji. In a timely arrival, Luffy emerged, his massive fist covered in jet-black armament haki. Aokiji was taken aback, astonished by the haki on Luffy's fist. He had initially thought Luffy's talent was fearsome, but witnessing it firsthand now, he realized it was not just terrifying, but insanely so. Observing Luffy's high-level armament haki, Aokiji was astonished. Even Mr. Garp hadn't reached such a level at Luffy's age. Facing Luffy's powerful attack, Aokiji understood this wasn't an ordinary strike. Resolute, Aokiji transformed his right arm into an ice construct, conjuring a menacing ice bird known as Ice Block, Pheasant Peck. Launching the ice bird at Luffy, it froze everything in its path. The collision between Luffy's strike and the ice bird shattered it, but the force also halted Luffy's advance. Assessing Luffy and then Robin, Aokiji remarked, "Looks like you've made some good friends. But you're still you, Nico Robin." "No, I'm not the same girl you remember." Robin gritted her teeth, asserting her transformation. Before meeting Logan and the Straw Hat Pirates, Robin might have admitted to being the bad luck Aokiji mentioned, but now she had begun to comprehend the true meaning of being a crewmate. In the midst of integrating into the crew, Robin had gradually begun to regard this place as her home, especially with Logan's presence. Now, she was willing to risk her life to resist anyone who aimed to deprive her of this newfound sense of belonging. "Resistance is futile," Aokiji remarked lightly, stepping forward and initiating an attack with his Ice Age. However, before the icy blast could hit Robin, another surge of cold air clashed with Aokiji's technique, resulting in a massive ice burst that shattered the surrounding ice. Observing the unexpected interference, Aokiji narrowed his eyes and directed his attention to the man standing beside Robin Logan. The Marine Admiral recognized him, slightly relieved. "Ah, the deputy head of the Straw Hat Pirates and a mangaka. Logan, right?" Logan shrugged casually. "Is it an honor to be remembered by a Marine Admiral?" Aokiji raised an eyebrow. "What arrogance! If you wish to continue, we're ready to accompany you. But understand this, you won't take Robin away from us, no matter what." Logan's declaration prompted the Straw Hat Pirates around to prepare for battle. Impressed by the pirates' determination, Aokiji hesitated and questioned, "Do you trust Nico Robin so implicitly? What I mentioned is true. All the organizations she joined have met their demise." Logan considered for a moment, rubbing his chin before smiling. "Since you're asking that question, let Robin answer it." Encouragingly, he looked at Robin, displaying his unwavering support. "Robin, tell him." Luffy gestured enthusiastically, urging her on. Nami approached, holding Robin's arm to show her solidarity without words. Chopper and Usopp assisted Sanji, casting supportive glances at Robin. Despite the freezing temperature, the trust exuded by her crewmates warmed Robin's heart. Taking a deep breath, she gazed firmly at Aokiji and proclaimed, "Thank you for sparing my life. I remember you mentioned that you wanted to see what Saul protected, what fruit the fallen seed would bear. Now, I declare. I, Nico Robin, vow here. The Straw Hat Pirates are the last crew I'll ever join, and I will never betray them. And our captain, Luffy. With that said, Robin looked at Luffy. Luffy seemed to realize something, and grinned happily, then heard Robin yelling, "He is the man who is going to be the Pirate King." Chapter 140. When Robin shouted this sentence, Luffy raised his hands excitedly. "That's right. I, Monkey D. Luffy. I am the man who will become the Pirate King." Aokiji pondered for a moment, then pursed his lips. "To be honest, I shouldn't believe what a person like you said. But this time, I think what you said is very true." Luffy immediately yelled, "Even he believe in me." "That's right." Logan took a step forward, facing Aokiji. "Actually, what she said, whether it's truth or lie, you don't need to care about it. The important thing is, we all trust her." Aokiji was a little unhappy. "Since I don't need to care, why do you let her answer it for me?" Logan smiled. "Because you let her live, in a sense, you are also the benefactor of our Straw Hat Pirates. Out of respect for the benefactor." Hey, kid. Are you serious? It was just a temporary decision of mine, it's not about kindness, and it has nothing to do with your Straw Hat Pirates. Aokiji shook his head, saying that there is no need to care about this matter. "No matter what you think, but we must thank you for allowing Robin to survive and allowing us to have such a good crewmate," Logan insisted. Aokiji didn't want to argue anymore, but followed Logan's words, and said lightly, "Since this is the case, if you want to repay your favor, just give me Nico Robin." "Impossible. We will never give you Robin. Don't take Robin away. Even if you are Marine Admiral, we will not compromise. My 80 million men are already in place, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are Marine Admiral." Aokiji's words were immediately opposed by the Straw Hat Pirates. Aokiji spread his hands. "So, this is how you treat your benefactors?" "I'm sorry, actually." A strange expression appeared on Logan's face, and he looked at Aokiji. "That, actually, we didn't want to repay the favor at all. This group of small talk is going to choke people to death." "Okay, it seems that I was thinking too much." The corner of his mouth twitched. Aokiji looked at Robin. "Let me just believe you for a while. However, you Mangaka, what ability did you use just now? If I judge correctly, it seems to be similar to ice fruit." Aokiji asked out the doubts in his heart just now. "Oh, is this what you mean?" As soon as Logan stretched out his palm, a bitter cold air appeared in his hand. Afterwards, he also imitated Aokiji's way of pulling up a grass and throwing it up. Ka ka ka. The cold air instantly condensed into an ice sword. It's so similar to Bai ability. Seeing Logan's actions, Aokiji couldn't calm down anymore. As an ability user of ice fruit, he always thought that his ability was unique in this world. But at this time, the same ability as him appeared in front of him. How can this not make Aokiji feel a sense of urgency? Suddenly, Aokiji asked suspiciously, "What is your devil fruit ability?" As soon as Aokiji finished speaking, Luffy couldn't wait to shout out, "Logan is a manga fruit user." "Stupid! You exposed our information." Zoro, Nami, and Usopp shouted at the same time. "Ah!" Luffy shrank immediately. "Manga fruit." Aokiji frowned, and the doubts in his heart became more serious. "Then why can you use the ability of ice fruit? That is..." Luffy was about to say something when Usopp pounced on him and gagged his mouth with a shoe. No. Luffy hesitated, seeing Zoro approaching, suddenly shouted indistinctly, "Zoro, help me, oh!" Then, he saw that Zoro also took the initiative to cover Luffy's mouth. "It's okay to tell you, this is actually Haki's ability." Seeing that the only guy who usually spew his ability has been sanctioned, Logan can also happily activate his bullshitting ability. Of course Aokiji wouldn't believe it. "I know you don't believe it. But the fact is like this. On the basis of Haki, I use my devil fruit ability to change something, and then I can practice Haki with added freezing effect. It's just that this kind of upgraded Haki is like a genetic mutation, not everyone can learn it. Even the probability of learning this kind of Haki is lower than the probability of getting devil fruit. Since you want to give false information, then make the false information more believable. In other words, this ability is only available to you." Aokiji understood. According to the other party, this is a variant of Haki. Armament Haki can give the human body the ability to attack and defend, then this upgraded version can give the human body the ability to freeze. But is that possible? Logan spread his hands. That's not true, our crewmates are all geniuses, except me. Nami can also do it. When it's time to cooperate with Logan's performance, Nami will certainly not turn a blind eye. Thanks to Logan, I too can practice frozen haki. Nami smiled, and secretly communicated the magic power of the Clow card, the freeze card, and then stretched out her little hand. Ka 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 ka. The bitter cold instantly froze the ground under her feet. Puff. Aokiji suddenly couldn't accept it. The appearance of another person with the ice fruit ability already left him speechless. Now another one pops up. If, as he said, true, and more people practice frozen haki, wouldn't my ice fruit ability be useless? Wait, suddenly, Aokiji's gaze showed suspicion, and he stared at Logan. Actually, this is not a frozen haki at all, is it, but a deception made by your manga fruit. Right. How can you say that? You already asked me, and I told you, but you still doubt me? Do you want me to prove it to you? Logan complained a lot. But Aokiji thought it was Logan's avoidance, so he pouted, if you can, I don't mind you proving it. I don't want to prove it. Logan directly refused. If you prove it to me, then I will let Robin live and let all of you go. Aokiji insisted on Logan's proof. After all, he really wants to find out whether there is such a thing as frozen haki in this world. Oh? Hearing what Aokiji said, Logan became interested. After all, Aokiji's kindness to Robin is real. Although he just said confidently that he had no intention of repaying his favor, he understood that for Robin, when she faced Aokiji, she would always feel guilty. But if this kindness can be repaid, then for Robin, she can rest her mind out of this situation once and for all. Okay. Then I'll prove it to you. Immediately, Logan readily agreed. Hold on. Logan entered the yurt house not far away, and called the old man Tanjit out of the tent. You were here just now, presumably when Luffy was chatting with the old man. You also heard that the old man was left behind by the tribes because he was stuck on stilts for 10 years? Logan looked at Aokiji and asked. Aokiji nodded, I heard it when I was sleeping here just now. The people of his tribe should have migrated to the next island. If he waited for the annual tide to go out to catch up, it would take at least 3 years. That's good, I'll show you an ice age now. With that said, Logan walked to the edge of the sea, and thrust his palm into the water. Ice age. The name of the skill is casually yelled, as he copy Aokiji. When the ability of Clow card to freeze cards is released. Ka 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 ka. They saw that the entire sea was instantly frozen. FK. Aokiji opened his mouth wide. He is a ice fruit devil fruit user and has a very strong observation haki. He instantly sensed that the ice sea has been freezing all the sea water between the nearest islands. Certainly. Aokiji is sure that the reason why Logan only froze the sea water between the islands is not that his ability is limited to this, but because he thinks it's enough for Tanjit to catch up with his tribe. Tanjit was stunned. Am I dreaming? He looked at the sea in disbelief, shocked. It changed into a ice land. Logan smiled, old man, the sea water will freeze for about a week, just walk slowly. However, it may be a little cold. Tanjit was excited, and he cheered, Shelly, we can cross the sea, and we can meet the villagers. I haven't seen them for a year. He held Logan's hand tightly, thank you so much. Afterwards, he couldn't wait to run back to organize his luggage and carriage. Logan looked at Aokiji, have I proved it? Aokiji took a deep breath, and nodded slowly, I didn't expect that there really is a haki comparable to ice fruit. Well, the matter capturing killing Robin for today has been cancelled. Hearing this, Robin's eyes turned red. Chapter 141. Now that you have figured it out, then, you can go. Logan imitated Luffy just now, pointed to the side, and said. Aokiji shook his head, how can that be? I still need to capture Nico Robin. What? You said you will let us go. Usopp yelled suddenly, filled with righteous indignation. Beside him, although Kaya was very scared, she expressed her dissatisfaction with courage on purpose, damn Marine Admiral. Hey. You bamboo man, you are too much. Luffy has enough. I said, what happened just now was just to repay Robin's life. Now, as Marine Admiral, I need to arrest a criminal who was offered a bounty by the government of the world, isn't it reasonable? The calm atmosphere suddenly became tense again. Ripples of ice appeared on Aokiji's arms, a sign that he was about to strike. No way. Luffy strikes a pose. With ice ripples dancing in Logan's palm, he said, "Yes, you heard what our captain said. Give up, Aokiji, you can't take Robin away. We two ice haki against you ice fruit, you can't win." Nami also used the ability to freeze cards, forming a deterrent to Aokiji. Wait. At this moment, Robin suddenly called out. Everyone subconsciously looked at her. Robin looked at Aokiji and said, "Although I looked terrified when I saw you just now, it's just that I was still immersed in the shadow of my childhood. Now, I think of one thing." "What's the matter?" Aokiji looked interested. Robin pursed his red lips, completely driving away the fear in his heart, and his eyes were full of determination. "I remember, my current strength is no longer what it used to be. Even if it is 1v1, you can't catch me." "Oh, is it because these crewmates gave you courage?" Hearing Robin's words, Aokiji was not happy. Just when he was about to say something, he heard Robin continue to say in a cold voice, "This time, let me and you fight. If you can't catch me, don't bother me anymore." Nami pulled Robin hard. "Robin, you don't need to be like this. With us here, he can't do anything to you." Luffy looked like he was about to strike. Zoro pulled out the Wado. "Since the opponent is Marine Admiral, if there is a group fight, no one will say that we don't fight fair. I'm fighting too." The timid Chopper also plucked up his courage at this time. Hey, even the reindeer, please spare me." Seeing Chopper's cute appearance, Aokiji couldn't bear it. Being protected by everyone like this, Robin was deeply moved. She smiled and looked at everyone. "Partner, please trust me. I will not lose this battle." As soon as the voice fell, Logan said sonorously, "Good. Robin, I believe in you." Just now Logan made some calculations in his heart. Although Robin has only learned 4 ninjutsu now, if her purpose of fighting is not to kill Aokiji, but to prevent Aokiji from catching her, then there should be no problem. Therefore, since Robin wanted to settle the matter himself, Logan naturally supported it. Of course. If Robin is really captured by Aokiji, Logan will not talk about credit or morality with Aokiji, and will definitely keep Robin away from Aokiji. Since Logan believes her, then I believe her too. Although Nami was still a little worried, she believed in Logan. Logan said yes, then it will definitely work. Zoro looked at Logan, then nodded. But Luffy firmly refused. "No, let me do it. I want to fight this bamboo pole man one-on-one." "Wow, the captain and the deputy captain disagree, what should I do?" Chopper running in a circle panically. Nami immediately educated Chopper, "At times like this, of course you should listen to the vice captain. Don't you know? The words of the vice captain are much more reliable than those of the captain." Usopp agrees, "This is indeed." Luffy still wanted to resist, but was forcibly held back by Zoro and Usopp. At this time, Sanji also thawed. As soon as he saw Robin confronting Aokiji head-on, he became hysterical. "Ah! How can you let Miss Robin face that kind of monster alone? I will swear to protect Miss Robin." Immediately, he dragged his trembling heel and rushed forward. Kaka. The next moment, the bitter cold instantly froze him. "Let him continue to cool down." Ice ripples danced in the hands, Nami said with a sigh. Zoro, Usopp, and Chopper suddenly felt confused. "Terrible woman! You really want to go one-on-one with me?" Seeing that everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates had dispersed, Aokiji was a little unexpected about this scene. But he Marine Admiral also wants to save face. Everyone else is already like this, so he can't help but express it. "Nico Robin, if this is the case, then I will give you some advantage too. As long as I don't catch you within 1 minute, then I will give up on arresting you." For this time limit, Aokiji is very sure. What Robin's abilities look like, he knows it very well. No matter how strong flower fruit is, in front of Logia ice fruit, they are all useless. "Okay. Remember what you said." With this benefit, Robin immediately fulfilled the condition without thinking too much. "Then, let's start now." As soon as Robin finished speaking, she crossed her arms and activated the flower fruit ability. Massive arms appear on Aokiji's body, trying to hold Aokiji. Aokiji's body suddenly overflowed with cold air, freezing all the arms that appeared on him. At the same time, Robin quickly finished the seal. Bunshin no Jutsu. Wow! 4 robins suddenly appeared on the field. The 4 robins ran in 4 directions. Oh? Is this also the ability of flower fruit? The first time I saw Robin using this ability, Aokiji was very surprised. Wow! Robin turned into 4. Luffy suddenly became excited. Usopp's eyes widened, it's amazing. I can't tell which one is real and which one is fake. It's the one running south. Zoro's observation haki was released, and he immediately sensed Robin's real body. That's right. It's the one running south. Luffy also has the middle level observation haki, and feels Logan's real body. You 3 idiots. The enemy has heard you. Shut your mouth. Nami was furious, and the big card was used, and immediately punched Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp all over their heads. Luffy and Zoro looked hurt, almost crying. Ah, why did you beat me up too? I just asked casually. Usopp held the bruise above his head, feeling wronged to death. Chopper on the side tightly covered his mouth, shivering. He silently swears in his heart. You can't never provoke this woman. At this time, Aokiji leaped forward and grabbed the real Robin. If Luffy and Zoro's observation haki can sense the real body, of course Aokiji can sense her too. It's over. Accompanied by the freezing cold, Robin in front of Aokiji suddenly turned into an ice sculpture. But the next moment... Don't be naive, a voice came from Aokiji's right side. Aokiji took a look, isn't that Robin? Looking at the Robin who was frozen by him just now, it was just a piece of wood. It seems that these ninjutsu are very suitable for Robin. For Robin's fight, Logan secretly praised her. Just relying on body replacement technique, Kawarimi no Jutsu, Robin can easily escape. What happened? Looking at the ice wood in front of him, Aokiji hesitated. He just used the observation haki fully, but he didn't realize when Robin's real body left. This is kind of scary. This time we have to see clearly how you transferred your real body. Thinking of this, the chill in Aokiji's hands shot out instantly. Ice time capsule. The shockwave of icy cold air rolled towards Robin against the ground. Aokiji's eyes fixed on Robin, and his knowledgeable cooking spirit also firmly locked on Robin. He wants to see exactly how Robin is transferred. But at this moment, Robin had finished printing. Great fireball technique. Open her mouth, billowing flames spurted out from Robin's mouth. The moment the flame spewed out, it grew when it saw the wind, and instantly turned into a huge and monstrous fireball. The fireball collided with the cold air on the ground. Showdown of ice and fire. The 2 elements with completely opposite properties immediately formed a tacit balance. At the junction, the cold air and the flames are constantly smiling. You have 15 seconds. Robin reminded. Said, she crossed her arms. Dazzling 100 blossoms. Immediately, a large number of arms appeared around Robin's body. In addition, there is a rather strange picture. On those arms, there's a lot of Robin's face. At first glance, it looks a little weird. Aokiji didn't move, he thought for a moment. If he continues to pounce on Robin now, it is estimated that Robin will still use that ability to escape. Thinking of this. Don't say I bully you, I can only retaliate. He immediately pressed his hand to the ground. Mini Ice Age. Clatter. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The cold air, like a glacier bursting, rushed to the surroundings in an instant with the force of bursting the embankment. Of course Robin's direction is also included. From Aokiji's point of view, no matter which direction Robin moves, she will be frozen. This time, however, Robin didn't dodge. She also guessed that Aokiji was going to use a large area attack. Close to 200 arms. At this time, the hand seal is completed at the same time. That about 100 blooming faces opened their mouths at the same time. The formation of the Great Fireball. 100 monstrous great fireballs appeared at the same time and gathered together, causing the temperature that had dropped sharply to rise sharply at this moment. The flames piled on top of each other, making the temperature of the flame core terribly high. The range is even wider. Moment. The ice on the ground was evaporated dry. The turf below was directly reduced to ashes. Glacier burst and great fireball fight together. The majestic mist rises into the sky. When the mist gradually dissipates, Robin and Aokiji appear. At this time, Robin's face was pale due to the exhaustion of physical strength. She adjusted her breathing, then looked at Aokiji, and calmly announced, 1 minute is up, you lose. Chapter 142. Aokiji touched his own head, and said with some annoyance, what a shame. Robin in front of him was already pale at this time, obviously exhausted physically. As long as Aokiji continues to attack, whether or not Robin can dodge the next attack, her physical strength will be slowly consumed. When the time comes, she can easily capture her. Aokiji said earlier that if he doesn't subdue Nico Robin within 1 minute, he will give up the capture of Nico Robin. Logan activated the rubber fruit ability, his arm stretched instantly, grabbed Robin's arm, and pulled her to his side. Although the outcome has been decided, it is more reliable to keep Robin within the range that he can protect. After all, who knows what Aokiji thinks? Aokiji was annoyed for a few seconds, then looked at the Straw Hat pirates. Just as he was about to speak, he saw everyone in the Straw Hat pirates reaching out and pointing in the direction he came from just now, go. What Aokiji wanted to say was blocked in his mouth, he immediately shrugged his shoulders, okay, I'll go. In the evening, Tanjit packed up his luggage and was ready to go. Looking at Tanjit's lone figure, Nami had a sore nose, and suggested, anyway, we still need a few days to wait for the log pose. Why don't we escort Tanjit together? I think that's a good idea. Logan gave Nami an appreciative look. It's Nami-chan's idea, and I support it unconditionally. Sanji had little hearts in his eyes. Yet. This way we can even see a few more islands. Luffy raised his hands happily and began to imagine the scene of the next island. With the help of the Straw Hat pirates, it took only 3 days for Tanjit to join his tribe. In order to celebrate the miracle of Tanjit being alive, and to thank the Straw Hat pirates for their help, the nomads slaughtered sheep and cattle, and held a grand bonfire feast. Luffy had a great time this time. A few days later, the log pose was recharged, and the Straw Hat pirates continued their voyage. About 3 days after leaving Long Ring Island, Going Merry arrived in of Water 7. Before approaching the port, Logan routinely opened the system. Your fan Nami has conquered the maze cards in the world of the manga card captor Sakura. You simultaneously gain the maze card ability. You get points +2. Your manga fan Roronoa Zoro has improved his world strength in the manga Zaraki Kenpeki biography. Observation Haki has been upgraded to a high level. You get its observation Haki ability simultaneously. You get points +3. Your manga fan Usopp train the ability of the god-killing star Shikai in the world of the manga Bleach, Urtsu Nimeya Falling Mountain Crystal. You get the god-killing star Shikai ability at the same time. You get points +2. Your fan Nico Robin has improved his world strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography, and practiced sea-level ninjutsu wind-style Repusho, Gale Palm. You simultaneously obtain sea-level ninjutsu Futon Repusho. You get +1 points. Your fan Nico Robin has improved his world strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography, and he has trained sea-level ninjutsu Futon de Toppa, Great Breakthrough. You simultaneously obtain the sea-level ninjutsu Futon de Toppa. You get +1 points. Need revision. Okay. The MVP this time is still Robin. Although the 2 ninjutsu mastered by Robin are all sea ninjutsu, they are very practical. In particular, these 2 are offensive ninjutsu, which can well make up for the lack of long-range attack methods in Robin. Other than Robin, there are only 3 people who have improved this time. Nami is still contributing points steadily as before. A maze card is an auxiliary function card that creates a maze, similar to an illusion, but not quite the same. The inverted mountain crystal star that Usopp trained this time is a very good ability to preserve the battlefield. From Bakut S73, Inverted Mountain Crystal, Tozansho. A cone-shaped inverted triangle defense array can be summoned in the air, which can not only resist attacks, but also serve as a temporary medical room on the battlefield. Zoro's Haki also finally made a big step. Luffy with his Armament Haki Advance Mastery, and Zoro with his Observation Haki Advance Mastery. These 2 are now complementary, benefiting Logan. Collect Luffy's Armament Haki, Zoro's Observation Haki, and Logan's 2-type Haki have reached Advanced Mastery. When Logan comes to the deck, he can have a panoramic view of the capital of the Water 7. It has to be said that this is an island with a very industrial aesthetic. The highest point in the middle is a large fountain, from which the sea water sprays out, and then divides into 7 currents and rushes to the sea. But don't think that this is just for aesthetics, more importantly, it is a means of quickly connecting to the inner city traffic, which is very convenient. Awesome! This city is famous for shipbuilding and repairing ships. Luffy stepped on the ground of the capital of Water 7, raised his hands excitedly, I announce. I want to find a shipwright to be our crewmate here. In the original plot, when the Straw Hat pirates sailed to the capital of Water 7, Going Merry was dilapidated and overhauled. But now, not only is the Going Merry more than 10 times larger than the original one, but it has not suffered any terrible damage along the way. If Logan have to say, Logan can only give Going Merry a maintenance here. I got it. The Galley Law Company is the largest shipbuilding company on this island, and the shipwright in it are the best shipwrights on the entire island. Robin withdrew her crossed hands, and the ears that had bloomed just now gave her a lot of useful information in an instant. On the way to the capital of Water 7, they met the platform of the sea train and the station master, Granny Kokoro. When she learned that Luffy and his group were looking for a shipwright, Granny Kokoro strongly recommended Galley Law Company to them and wrote a letter of introduction to them enthusiastically. Hearing this, Luffy immediately decided, okay. Then let's go to Galley Law now. Sanji immediately volunteered and said, leave this matter to me. I will find a beautiful woman with a great body and good looks to be our shipwright. Zoro was furious and scolded angrily, you idiot with curly eyebrows. Are you looking for a shipwright or a wife? Sanji is not a backing out either, and immediately responded, Green Moss idiot, if you don't understand, just shut up. Then Sanji looked at Logan, Logan, do you think we should find a beautiful shipwright? In his opinion, Logan can at least be regarded as half of his comrades, and he should agree with his ideas. However, Logan shrugged his shoulders, we are looking for a shipwright. Of course, we need to find a strong man like a mountain. These words were copied by Logan himself from the original plot of Luffy. Even if they are not exactly the same, the meaning is definitely the same. When Logan said this, Luffy suddenly felt like a confidant, and shouted, Logan is right. The shipwright should find a strong man like a mountain. Then let's go. Afterwards, Nami distributed money to everyone. The financial power is still in the hands of Logan, but Nami is already the accountant of the ship. After the distribution, everyone went ashore. Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper form the purchasing team. Robin, Nami, and Kaya form a shopping group. Logan, Luffy, and Zoro formed the recruiting group. This time, Logan didn't go shopping with Nami because he was going to find a shipwright. It was important to do business. After all, the plot has changed now. If Luffy is allowed to find it by himself, what kind of weirdo will appear? However, when the three of Logan came to Galley Law Company, something happened. What's going on? What happened here? Zoro glanced around, a thoughtful look on his face. It seems that there was a big fight just now. Luffy also saw the problem. Bastard! How dare you come? Suddenly, a strong man with a wrench rushed over, and with a wrench, he smashed the face of the nearest Luffy. Luffy dodged casually, and the man staggered and fell to the ground with blood on his stomach. Seeing this, Luffy immediately shouted, Ah! Why did you break your stomach? Zoro rolled his eyes, idiot. That's a wound he had before. What's going on? Isn't this the Galley Law Company? We came here just because of the reputation, and we want to give our ship a maintenance. At this moment, Logan spoke. He has seen the original plot, but the problem is, there is no such scene in the original plot. And it doesn't look right in this workshop. What? Are you here for ship maintenance? The strong man clutched the wound on his stomach, then smiled self-deprecatingly, it's gone, the Galley Law Company is gone. Chapter 143. What? 3 question marks appeared in Logan's head. Galley Law Company gone. What kind of plot is this? He asked with a puzzled look, what do you mean it's gone? Luffy also asked blankly, yes. Granny Kokoro said that Galley Law Company is the largest shipbuilding company on this island, why did it disappear? The largest shipbuilding company, hee. The miserable smile on the strong man's face became even more tragic. He murmured, yes, it is indeed the largest shipbuilding company. If you had come one day earlier, any kind of ship do you want to build and any kind of ship do you want to repair, we can handle it. Hey! Can you speak clearly? Zoro grew impatient. Well, let's find your boss, Icebug. Where is he? Seeing that the shipman's mood was not right, Logan felt that it was better not to waste time here. But these words angered the shipman all of a sudden. Bastard! You are sent by that group. The mayor of Water 7 is already dead, why don't you let him go? Do you still want to see if he is completely dead? Regardless of the injury on his stomach, the shipman was about to pounce on Logan and the others when he left. Logan activated the shield casually and blocked the shipman grid. Don't be impulsive, we don't know what happened. We just arrived here today, and we were recommended by Granny Kokoro. Logan tried to appease the shipman's emotions, and then said, if possible, you'd better explain the matter clearly, maybe we can help. Do you want to help? Ha ha ha. Do the pirates want to take care of the world government's affairs? Go away, just go away. The shipman laughed wildly, and then cried again. Seeing him like this, the three had no choice but to leave. After leaving, Zoro analyzed, it seems that something big happened yesterday, which caused a devastating blow to the company. Logan nodded, just now he mentioned that the mayor of Water 7 is dead. I think we have to investigate this matter. Looking at the way the man spoke just now, Logan felt that the mayor of Water 7 should not be dead, but was seriously injured. Could it be? Did CP9 already taking action? Thinking of this, Logan immediately asked a girl walking across, excuse me, was there a storm yesterday? Seeing Logan's handsome face, the girl immediately replied with a peachy smile, yes. Aqualaguna was here yesterday. That's it. Although Logan can't remember the specific time in the original plot, there are some things that can be used as a reference for the time node. For example, this Aqualaguna, in the original plot, a storm occurred on the day when CP9 performed their operation. And now, this storm happened yesterday. No doubt. The people of CP9 have already attacked Icebug. What is that, Melon? Where did you buy it? Luffy showed interest in this thing. Don't ask so many questions, let's go to the mayor building. Before the girl could answer Luffy, Logan pulled them up and ran away. When they came to the municipal building, Galley Law Company's shipmen are all here. And, besides them, Logan also saw Frankie's family. But Frankie was not seen. In front of the municipal building, a man in a wheelchair covered in bandages was talking to everyone. Logan took a closer look, isn't he the mayor of Water 7, Icebug? Who are you? Suddenly seeing three strangers barging in, everyone present became vigilant. Logan immediately explained, we came in peace. We were recommended by Granny Kokoro to find Icebug. Don't lie. We won't believe it. Don't even think about hurting the mayor again. The crowd was excited, as if they wanted to swallow Logan and others alive. But at this moment, Icebug weakly shouted, let them come over. Mayor. Boss. Everyone refused to let it go. Icebug raised his hand and waved it weakly, don't worry, the people in the government have already got what they want, and my life is worthless to them. At this time, the mayor of Water 7 was not worried about someone coming to assassinate him at all. Because from the beginning to the end, the target level of the world government is not him, but the blueprint he knows. Icebug has a high prestige in the hearts of these people. Since he insisted on saying this, everyone had no choice but to make way. Looking at the three people who came over, Icebug asked, what are you here for? We're here to find a shipwright to be our crewmate. Luffy showed off directly. Let me say it. Logan grabbed Luffy, and then explained, we really want to find a shipwright to join our pirate group. We met Granny Kokoro at sea before, and we chatted with her for a long time, and then she recommended us to come to Galley Law Company. As he said that, Logan took out a letter and handed it to Icebug, it was written by her, and I just leave it to you. The mayor of Water 7 took the letter, which contained only one sentence. Find them a shipwright, Mura. A kissable red lip print on it. Tear. The mayor of Water 7 tore the letter into pieces immediately. Asshole. Underscore. The people at the bottom of the steps were furious, thinking that Logan had done something outrageous. Be safe and don't be impatient. Icebug quickly reached out his hand to signal everyone not to panic, and then explained, it's Kokoro's letter, no mistake. But, why are you so angry? Barry, one of the ship's foremen, asked worriedly. Oh, that's because Kokoro kissed a lip print on it, which made me feel uncomfortable. Icebug explained, and then he looked at Luffy, since it was recommended by Kokoro, then I can find one for you. Great, uncle, you are such a nice person. Luffy was very happy to hear that Icebug was willing to help. However, the mayor of Water 7 said again, don't worry, I haven't finished talking yet. Although I promised to find you, you are pirates. Whether the shipmen here are willing to join you is beyond my control. It's gone. As he spoke, he pointed to the crowd below and said, "The best shipwrights in this city are here, you can find it yourself. Is this okay?" Zoro expressed his confusion. "How do you feel that this crewmate is so casual?" But Luffy didn't think so. He immediately looked at everyone happily, and shouted, "Everyone, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Who wants to be my crewmate?" A moment of silence. The atmosphere at the scene was awkward. It seems that they are not interested in joining the Pirate King crew. Zoro whispered to Luffy with a black line on his forehead. But when these words fell into the ears of Icebug, it made him feel really excited. Pirate King. He remembered his teacher, Tom, the fishman who used to build the pirate ship for Pirate King Roger. And now, the kid who appeared in front of him also kept shouting to become the Pirate King. Could this be some kind of fate? And just before this, his fellow apprentice was also captured by CP9. If there is such a thing as fate, maybe, give it a try. Thinking of this, Icebug immediately asked, "Your name is Luffy, is that what they call you?" "Of course, uncle." Luffy has a good impression of Icebug and thinks he is very nice. "Luffy, let me tell you the truth. These shipwrights already have a steady income and good life here, so they are definitely not willing to join the pirate organization," Icebug said. "Hey!" Luffy opened his mouth, a little depressed. The mayor of Water 7 continued, "However, there was once a person who built a battleship for the Pirate King Gold Roger. Great! I want this guy." When he heard that he had built a battleship for One Piece, Luffy was revived with full blood. Icebug shook his head, but that person had died for several years. Ah! Luffy felt that his heart couldn't bear this torment. Zoro also protested, Hey! Since he died, why do you mention it?" Without meeting the look of dissatisfaction in Zoro's eyes, Icebug continued, "There is one apprentice who is still alive. If there is anyone who will be the best shipwright in the world, it must be him." The originally slumped mood was filled with passion again. Luffy jumped up suddenly, "Okay. That's him." The mayor of Water 7 spread his hands, "But he is going to die soon." Puff. Luffy looked at Icebug with incredible sad eyes, Are you a devil, why do you keep playing with us?" The mayor of Water 7 smiled, "But you can save him." "Hey? Great idea." Luffy regained his energy, he took the hand of Icebug, "Tell me, where is he? Let's wait for someone to finish talking first." Zoro pulled Luffy back. Icebug took a deep breath, "Let me tell you a story first." Then, Icebug began to tell his past, a story of him, Frankie, and Tom. Hearing this story, Luffy was furious, these government agents are so hateful. Grandpa Tom built such a good sea train for everyone, but they killed Grandpa Tom. "Hey! You told this story on purpose to let us save your fellow apprentice, right?" Zoro's face was grim, understanding Icebug motif unlike Luffy. "Yes." Icebug didn't hide anything, and then said, "But you don't have to go. This is your choice. I can guarantee what I said is true, Frankie has perfectly inherited our master Tom's shipwright technique, even without recognition. He is definitely the best shipwright in the world. But, it is true that he is going to die soon. And you don't have to be too sentimental, the opponent is the world government and Enies Lobby. No pirate group is stupid enough to go against the world government. Okay, I'm done talking. Just treat it as a small talk, you can leave now." As he spoke, Icebug made a gesture to see off the guests. The reason why he said so much just now is because Luffy shouted, "I am the man who is going to be the Pirate King," which made him feel emotional. But after he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that his idea was simply unrealistic. That is the world government. Who would be stupid enough clash sword with them? However, just when he laughed at himself for being too naive, a naive captain who was more naive than him announced firmly, "Okay, I've decided. The StrawHats pirate wants this Frankie." Chapter 144. When Luffy chooses a crewmate, the first impression is very important. Although he has never seen Frankie until now, he learned from Icebug's words just now that Frankie would rather be tortured by the CP9 people than tell the whereabouts of the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. This alone makes Luffy approve of him. The key is, this man is also the world's best shipwright. Nani? Are you sure what he said is true? Suddenly hearing that Luffy had already made a decision, Zoro's face became silky. He knows Luffy well. Know that once Luffy has made a decision, it won't change. But the problem is, they have never seen this person before. Immediately, he looked at Logan. Hey, hey, hey. You have to say something. You can't let this idiot, Luffy, be fooled. Logan smiled. It's okay, what he said is true. Zoro was stunned. Nani? How do you know what he said is true? Logan explained, because a person's eyes can't lie. When he spoke just now, I couldn't see any deception from his eyes. As soon as these words came out, Iceberg was slightly shocked. He suddenly though. Maybe. Can these three people really save Frankie? Looks like we'll have to go to the Enies Lobby. Logan showed a troubled expression, and then asked Iceberg, when was Frankie sent to Enies Lobby? He was arrested yesterday, but CP9 did not find the blueprint, so the interrogation continued until this morning before he took the C train to Enies Lobby. If there is no accident, he will not be tried, but continue being interrogated by CP9, until he says the blueprint of the Pluton whereabouts, or death. In this case, there should be still time. Rubbing his chin, Logan quickly made a judgment. Let's go to Enies Lobby. Luffy was so excited that it didn't look like he was going to fight, but like he was going on a trip. Etc. Iceberg stopped them and seriously reminded, are you sure you know what CP9 is? I know. Logan waved his hand, interrupted the topic, and asked a more important question, it's just that if we go by our pirate ship, it will take a lot longer. As far as I know, from here to Enies Lobby the fastest way is to take the sea train. If possible, I hope you can open a separate train for us. I'm afraid this won't work. Iceberg shook his head, his expression not very good. Hey! You bastard! We are going to save your friend. Zoro immediately shouted at Iceberg. We're going to help you save people, why are you not helping? Don't get me wrong. What I mean is, there is only one sea train to Enies Lobby, and it has been used by the people of the world government this morning, and it is going to Enies Lobby. Iceberg immediately explained. But Logan waved his hand, it doesn't matter. We can borrow the sea trains leading to other islands. Moreover, we only need to connect the front and a section of the carriage. Are you kidding me? Sea trains all have fixed routes, how can you borrow them? Do you really know what a sea train is? If you can change the route freely, then the entire ocean will be covered with tracks. No need to be fanciful. No matter which island it leads to, the track of the sea train is fixed. It can only travel between islands. Yes. Once the train leaves the track, it will sink directly into the sea. There is no way to borrow it. The shipmen at the bottom of the steps said one after another. Don't worry about this, as long as I borrow it, I have a way to put the sea train intact. Ignoring the shipmen below, Logan looked at Iceberg instead. Hearing what Logan said with such certainty, Iceberg fell into deep thought. But without thinking for a few seconds, he immediately made a decisive decision, okay. I'll make arrangements for the sea train. Those guys should agree. Okay, then please hurry up. Let's go back and gather some people, and we will meet up at the platform for Enies Lobby later. In addition, please use the power in your hand again to help us broadcast and call our crewmates, so that the crewmates of the Straw Hat Pirates can return to the ship immediately. After speaking, Logan called Luffy and Zoro to go back to the ship. The plot of the capital of Water 7 has undergone great changes now, and time waits for no one. If it delays, maybe Frankie will really die. Maybe it's dangerous now. Quick! Connect me to the radio station. Seeing Logan's swift action style, Iceberg was suddenly full of confidence. Although he can't participate in the battle, but the support must be played well. The city of the capital of Water 7 is not very large, and the broadcasting system also covers the whole island. When the three of them returned to the Going Merry, the others also came back because they heard the announcement. Seeing Logan, Luffy and others, Usopp immediately asked, "What's going on? Is there something wrong?" Sanji looked at Logan expectantly, "Have you found a beautiful shipwright?" Chopper said with a look of admiration, "You can actually broadcast the announcement to the whole island, Logan, Luffy, you are amazing. Everyone's focus is really something they are interested in." Logan glanced at Luffy and asked, "Should I say it?" "Yeah, talk." Luffy urged. He knew that he couldn't get to the point, so it was more convenient for Logan to say it in detail. Logan said, "Then let me make a long story short. The thing is, we have now found a shipwright with the best skill in the world, and his character has also been affirmed by me, Luffy and Zoro. Zoro looked angry. Hey! I'm not sure yet. That's not the point. The point is that this person is indeed an excellent crewmate who can be our shipwright. But now he was arrested by the world government in the morning, and has now been escorted to Enies Lobby. Luffy and I decided to rescue him and set out immediately. Ah! Hearing this, Usopp was suddenly incredulous. Did you make a mistake? That's the world government. Yet. What about the world government? You are still the sniper king who shot the flag of the world government with a slingshot. Logan said seriously, that's right. We will become the world government enemy. So, at present, I, Luffy, and Zoro have all decided. What do you think? Why did you help me make a decision again? Zoro was about to go crazy. Luffy picked her nostrils. Then are you going or not? Zoro said angrily, of course. Oh. I'm going too. Sanji not losing out to Zoro. The three women looked at each other, and sweat suddenly appeared on their foreheads. Nami raised her eyebrows lightly. I have no objection. Logan has decided on things, and Nami will definitely not object. I have no objection either. Robin also expressed his opinion. Kaya smiled and said, I don't even have an opinion. Chopper, you must not agree. Usopp seized Chopper, seeking only one ally. I still agree. Looking at the eyes of everyone, Chopper expressed his compromise. Usopp faltered suddenly, okay. Then I have to lead my 80 million subordinates to go with you. Chopper was shocked, there are so many subordinates, Usopp, you are so amazing. Logan continued, although everyone agrees, but this time the time is tight, we are not going by going merry. So someone needs to stay to protect the ship and Kaya. I'll stay and protect Sister Kaya. Sanji was so excited that he volunteered to stay. Logan reminded, bounty. Sanji immediately changed his words, I'd better go fight. Just let Chopper stay and protect Sister Kaya. Sister Kaya, I will come back and I will make you a seasonal ice drink as an apology for you. Thank you Sanji-kun. Kaya's smile is sweet. Subsequently, Logan arranged the distribution of personnel. In the end it was decided to keep Nami, Chopper, and Kaya on board. If only one Chopper is left, Logan feels unsafe. But if you add a Nami, it will be safer. Nami actually wanted to be with Logan, but after Logan explained the truth, she was willing to listen to Logan. Usopp wanted to stay, but Logan insisted on taking him. After all, although the classic scene of Luffy yelling and making Robin yell I want to live in the original plot will not appear now, the flag of the government of the world still needs Usopp to shoot it. It also makes Usopp have more impact. Robin also has to follow, because there is someone there who needs Robin to clean up by herself. After tidying up, the fighters of the Straw Hat Pirates came to the sea train platform leading to Enies Lobby. The mayor of Iceberg, the shipman of the Galley Law Company, and the Frankie family are already here. Iceberg was in a wheelchair and was pushed in front of the Straw Hat Pirates. He looked at Logan, I have recalled the sea train to the Spring Queen's Island according to your request, and it is now parked at the platform near the number 4 dock. But there is nothing I can do about it. Okay, that's enough. Logan nodded, and then, he stepped on it. The big card of Klaus card floated in his hand. Wow! Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and saw 2 pillars appearing in the sea. Hey! What is this? Why do 2 pillars suddenly appear on the sea? Wait! Look up! Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The next moment, everyone except the Straw Hat Pirates widened their eyes in shock. FK. That is, giant. Logan bent down and reached out to pick up the train head and put it on the platform leading to the Spring Queen's Island. It seems to be holding a toy, and then gently placed on the platform track leading to Enies Lobby. Iceberg was completely dumbfounded. But the next moment, his heart was suddenly so excited that it was pounding. With such a powerful strength. Maybe. These people can really save Frankie. Chapter 145. The sea train departs. People from Galley Law Company and Frankie's family also followed. The Frankie family were going to save Frankie. And the reason of the shipwrights of Galley Law Company is more interesting. As the current vice president, the reason given by Polly is that he wants to fire Lucci and Keiko face to face on behalf of the president of the Galley Law Company. Because of the Aqua Laguna yesterday, the sea today seems to be extraordinarily calm. When everyone arrived at Enies Lobby, the journey was almost uneventful. The Enies Lobby is right in front of it. I came here when I was repairing the track, and the terrain is probably like this. Polly put a hand-drawn topographic map on the table and introduced it to everyone. What's that black thing? Luffy pointed to the circle outside the main island of Enies Lobby and asked suspiciously. Polly replied, that's a waterfall, you'll understand when you see it. At this time, a shipman shouted, attention everyone. We are almost here. But the gate is still blocking us. Leave it to me. Zoro pushed his way through the crowd and stepped forward. He jumped lightly and jumped onto the front of the car. Wado Ikimonji come out of its sheaths. Itri, Dei Shinken. There are no fancy moves, only a sword slashing forward. However, when this unremarkable sword fell, the sky and the earth changed color. A terrifying momentum followed, like a demon from hell, brutally suppressing it to the front. The gate made of steel has stood in the sea for many years and has not been destroyed. At this time, under the attack of Zoro, it was cut like a piece of grass. Together with sea water. All were cut off. The sea water blasted to both sides, exposing the railroad tracks below the sea level. Mini Ice Age. The ice card appeared in Logan's hand, and the cold air instantly froze the separated waves in front of him. The name of this skill is directly borrowed from Aokiji. Ka ka ka. It froze for a moment and passed the Enies Lobby in the distance on the ship, freezing all the sea water around the Enies Lobby. Oh! Oh my god, we're flying! No, we are still orbiting in the sea, but the sea water below was split just now, and now it has become a canyon. Is this the ability of Devil Fruit? It actually froze the sea. It's too powerful. Great! With such a strong teammate, we will be able to save Frankie. We must let those bastards taste the punishment too. The shipwright shouted excitedly. On the other side, Enies Lobby. There are a large number of marine soldiers guarding here. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly, and the icy chill made them shiver subconsciously. Next moment. Ka 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 ka. The sea freezes instantly. Nanny. What's going on? It's Admiral Aokiji. Oh yes. It must be Admiral Aokiji, no one can freeze the sea except him. Facing the sea freezing like a natural disaster, almost everyone thought of Aokiji immediately. Woo woo woo. With the sound of a whistle, the sea slowly stopped. Isn't it? Could it be my eyes? Why is there another sea train? When did Enies Lobby have a second sea train? Admiral Aokiji should be on this train, wait for him to come down and ask. Under the confused eyes of these marine guards, the car door opened. Gomu Gomu no rocket. What appeared in front of them was not Admiral Aokiji, but Luffy's greeting. Boom! The marines in front were instantly knocked out. Frankie! Where are you? Feet on the ground, Luffy grinned. Hearing Luffy yelling like this, the marine guards all changed their colors. No. He wants to help the prisoner. Someone even recognized Luffy immediately. Ah! Underscore. He is the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Monkey D. Luffy with a bounty of 150 million belly. What? It turned out to be such a big pirate. Hurry! Hurry up and inform the officer. Wait! That is, the pirate hunter with a bounty of 140 million belly, Roronoa Zoro. Ah! Not good, their vice-captain is here too. That is the existence that offers a reward of 180 million. Call for help from the main HQ. When the Straw Hat Pirates got off the train one by one, the marine soldiers guarding the place went crazy. What kind of evil did this do? Why do we have to see so many pirates with bounty on the same day? They were all extremely nervous, holding the guns and swords tightly in their hands, a little at a loss. And the shipwright of the Galley Law Company and the Frankie family who came out immediately after hearing the exclamation used by the marine soldiers were all frightened and stunned. These guys who've been smiling all the way with us. Are they all such a powerful pirate? Logan came to the crowd, he looked at these marine soldiers. Theoretically speaking, these marine soldiers are not too sinful. Listen, we are here only to find the group of CP9 people. I think you all know what kind of bastards other people are. If you don't want to lose your life for those bastards, then all of you squat honestly in the corner over there, and we won't kill you. As he spoke, Logan pointed to the corner on the right side of the Gate of Justice. Marine soldiers are all dumbfounded. What a shame this is. But it is also true that if you act rashly, you will die. Although everyone is wearing the cloak of justice, there are not many people who are willing to die for the word of justice. However, when they were still hesitating, Logan shook his head slightly. Sorry, we are in a hurry. As soon as the words fell, he activated the rubber fruit ability, and his arms stretched out. With a big hug gesture, Logan hugged all the marine soldiers and guards in front. Next moment, the magic power of the Clow Thunder card was used by Logan. Sitsaizi. A billowing electric current emanated from Logan's body and poured into the marine soldiers. They were hugged tightly by Logan at this time, crowded and close to each other. When Logan connected the current to them, there was a collective conduction in an instant. Sitsaizi. Everyone fell to the ground with green smoke. Ah! Who dares to make trouble at Enies Lobby? A giant marine with a not-so-aesthetic appearance appeared with a mountain axe in hand. Afterwards, another giant marine carrying a club also came. Hey! It's a giant! Luffy froze for a moment, and suddenly showed a surprised expression. Don't be silly, they are enemies. Zoro reminded. Leave it to me. Sanji volunteered to show off. After all, he wanted to show off so he can finally got a bounty to surpass the Moss Head. Wait a moment. Logan shouted to stop Sanji, and then he stepped on, moonwalk. When he reached the height of 2 giant heads, Logan took out a large stone from the system space. He held the stone with both hands, and then threw it at the 2 giants. Hey, hey, hey! Damn Logan, you asked me to wait, then you attack them alone. Sanji stomped his feet angrily. Usopp was very confused. No. Logan shouldn't attack in such a silly way. Yet. This is not Logan's style. Robin nodded too. Now she knows Logan well, so she is very sure. Damn little guy, you actually want to fight, huh? This is... Giant Oimo was about to get angry, but his eyes still fell on the big stone Logan threw. He grabbed the big rock in his hand. Yes. For Logan, it is a boulder, but for their giant, it is equivalent to an accessory. Oimo grabbed the stone and took a closer look, and his eyes suddenly burst into excitement. This is the stone sculpture made by Brother Dori. Ah! Yes, it's really Brother Dori's creation. Kashii, who was holding a mountain axe in his hand, also exclaimed suddenly. Afterwards, the 2 of them looked fiercely at Logan at the same time. Say. Why do you have something from Brother Dori? He gave it to me. Logan shrugged and said calmly. Before leaving Little Garden, Logan specially asked Dori and Bragi for a token, saying it was a souvenir. In fact, Logan was considering that he might come to Enies Lobby in the future, and when he met Oimo and Kashii, he couldn't beat them to death. After all, these 2 people are not lackeys of the world government, but were deceived by the world government. How come? Aren't you pirates? Brother Dori and Brother Bragi are currently being imprisoned in the Impel Down. How can you get their creation? Although they were sure that the token was real, they couldn't believe Logan's words. Because the reason why they stand here to guard Enies Lobby is because they have reached an agreement with Marine and the world government. As long as they guard Enies Lobby for 50 years, Dori and Bragi, who were captured by Marine, can be released. Logan suddenly showed a puzzled look on purpose. The Impel Down? Who told you? We met Dori and Bragi on an island called Little Garden, and the 2 of them had already dueled on that island for 100 years. Luffy also said happily, that's right. The 2 of them are great. They even invited us to eat meat. Both of them are real warrior. Thinking back to Dori and Bragi, Usopp was filled with emotion. Ah! Oimo suddenly figured it out, and he roared angrily, we have been lied to by these bastards from the world government. They said that Brother Dori and Brother Bragi were captured. As long as we guard Enies Lobby for 50 years, they will just let Dori and Bragi go. He was sure that the token in his hand was real, so he was more willing to believe Logan's words. What's more, they didn't trust the world government very much. Great! Brother Dori and Brother Bragi were not caught by Marine, that's great! Kashii cried happily. Is there such a thing? It seems that the world government had lied to you guys. Logan made a look of surprise, and then said lightly, but, I don't have time to chat with you now, we are going to save people. If possible, please step aside. No. Oimo's expression changed immediately, and he said angrily. Hearing this, Sanji yelled, ah! This bastard, it seems that I, Sanji, should be the ones that take them down. However, before he had time to move his feet, he heard Oimo roaring angrily, "I will go with you to find those bastards to settle accounts." Chapter 146. Enies Lobby is primarily divided into 3 distinct sections. Positioned at the rear is the Justice Tower, serving as the headquarters for CP9, a specialized agency operating under the world government. Inside the Justice Tower lies a labyrinthine interior, making it challenging to navigate without frequent visits. At present, within the chief's office of CP9, Spondam, the chief of CP9, sits behind his desk with a malevolent grin, legs crossed. Lying before his desk is a burly man, Frankie, the individual sought by everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. "Such reliable subordinates to gift me with such a prize!" Spondam exclaimed while glaring at Frankie, a mix of anger and delight evident in his expression. 8 years prior, Frankie's powerful blow had inflicted a severe facial injury on Spondam, necessitating the use of a special steel mask to hold his bones in place. While Spondam's original appearance was not particularly attractive, it was at least average. Now, he had transformed into a masked figure, perceived as a monstrosity by others, all courtesy of Frankie. Reveling in the moment, the man who had shocked him so profoundly, now labelled as criminal, lay before him. Spondam relished the opportunity to torture him mercilessly. The office boasted sofas aligned against its walls, where 7 individuals, 6 men and 1 woman, the official members of CP9, were seated. Leaving his desk, Spondam approached Frankie sprawled at his feet and let out a nearly perverse laugh. "Ha ha ha ha." Seizing Frankie's hair, he forced his face upwards, staring at him with eyes brimming with hateful madness. "You bastard! Finally, you've fallen into my grasp. Ha ha ha." In a defiant gesture, Frankie spat out a wad of thick phlegm at Spondam, catching him off guard. Reacting swiftly, Spondam tried to avoid it, his own cohorts visibly disturbed by the act. "Ah! I'll kill you!" Spondam erupted in response to Frankie's provocation, launching into a relentless series of stomps upon Frankie's head, channeling his pent-up rage. Lucci interjected coldly, "If you kill him, the whereabouts of the Pluton blueprint will vanish." Exhausted and breathless, Spondam halted his assault, experiencing a sudden chilling sensation. Glancing outside, he was alarmed to find the sea frozen. What's happening? Why has the sea suddenly frozen? As the lone female within CP9, Khalifa promptly approached the window to investigate. Her countenance immediately shifted to one of shock. "What's happening?" inquired Jabra, his tone tinged with suspicion. Turning from the window to face her CP9 companions, Khalifa spoke in a hushed tone, "The entire sea has frozen. It must be the arrival of that individual. Why would Marine Admiral Aokiji come here?" Lucci questioned, his voice deep with perplexity. Happily boasting, Spondam chimed in, "Ha ha ha. It's all for my benefit, of course. Didn't you know? Aokiji granted me access to a buster called Den Den Mushi. Do you comprehend the significance of that?" Jabra rose in astonishment, exclaiming, "Surely, he didn't authorize such an extreme measure for you." Lucci, while considering Marine Admirals as allies of CP9, found such unexpected actions disconcerting. Amidst the conversation, a hurried ring emitted from the Den Den Mushi. "It's Judge Baskerville. What does he require?" Spondam muttered in discontent upon seeing the Den Den Mushi's display. Answering the call, before Spondam could query, Baskerville urgently exclaimed, "Hurry! Come to this island for a rescue." CP9 members exchanged bewildered glances. Spondam, incensed, retorted, "Ridiculous! This is Enies Lobby. With Admiral Aokiji's presence, who would foolishly cause trouble here? No, no. They came after Frankie. They demanded we give him the criminal. No, they've invaded." The Den Den Mushi abruptly cut off with a panicked voice. "It appears something bad has occurred," Bluno remarked. "I'll investigate," Keiku declared, preparing to depart. "Hold on. You've just returned from a mission, you should rest." "Allow me to go instead," interjected Jabra, then swiftly leaped out of the window. Utilizing Jeppo, he swiftly arrived at Enies Lobby's main island. However, what greeted him astonished even further. Enies Lobby lay in ruins. Yet, the true shock came from the culprits, Enies Lobby's giant guards, Oimo and Kashi. Jabra witnessed them wrecking the buildings. Infuriated, Jabra shouted, "Halt, you two!" Oimo and Kashi turned, their rage palpable. "It's Jabra from CP9. We'll crush you traitors!" Two giants simultaneously attacked the building. Idiot! Jabra swiftly ascended, attempting to evade their assault. But just as he about dodged, suddenly a thunder struck, he was immobilized. Oimo's club struck heavily, leaving Jabra stunned and unable to use Soru, a technique he usually relied upon. Jabra employed Tekai to defend himself. Jabra realized the giant's strength was beyond his expectation. Logan's expression shifted oddly. He summoned the Clow power card, directing it toward Oimo. Boom! The impact was powerful. When the debris cleared, Jabra lay unconscious, his body likely bearing multiple fractures. Oimo, unsatisfied, grabbed Jabra and flung him into the air, shouting, "Giant home run!" With a heavy swing, Jabra disappeared into the sky. Chapter 147. Inside the Justice Tower, CP9 Chief Office. I thought I heard Jabra's scream just now. Fakura unzipped his mouth and said. I seem to have heard it too. Khalifa also frowned slightly. Hearing this, Spondam was furious. What? Jabra, that idiot, won't be defeated by the enemy, right? Damn it! Spondam grabbed Frankie's hair and asked, do you have any help? Frankie himself is confused, he doesn't have any strong helper. But whatever can make Spondam unhappy, he will act like it. So he deliberately said nonsense, of course. I have a group of brothers. Now they come to save me, are you ready to die? Hateful. Spondam knocked Frankie's head to the ground. Caw 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 caw. There was another freezing sound outside. When everyone looked outside, they immediately saw a piece of frozen pathway connecting the island to the Justice Tower, forming an ice bridge. Spondam was confused, how did Admiral Aokiji freeze the ice here? He looked towards the ice bridge from the window, and saw a group of people coming in mighty force. Bluno frowned, it's really those useless shipwright in the capital of Water 7. Frankie! Where are you? A loud voice exploded in the air. Bastard! That is your helper. Spondam looked at Frankie angrily. Frankie was really confused. He swear, this is definitely the first time he have heard this sound. Well, it's him. At this time, Khalifa pushed his glasses. He stared at Luffy who was walking on the ice bridge, pondered for a moment, and then said, I have seen his bounty, and it seems to be a newcomer who has a bounty of over 100 million. His pirate group is called the Straw Hat Pirates. Because of the image of Luffy wearing a straw hat, Khalifa immediately came up with the name of the Straw Hat Pirates. You actually know a pirate with a reward of over 100 million? Bastard! Spondam kicked Frankie a few times, and suddenly laughed maniacally again, ha 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 ha. My luck is really good. I caught you, a criminal named by the government of the world, and now there is another one with a bounty of over 100 million coming to me. It seems that my promotion is just around the corner. Boom! There was a bang. Apparently, the doors of Enies Lobby were blown open. Come on, let's go and see. Lucci let out a cold voice, and walked outside the door. The other CP9 people immediately followed. When they came to the lobby of the Justice Tower, the Straw Hat Pirates and the shipwrights had already arrived. Lucci. Keiku. __. When he saw these two people, Polly roared angrily. Oh, it's you trash! Lucci didn't take it seriously, as if he was looking at a piece of grass. Polly said angrily, stop being self-righteous. Don't think that I will be grateful to you if you spare my life. You misunderstood. Since you, an insignificant little character, survived by chance, we left because we didn't care about you at all. Lucci's face was cold, and he couldn't see any waves. Ah! Bastard! Polly was about to explode. But Lucci completely ignored him, but looked at Luffy, Straw Hat Luffy, offering a reward of 140 million super rookies. Is this why you come to Enies Lobby? Hey! The guy with the pigeons on his shoulders. Where's Frankie? Luffy's dialogue is also jumpy, and the two are not at the same point at all. Frankie is here. At this time, Spondam's voice came from behind the CP9 people. He grabbed Frankie's hair with one hand and dragged Frankie here. Frankie! Seeing Frankie's horrible appearance, everyone in Frankie's house roared angrily. You! With a swollen face, Frankie looked at everyone and yelled worriedly, run away! You can't possibly be their opponents. He looked at Luffy again, and that kid in the straw hat, I don't know you at all. You don't have to risk your life to save me. Nonsense! You are the shipwright that Uncle Water 7 himself said he would give to me. A man like you is exactly the shipwright I need. I have already decided for you to join my crew. Luffy clenched his fists and announced in a firm tone. Hey. How did I join your crew? At this time, Frankie looked at Luffy in a daze. But just as the words came out of his mouth, he suddenly froze again. Wait. Water 7 uncle? Suddenly realized what Frankie was overjoyed. Iceberg is not dead, is he? Luffy replied, yes, Uncle Water 7 is seriously injured and in a wheelchair but his life is safe. Ha ha ha. Great. He's not dead. He's not dead. Shut up, you bastard. Shpondum went up and kicked Frankie in the head. You bastard. Luffy was furious, and shot out with his right hand instantly. Gomu no pistol. Shpondum only felt as if his head had been hit by an earthquake, and his body was smashed against the wall with a bang. Fortunately, the building material of this Enies Lobby is strong enough, otherwise, Shpondum would probably be smashed through the building. Khalifa's eyes narrowed slightly, her heart was filled with surprise. You are naive. Lucci's face turned cold, and he immediately stopped Luffy who wanted to rush over. The guy with the pigeons on his shoulders, let's fight. Luffy punched Lucci. Kami. Lucci didn't hesitate at all, and immediately used the dodge technique of Marine 6 styles. Luffy's observation haki allows him to catch Lucci's dodge route. The moment his fist blasted out, he used his ability, and directly redirect the attack, which hit Lucci after the dodge. Boom. Lucci was hit, knocked toward the wall. What? Everyone in CP9 was shocked. Don't think about it. Kumadori aimed his hair at Luffy. Before his hair could reach Luffy, an outstretched hand attacked Kumadori. Boom. His head was pressed hard on the floor, smashing the floor into pieces. The arm just now, is not Luffy, but Logan's attack instead. Ibera rode. When Khalifa saw her crewmate being beaten, she instantly transformed into a long whip full of thorns, and aimed towards Logan's arm that had not been retracted. Clatter. The whip of thorns entangled Logan's arms completely. I have him under control, quickly subdue him. Khalifa grabbed the whip of thorns with both hands, and said to Keiko and Bluno beside him at the same time. What are you talking about? Who subdued whom? Logan pulls hard. Under the influence of the power card, the huge power is not something that Khalifa can stop. The terrifying force instantly pulled Khalifa to Logan's side. What? Seeing that there was no scar on Logan's arm that was entwined with the whip of thorns, Khalifa's red cheeks suddenly went up in shock. However, she suddenly found herself being grabbed by Logan's arm, and she was furious. You're harassing me. As she spoke, she kicked Logan's neck with lightning speed. Stop joking around. Logan then grabs Khalifa's ankle and throws her away. Khalifa was thrown, and then staggered a step forward. The next moment, Logan opened his right arm and gave a fierce slap to the hem of the skirt. Snapped. Bang. Hiss. In the entire hall, there was a sudden sound of gasping. FK. The shipwright of Galley Law Company and the people of Frankie House all stared at Logan in horror as if seeing a peerless demon. This. And Khalifa's pupils suddenly froze at this time. 2 or 3 seconds later, with a thud, she fell to the ground and passed out from the pain. Bastard. Sanji kicked Logan. I'll fight you for such a beautiful lady. Sitsaizi. Sanji was forced to calm down. Rankyaku. Keiko and Fakura attacked Logan from left to right at the same time. Leaf Whirlwind. Itaruiai, Shishi Sunsen. Immediately Zoro and the calm Sanji shot from left to right at the same time. Zoro appeared behind Fakura, and a blood exploded on Fakura's body, and he collapsed to the ground immediately. Keiko's Tempest kick just came out and Sanji kicked Keiko chin hard and threw Keiko to the air. Keiko's head buzzed, and his eyes went dark. In the next moments, just as he regained his sight a little, he saw that Sanji had already appeared in the air behind him. Front Lotus. Sanji hugged Keiko and turned him upside down. Boom. Like a piling blow, Keiko fell unconscious on the spot. Air DOA. Seeing this, Bluno didn't hesitate at all, and immediately opened an air door and got in. Lucci stood up at this moment. The muscles on his body bulged instantly. His face also changed, showing the appearance of a leopard. Beast form. Hey? You still want to fight? As soon as Luffy came to Frankie's side, he looked up at Luffy. Boy! You are the first difficult enemy I have encountered so far, I will let you experience the taste of death. With a heavy sound, Lucci clenched his fists and attacked Luffy at the same time. Roku Shiki Uji, Roku Ou Gan. Boom! Boom! Luffy stretched his hands forward and firmly grabbed Lucci's fists. He frowned slightly, it seemed weak. The power of this move is the impact behind. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying impact burst out from Lucci's fists. Luffy's face changed slightly, and the jet black armament haki instantly protected his arm. Boom! Luffy nodded and said affirmatively, still too weak. Lucci's eyes narrowed suddenly, and he said in shock, impossible. With such a powerful force, only one sentence is mutter? As Lucci, who has been hailed as the first genius of CP9 in the past 800 years by the world government, how can he accept such absurd things? He wrapped his tail around Luffy's body violently, and roared. Sedarin, Roku Ou Gan. Boom! An indescribable shock wave instantly penetrated Luffy's body. Luffy frowned, it seemed amazing. But, now it's my turn to make a move. Nani? Lucci is dumbfounded. Gomu Gomu no elephant gun. Just as Lucci recovered from the shock, he suddenly saw a black shadow covering his eyes. Boom! With Luffy attack, he lost consciousness. Chapter 148. Boom! Under Luffy's attack, Lucci smashed the wall behind him with a bang, and fell into the ruins. But at this moment, a door suddenly opened in the wall beside Lucci. Bluno appeared and dragged the unconscious Lucci into it. Hey! Luffy was taken aback, and rushed up, but bumped his head against the wall. He looked at the wall in bewilderment, what happened to that guy, where did he go? Polly hurriedly reminded loudly, be careful of that bastard Bluno. Icebug said that Bluno is a door fruit user, and he can open doors anywhere. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a door opened on the ground beside Keiku. Still Bluno. He grabbed Keiku and shrank in. But before he could completely succeed, Zoro's sword was already on his neck. You are too slow. Under the perception of the advanced observation haki, Zoro completely locked Bluno's movements. Whoosh! Luffy stretched out his fist and grabbed Bluno out. There's another one in there. Seeing this, Polly rushed over with one step, throwing out the rope in his hand. Half knot. The rope was thrown into the door below the ground, and the end of the rope was wrapped around Lucci's neck immediately, pulling him out. Probably because he was strangled and suffocated, Lucci woke up leisurely. Polly grabbed Lucci by the collar, and then took out a letter from his arms with the other hand. You bastard, this is a pink slip written by the mayor of Water 7 himself. As he spoke, Polly slapped the letter heavily on Lucci's face, and then yelled, you are fired. Lucci is now injured. More than 100 bones in his body were smashed to pieces. Not to mention wanting to make a move on Polly, even if he moved, he would feel severe pain all over his body. And you? Keiku. Polly came to Keiku again, kicked him, and then threw the dismissal letter on him fiercely. Keiku was vaguely conscious, but he vaguely heard Polly's words. He didn't know if it was a conditioned reflex, so he reached out and grabbed the dismissal letter that fell on him. Bastards! Are you crazy? Don't you know where this is? Spondum braced himself against the ground and moved himself against the wall. He sat there with a terrified face, but said threatening words in his mouth. Logan walked over and looked down at Spondum. You are asking this, we are not illiterate. If the sign outside is not wrong, isn't this the Enies Lobby? Underscore. Hearing Logan say Enies Lobby's name so plainly, Spondum couldn't believe his ears. He looked at Logan in horror, you bastards. Since you know this is Enies Lobby, you dare to commit crimes here. Snapped. Logan slapped Spondum on the face, and said with a sneer, aren't you stupid? We are pirates wanted by the government of the world. Why would we be afraid of committing crimes against the government of the world? At this time, Frankie staggered up from the ground. Judging from his miserable appearance, it is completely conceivable how much abuse he has endured. Please, can you let me deal with this guy? He staggered towards Spondum and asked Logan. Are you sure? Logan turned his head slightly and looked at Frankie, if you do it, you will be wanted by the world government too. Even if I don't do anything to him, the world government will not let me go. He was originally born under the name Frankie, but now, his real identity, Cutty Flam, has been uncovered by the world government. In this way, it is impossible for him to stay in Water 7. That being the case, what else does he have to worry about? Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Luffy. Hey! Boy, did that fellow Icebug really want me to be your shipwright? Luffy grinned and said, of course. Uncle said, as long as we rescue you, you will be our shipwright. We were also there at the time, and it was indeed what Icebug said personally. Kiwi, the square head, nodded vigorously. That's right, that's it. Blockhead Mose also agreed. Galley Law Company's shipmen and people from Frankie's house have testified for Luffy. Ah, that bastard really likes to make his own opinions. Patting himself on the head, Frankie was a little upset. Afterwards, he said, but I can make it clear that these guys will not let me go. If I really join your pirate group, I may bring you huge troubles. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. When these words came out, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates burst into laughter. Hey hey hey! I'm not kidding you! Frankie yelled gravely. We're not kidding you! Logan smiled, and then explained, to be honest, your crime is not the worst in our ship. Then, Logan pointed to Robin, and introduced, she is Nico Robin, the person the government of the world would dream of killing. Compared with her charges, your charges are nothing to mention. This week you guys really don't give people face. Wahaha. I like it very much. Super. As he said that, Frankie couldn't help but make a pose with hands closed together, pointing to the sky slantingly. Then, it's up to me to deal with this hateful bastard. Putting his pose away, Frankie came up to Spondum and grabbed his face with 10 hands. When you tortured me crazily just now, you didn't expect this situation to happen, did you? Boom. Spondum was pinned to the ground by Frankie. Ha 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 ha. But unexpectedly, Spondum laughed crazily. What are you laughing at? Frankie's iron fist was hanging in the air, doubts appeared on his face. Spondum laughed maniacally, you idiots. Don't you know that Admiral Aokiji has arrived? Hearing this, Frankie showed horror. He has lived in the capital of Water 7 for so many years, of course it is impossible not to know the name of Aokiji. If he came, no one would be able to leave here today. Aokiji is here. Logan also frowned, curled his lips, why don't I know? Spondum grinned and sneered, can't you see that the sea outside is ice? Ah! Hearing this, a strange expression appeared on Logan's face. Pfft! Ha ha ha! So that's how you judged? I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha! You idiot, I thought it was really Aokiji. Everyone laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? Bluno, who was pressed to the ground by Zoro with a sword, also said in puzzlement, the sea outside has been frozen by the power of ice fruit. Isn't this enough to prove that Aokiji has arrived? Logan smiled, I'm really sorry, the sea outside is not frozen by Aokiji, so, the rescuers you imagined, don't exist at all. Impossible. Only Admiral Aokiji who can freeze the sea. Spondum's eyes widened. Polly laughed loudly, idiot. The sea outside was frozen due to Logan. The Admiral you thought was actually Logan. This idiot. I thought it was Admiral. Ha ha ha. Everyone can't stop laughing. And at this time, Logan stretched out his hand, and he was awe-inspiring. Ka 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 ka. Spondum's legs were immediately frozen with ice. Ah! He don't know if it's because his legs are frozen, or because he saw Logan using the ability of ice fruit. Spondum's terrified screams are more miserable than killing a pig. This is really good. Looking at Spondum's ice legs, Frankie's eyes lit up. Then, he took off the fake skin glove on his right hand, revealing the iron fist made of steel inside. Strong hammer. Boom. In Spondum's frightened eyes and screams, Frankie comes down with a punch. Chapter 149. Ah! Both of Spondum's eyeballs were about to explode. After his heel was frozen, he was smashed by Frankie's hammer. Logan used the ability to freeze cards again, and the cold air gushed out again, freezing Spondum's arms again. Wakaka. Frankie looked comfortable, and this time his arms showed the iron fists inside. Frankie double hammer. Boom. Boom. 2 fists smashed into Spondum's ice arms, and it shattered. Ah! Bastards! Bastards! Spondum is going crazy. Now that he has no limbs, he is completely handicapped. But he doesn't want to die yet. After all, even Frankie can be brought back to life with a mechanical transformation, so why shouldn't he? The most important thing right now is how to survive in the hands of these people. At this time, Frankie once again raised a pair of iron fists. Looking at it from Spondam's point of view, it was obvious that the pair of iron fists were coming towards his head. Suddenly, he yelled in horror, "Don't! Don't kill me, I don't want to die." But how could Frankie talk to him? The iron fist came crashing down. Boom! Logan stretched out his hand and blocked Frankie. Ah! 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 ___. Spondam thought he was going to die, and his whole body twitched in fright, screaming in horror. Then, there was a burst of urine smell. At this time, Spondam also found that he was not dead yet, and he hurriedly shouted excitedly, "Thank you! Thank you for not killing me! I will definitely cooperate with whatever request you have." Frankie looked at Logan with some confusion. "Why would you save him?" "Oh, you misunderstood." Logan shrugged his shoulders, then smiled and said, "You can't kill him, there is someone more suitable than you. I'm coming. Let me beat him to the ground." Luffy picked his nose, thinking Logan was talking about him. But Logan looked at Robin, and smiled slightly. "Robin, your deep hatred, now come to collect some interest." Hearing this, Robin's pretty face showed a look of doubt. She asked inexplicably, "I haven't met him before, where does the hatred come from?" "Yet. Logan, you idiot, why did Robin-chan have any grudge against him?" Sanji took the opportunity to reprimand him a few words. The slap that Logan gave Khalifa just now left a huge shadow in Sanji's heart. Luffy also asked in a dazed way, "Since Robin himself said he didn't know him, could it be that you remembered wrongly?" Logan bit her lower lip and sighed slightly. "Although I don't want to mention your sad past, this is a good opportunity for you to relieve your hatred, so I have to mention it." Logan put his palm on Robin's shoulder, with a sorry expression on his face. "This person's name is Spondam, think about it carefully, don't you have any impression of such a name?" "Spondam?" Robin frowned slightly. What she can be sure of is that there is absolutely no such name in her memory. Spondam? Spandine? When these two names appeared in Robin's mind, she was taken aback. Having said that, she will not link these two names together. Although these two names are very similar, how many people with similar names in the pirate world? But now hearing what Logan said, her expression suddenly changed. Could it be that he? Logan took the words and nodded seriously, "Yes. He is Spandin's son, Spondam." When Logan confirmed this, the memory of O'Hara suddenly resurfaced. The gunfire, Robin will never forget, the man put the bullet into her mother's body. Now, his son is in front of him. And his son is the same as the father. O'Hara's dead, just let me take back a little interest. On the white cheeks, veins popped out. Robin gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, and quickly formed seals with his palms. Fire style great fireball technique. She opened her red lips, and a ball of fire came out of her mouth. The moment the fireball left the mouth, it suddenly exploded. Ah! My God! What a horrible temperature! The sudden fireball made everyone in the Galley Law Company and the Frankie family startled. No! Spondam screams in horror. However, he lost his hands and feet, unable to move at all, and could only watch himself being swallowed by the raging flames in horror. After the violent burn, all that was left was a pile of ashes in the corner where Spondam had just sat. _________. As the only person in CP9 who is fully awake, Bluno was so scared when he saw the scene in front of him. This group of people. Terrible. Robin looked at the ashes of Spondam, clenched her slender jade hands. The slightly sharp nails were also embedded in the palm due to excessive force, but the pain of the nails was far less than the pain in Robin's heart. "I'm sorry to remind your past." Logan walked behind Robin and patted her on the back of the shoulder lightly. "Wow! Dash!" Robin turned around suddenly, hugged Logan, and burst into tears. "Robin!" Logan was stunned. "Ah! Bastard! Why did you make Robin cry?" Sanji was furious and rushed over immediately. "Robin, throw yourself into my arms and cry. Why do you flirt so much?" Zoro stretched his legs and tripped Sanji. "Bastard green moss head, I will fight with you. Come on, whoever is afraid of whom. What about those guys?" At this time, Frankie looked at Logan and asked. Are you going to kill them? If you want to. It's no problem at all. Being hugged by Robin, Logan poked his head out to make a face to Frankie. Let me handle it. Frankie walked up to everyone in CP9, he looked at Bluno and said, I really wanted to kill you guys before. When I just learned that Icebug was not dead, there was no hatred between us that we had to kill each other, yes. Now that you have been fired by Icebug, then, I will respect Icebug's decision. Remember, you are not allowed to come to the capital of Water 7 in the future, you are not welcome there. Saying that, Frankie turned to look at everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. I'll ask again, do you really want me to join your crew? Super Frankie asked as he do his signature pose. Yes, we like you to join our crew. Luffy and Usopp shouted almost simultaneously. I have no opinion. Zoro put away the sword, then pointed at Sanji, you won't have a problem with this guy. Stop making your own decisions. Sanji kicked Zoro's finger away, lit a cigarette, and looked at Frankie, so, from now on, you will be the shipwright of our Straw Hat Pirates. My name is Sanji, please take care of me. As for Logan, he looked at Frankie and said welcome abroad. Super. Wahahaha. Ah. You guys are really a group of crewmates I can count on. Super. Frankie laughed excitedly.
Thanks for listening.